Good morning, PAX. This is day 4 here at the PAX Arena. My name is Fickle, and I'm happily joined today on the morning show with Mimi, as well as Supersonic, also known as Evil Cat. I'm sorry, I call you Mimi all the time, but I don't want to ruin your brand. But
I think I ruined it myself by picking that name, so we're all
hey,
good.
you said it, not me. But we have some wonderful content to close out the weekend for you guys today. We're going to be going into that a little bit later, but let's go around the horn a little bit and get your feelings about how the weekend has gone so far. Let's start with Super, all the way on the right side.
Been pretty nuts. We started off with the Fall Guys event. Fall Guys is always fun. Yeah, I mean that's literally what the game is. It's a bunch of beans running around, just a ton of fun. So those are always fun to watch. It jump straight into Splitgate and immediately standout teams. Day one, obviously, Borg Jr. going off. We'll get to see them later today. They'll be competing in the championship. We had some of the devs jumping in and playing in the pit and the team. So a lot of fun day one, and then into Valorant, which, man, you were going nuts in the back. You were going nuts on stage. You were having a ton of fun with that.
Yeah, the Valorant show was a really good one. We had some impressive elite quality teams. Some of those teams that qualified in from the earlier event to make it on in. That team, of course, running the gauntlet all the way to be able to take home that $5,000 Scholar Dollar prize pool. I was honestly really impressed with the quality of some of these teams. I think for the two teams that we did see in towards our finals in Skull Emoji ×7, first of all, which is just a fantastic name to be able to pick on out. And then the second team, not saying it again, because he's gotten enough screen time with his Twitter at. I think we've had enough time talking about his Twitter at, so we'll leave it out of this one for now.
Who are you talking about?
I don't know. Who am I talking about?
It's Tuesday Val, by the way.
Tuesday Val.
So
I was trying to avoid
I'm a little disappointed that Skull Emoji ×7 didn't actually make it to the next map, because we finally got the approval for our graphics guy to actually put the skull emojis in the header of their
Would have been so good.
of the overlay, and I would have lost it. They were going to put them on the lead as well, and it was going to be a fantastic run. But sadly, they did not be that way. It do. Sometimes it be. But it's been a fantastic 3 days of action already. We're going to close out the final day here with our Splitgate top 8. It's going to be fierce competition. We have an amazing set of teams for you guys. They're already playing in the LAN right now, warming up, making sure their hands are warm, making sure their binds are right. We're going to have top-tier competition up on the stage. So if you hear the sound of my voice, come on down to the PAX Arena for the final day. I know we're a little bit groggy after some of these long nights at the con, but we have tons of chairs for you guys to come sit down, come join us here. We're going to have a lot of fun. Let's look at those recaps from the previous days, starting off with Fall Guys. And that was our 5K open for Stream Stars, having all of our content creators up on stage, going up against the PAX attendees who were trying to sabotage them. It was just a ton of fun all around. Shout outs to our wonderful commentators, Milady CM and TK Breezy, for holding that down.
Yeah, do you really need to have people sabotage you out of game when, like, to be honest, I'm the person that, when I play Fall Guys, I'm the guy that like goes to the line and then stands there, and I am there only to sabotage the other beans on the map.
But here, it feels like you're playing for personal enjoyment. Like, what these people are playing for $5,000, right? It's a little bit more important to actually be making those placements, making it far enough, even if it is fun to grief people. You should have gone out there and tried to grief them.
I probably should have. Even if you put up $5,000, I know that I can't win because the only strategy that I do have is griefing people, so I would have no idea how to actually get through things. I would have just been there to mess everything up for everyone.
So it was interesting because you were incentivized to grief the people on stage, because if you knocked somebody off or you actually got into the final showdown, you were walking away with some PAX swag. And we gave away some really nice scarves on that day. All good all around. I think we handed out probably like dozens of prizes to some of the attendees. There was a parent with their 2 kids.
Yeah.
And these kids had never touched KBM before. And they walked up to there and they made it into like top 8 or something like that. They were like 1 game off from qualifying into it. And I was like, Fall Guys is definitely the game. And then we hit the Valorant action as well, talking a little bit about Tuesday Val going through this. Mimi and Super were on that as well. How about that competition from yesterday?
I mean, Tuesday Val was looking really excellent throughout. I think as we're taking a look here, we saw some of the games from their opponent actually with Skull Emoji. I think when they played on this Fracture match, they were just looking impeccable. It was like a 13-1 victory that they managed to take home there. But then we switch our way into the finals. We come to Breeze, and that story completely swaps on over. Harmony was playing so incredibly well on that chamber. Huge lurks. I believe closing out map number 1 with this lovely little ace. I think it was like almost 30 kills to close that one out. But then Skull Emoji times 7, they rallied. They came back stronger in towards that second map and actually made things really competitive. 1 or 2 more rounds slipping the other direction, and we could have seen a third map.
There were a couple shots on this one that maybe they should have checked the PCs on it because
Yeah.
look, this one right here. Watch this.
Oh.
Oh, maybe it's not this one, but I think it was the Headhunter. It
it's
was
the
coming
chamber
through
in
B
mid.
window right in the middle there. He headshot him through the wall with no visibility on him. There's the final moments from the final game, ending it out 13, but there were some crazy moments back in that one, so definitely go check it out. Tuesday Val took it. They were the qualifiers from the Foxborough LAN that happened the day before, the night before. They drove down here as the stack of 5. They won that 5K. And then we also had our split gate qualifiers, and I'll let Super handle this one.
Yeah, split gate qualifiers, we had opened up again day 1, and we had Bork Jr. kind of come through and show what they were made of. I'm expecting them to have a pretty solid run through today, but it's just chaos. Is basically it is the only way to explain Splitgate. It's an arena shooter. You then crank the dial on the speed to 12, and then throw portals in also. So just a ton of fun watching these teams. And some of the guys you see that have arena shooter experience, but aren't quite used to using the portals yet. It was really fun watching these guys try to figure the game out.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch indeed. I think the kind of most exciting thing was the kind of the mesh between those players that were a little less inexperienced. Maybe they've played Halo, maybe they played another arena shooter before, then maybe they've just played Portal but never really played Splitgate itself, where you kind of get a combination of all those fun different aspects, trying to figure out the game as they went in a new environment, and pairing that with some of these teams that came on in that were clearly so prepared that were like, all right, we're going to PAX, we're here to play Splitgate, we're going to do well out of it. I mean, that Bork Jr. team especially that you were talking about looked really ridiculous in that way, but even for the teams that came in as casuals, maybe only had 1 or 2 experienced players, you could see them learning the game as they went on, finding some really creative strategies and making themselves really potent competitors into today.
I think one of my favorite things watching, just as we've been watching this replay, is how much fun the bat actually is in Splitgate, and how many of the clips is, once you have a hold of it, it's really hard to want to swap off it. You just kind of want to like go hunting with that bat through the map. It's so much fun, and that's one of the things I do love about Splitgate. It is a game at its core, super competitive, super clean, but it's a game that also doesn't take itself overly seriously. They have fun, the BFB and naming conventions, like the dev team, just a ton of fun. They also joined us, played on day 1, you love to see it.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Ian, Cardinal Soldier, their CEO and head dev, and he was like, it was so fun to play up on stage. It was such a guilty pleasure because the devs are actually cracked at this game.
Oh.
They're
like
crazy.
so good.
Indo and Cardinal Soldier actually played in the relegation league underneath the Splitgate Pro Series, and made it up and almost made it to the Pro Series. They were playing with the community, and that's one of the great things about that dev team is how involved they are with the community. They're there playing with them. They understand the game at that level, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see. And I think seeing some other folks out from the Splitgate community getting that opportunity to compete, the people we just saw there in Washed Goons, Deadlie, one of those players that was just absolutely popping off throughout the whole event. It was clear that he was just here to have some fun, play on LAN. A really exciting story for that team heading on in. I think we can actually see him just like warming up out over there. So it's going to be super exciting to see these guys play.
So interesting story. There's actually Deadlight right there on camera left. It's sitting right there. He's got his name tag. Shout out to him. He's going to be popping off on stage if he makes it there. Interesting story with him. When we did Arena in 2020, he also made it to the stage in that tournament that we played in.
Yeah.
So he's been here. He's done that with a different game. And it's just an amazing time for all around. But we have a piece of content coming up here, but you had something to say?
Oh, his energy level, just watch for him. When he exploded on stage, every time they scored, and it's exactly what you want to see. Running down the team, high-fiving everybody. They got done, got off, ran down here to like talk to us, tell us that story.
Such
like
good guys.
His energy level it oozes, and it is infectious. So I hope to see him make it far. It's going to be fun to watch him play.
Well, check out these words from our sponsors. Shout outs to Excedrin and MSI. Let's see what they got for us.
Add oil for 3 1/2 minutes, and you can salt to taste.
How can I need more eggs.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Shout out to Excedrin and MSI for holding it down all weekend here at the PAX Arena. They've been providing us with the goodness over in their Healing Haven, and the MSI is the official hardware provider for the PAX Arena. And speaking of the arena, it's been a long weekend, and there are tons of stories around PAX. We have Alex Correa out in the crowd to speak with some of our attendees about their experience at PAX thus far. Alex, what do you got for us out there?
Oh, it's not just talking about experiences. It's talking about experience. I'm here with some PAX pros, some absolute insiders here with the beat on the street, intense head nods. From who do I have the pleasure of talking to right now?
Kellen. And Diego.
Okay, Diego and Kellen, you guys, I talked to you a little bit beforehand. You said you guys are experts on PAX. You have a lot of sweet info, hot tips, sweet deets to give all the people at home on how to enjoy PAX. What have you seen so far that has been really cool at PAX? What has been stuck in your mind? What should people come here to see?
There are booths for everyone. I mean, there's something for everyone here. There are games that you can check out. There's something for everyone here at PAX.
Very diplomatic. You don't want to, when you are as influential as these people, you do not want to endorse anybody without that payola. So I totally understand that. Unless you're getting that sponsor money, you're not pimping anybody. I understand that. Okay, so if you did have to get specific, is there a single thing? Maybe it's not a booth. Maybe it's not a company. Is there a game or something that you've seen that's gotten you really excited?
Definitely, this got me very excited, especially here. I love Splitgate's very cool game, and especially to support my friend Vrax, who's playing in the tournament actually as well. So it's very awesome to see.
A pro through and through. He's talking to the guy from the PAX Arena. He talks about the PAX Arena. I think I have to pay him now. Do you take Venmo? I'll see what kind of gift cards I have in my wallet. Hold on. I got my license. I got a Red Lobster gift card. Is that good? All right, there you go. And I got one for you too. There you go. Okay. Is there anything, any tips you'd give to anyone on the show floor to enjoy their show better? Maybe there's a bathroom you think is better. Maybe there's a special thing in the food court. Is there any tips? We want to get those hot tips, those deets on the street on how to enjoy your PAX. What's a hot tip that we can share with people who are maybe walking around the show floor lost?
I'd say the upper floors are usually emptier, so if you need like some time to get away from like the busyness of the bottom floor, you can go to the upper floors.
This is how much of a veteran these people are. They're saying, we've had too much PAX. If you need to get away from it, here's how to get far enough away while still legally being in the building. That is a hot tip. That is the street beat. Thank you so much. Is there any final word you want to give to everyone out there who's watching? We're broadcasting millions of people out there. Millions. Times Square, we're blowing it up. Is there anything you want to say to everyone out there about PAX? Maybe give one final word. Maybe PAX will pay you. Maybe give a sweet ad read for PAX. Who knows? Anything you want to say?
PAX East.
Woo! Put that on a throw pillow. Sell some T-shirts. PAX East. Woo! Shout that from the heaven. Thank you guys so much. You were a great help. Amazing information. I'm going to go back to the desk. We're going to toss it back to the desk. I'm going to find somebody else to talk to because these are some hot tips. Thank you.
Alex, I'm very disappointed that I didn't get a Red Lobster gift card. You've been holding out on me this whole time.
It's wild. It's clear he has plentiful. His wallet is like this thick. What's in there? Is it Red Lobster gift cards? What lobsters is he selling? I don't really know. I think I also just saw him take the Red Lobster gift cards back. And, he has one for us. $15,
Thanks
Alex,
so
you
much.
are
You got
so
3 of them?
kind.
I'll take.
Why are you
got an
packing so
insurance
many
card
of
in there?
these?
Wait, I need to
what's
take a
going on?
picture of the code
He's fi-
before he takes it
He has,
back.
why does he have 3?
That's what I was
like,
gonna say.
Like, so when we were back here and he's on camera and he's handing out cards, I couldn't really see on the camera if it was an actual Red Lobster. It's legitimately he pulls out Red Lobster gift cards.
Mine is like worn too. It's clear that this guy has had like the Red Lobster gift card in his wallet for years, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the one time where the Red Lobster can finally come out.
I am
I'm at a
truly
loss
lost
for
for
words.
words here
Yeah.
because that was
I'm-
Alex is the king of content. And he's actually got one more interviewee out there.
I'm
What's
scared.
the next set of hot tips for us out there, Alex?
Man, if you guys thought that those tips were hot, that was just the warm up. You're gonna burn your hand from how hot these tips are. We're here with another correspondent here. He's the word on the street here at PAX. What is your name?
Hi, my name is David.
David. David. Okay, David. So you are a PAX enforcer. You're wearing the brand right on your shirt. That means everything you say is basically the word of God here on the PAX floor. It is law. What are some of the laws that we should make sure to obey on the PAX floor?
If you're going to be at the expo hall, you have to check out Crocodile. It is at the Tabletop HQ. It's fun to play.
Is that a shellfish? What is it?
Crocodile. It's an old Canadian board game. All right, I get you right now. It's Canadian. It's crazy. All you have to do is flick a piece into a hole. I didn't know they made it that simple.
Now, David, you don't have to make stuff up. If you like Devolver or anything, you can say that. Crocodile?
Crocodile. Yeah, it's an old legend. They don't tell you about it. Everyone comes to.
Do you have to be a wizard or warlock to play this game?
Believe it or not, no. I wish. But no, everyone's here for the Devolver, for the PAX Rising. They don't go to Crocodile. They need to go to the Crocodile corner right now, every day. Play it, have fun. It's the best thing that you can do.
So you're saying that, say I lived in Des Moines, Iowa, and I flew out here. I bought a plane ticket, $400. I flew out here. I landed. I got hotel reservations for 4 days so I could wait in line, walk into PAX, and then play a board game where you flick a little wooden puck into a hole.
Oh, that is the epitome of PAX. I don't know what else you would do here.
Did you ride here on a horse and buggy, or did you teleport here? Where are you from?
I'm from Boston. I came right from down the street.
Do you have any stake in Crocodile? Are you part of the Crocodile board? Are you making any money on this ad?
No one needs to know about that. I love the game. I'm in it for the game. I want everyone to know about it. It's my pride and joy. I'm sorry. It's just.
Sorry, this got very personal. Listen, go check out Crocodile. I've heard Crocodile before. Whatever it is, go check it out. Who cares about headshots? It's about flick shots, bank shots, Crocodile. I'm ready to pimp it out. Let's go ahead. Let's go play right now. You want to go play right now? Let's go. Back to you guys.
Well, Alex is on his way to play Crocodile. Thanks, David, so much for the interview. Actually, huge shout out to all the enforcers around the venue. They are the lifeblood of PAX, making sure everybody is following the rules and having a great time, all in one combination and friendly package. PAX is all about inclusivity. Everyone is welcome, and it's the melting pot of the gaming world, and a truly fantastic convention to be at. Here at the final day, I don't know how much more you can wrap it up other than that. They're going to go play sweet board games over there, but do you have any guys' final thoughts? We'll start with Supersonic coming up with Splitgate soon.
I'm just ready to get into the competition. I know you can see Bitey and Rome over here already kind of watching the teams warm up. They're trying to get the inside scoop. We're gonna have a ton of great games throughout the day today. It's gonna be a blast. When we get down to the finals, if you're not here before the finals, what are you doing? I guess you're playing Crocodile. But once you get done with your Crocodile match, come over here. There's gonna be some great games all day. Splitgate.
I mean, the games are going to be exciting. It's going to be a long day, so I think I'm going to go cash in my Red Lobster gift card just to get set, get ready to go.
I wonder if these are actually real. Like, maybe
Don't
these
show
are
the
just
code to the
props.
camera.
I would not put it past him to have these
he's
as
used
props
them
in his arsenal. That man is comedy gold. But that's it for us on the pre-show this morning. Thanks so much for joining us for all the PAX shenanigans in the morning show. We're going to be bringing you a top 8 for Splitgate. This is $10,000 prize pools for the Almost Pro Splitgate Open. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these breaks.
As you all know, macroeconomics is very so macroeconomics. This marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch. And if you
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Good morning, everyone. Hi, hey, how's it going? It's the final day of PAX East 2022, the ultimate broadcast here at the PAX Arena, and the last time you're going to have to hear an intro from me. Sad, right? Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that you don't have to hear him anymore. Hey, we have a very exciting broadcast for you today because it is the end. It is the finals. It's the finals of our Splitgate Almost Pro 10K Open happening here live on stage. At the end of the day, we're giving away a $10,000 prize pool to people who just showed up to PAX, decided that they were pretty good at Splitgate, not a pro, but just below that. And then they took to the stage, defended their title, and won some cash. That's pretty cool. So stick around for that. You're not going to want to miss it. In fact, I know you're not going to miss it because nothing is more exciting here at PAX. So let's go ahead, get into the action. I'm going to stop talking. Let's get to the casters, and let's give away a huge prize pool to some awesome Splitgate players. Guys, how's it going?
It's going great, Alex. Thank you. I was trying to figure out my armrest. I had lost it there and was in a panic for a moment there.
Got lost in the sauce. Happens.
It does happen. I had like one arm on and like one arm didn't exist, and things didn't feel right. The universe wasn't correct. But you know what is correct? The stage. The stage is set up. We've got our team set up. We're going to be going into the finals for the day, and it is going to be a blast. I'm here for it. We get to kick things off and then come back to close it out.
Yeah, it's a really exciting one. We already have our teams kind of seated in towards a bracket, and I just want to hear, like, right as we're getting into things here, I just want a prediction. What team are you most excited for? Because I think Bork Jr., obviously, they had one of the easier ways getting on in. They kind of just blazed through, stomped everyone in their group. But we had some impressive teams. Wash Schoons, we were talking about them earlier. God Squad was doing well. I mean, everyone here had an impressive run.
Ball and Angles had some great runs, had to go down through lowers, kind of fight their way through, so kind of a fun storyline there. Predictions-wise, as I go through it all, I think Bork Jr. is probably going to be one of those teams that we see kind of make it through. That's the one prediction that I feel comfortable giving. I think that we see Bork Jr. make it to finals. From there, I'm not picking anything, though.
Not picking anything up after that. I think what's really fun about Splitgate is that it's a lot of players here, even players qualified on in. It's a game that they probably haven't played a whole ton of, that they're pretty new to, so they've had time, right? Especially the players that maybe qualified on Thursday, qualified on Friday, they've had some time to practice, to think of new strategies, to find something new, and maybe find it within themselves to be able to pull this one on off. But starting things off here, we have the guys that definitely did come prepared in Bork Jr. I mean, if you're coming to the Splitgate land with the Splitgate jerseys on, you're ready to play.
Yeah, it's Splitgate jerseys. Bork Jr. happens to be the namesake of our other caster and commentator in Bitey. He plays in the Pro Series under Team Bork, so Bork Jr., a little throwback there. He gave him the mascot on day one for a little extra power. We still got to look into the ruling if that was okay or not. Actually, there he is himself, Borker, hanging out on top of that beautiful MSI desktop up on stage there on the left side.
Yeah, hanging out up there, getting ready to go. And, well, we're ready to hop into the bracket here. Take a look at where these teams have found themselves after qualification. The high seeds from the groups went in towards the upper bracket. The low seeds from the groups went in towards the lower bracket. So double elimination towards that $10,000 prize pool. If you're in the upper bracket, you got to just win twice, then you're straight into the grand finals. If you're in the lower bracket, it's a bit more of a slog. You only have one chance to win, one match loss down for any of those four teams below, and you're straight out of contention.
Yeah, that is the benefit here. So double elimination, but you have taken the loss previously to make it here. So that's still continuing from the previous day's play.
Yeah.
You only get that one life now. A little bit of extra padding for the guys up top. They earned their way through, so they'll have 2 lives. But it's gonna be interesting. A lot of times you sit there and you look at the brackets and you kind of say like, oh no, lower bracket, you only got 1 life. But lower bracket tends to play more, so they get to come in hot when you get to that grand finals. They'll be coming off of a game straight in where the other team will, they'll probably be down here in the pit still playing to keep themselves warm, but it is a little bit different from being on stage to not, so we'll see if that has any effect on today's play.
Yeah, I mean, in way of stage time, Bork Jr., they qualified, like we said, really snappily. Just 2 matches played on stage on, I believe, Thursday, and they haven't had to play on stage whatsoever since. So this is their first time back, first time coming back on into this setting, and, well, they looked fantastic there. We'll have to see how well that can carry on through. Just maybe, I believe that was the team that qualified on through yesterday. Obviously, that was when our lovely Spin Valorant showcase was going on, so I don't think we got to take a look at them, but we'll be excited to learn about them on what are some not-so-new maps. We are in the ban phase now, so teams do get to pick a different map, but they pick the same one, Abyss.
Yeah, we've ended up at the same one. I would have loved to have seen Olympus.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Bitey was looking at me right now, he's nodding in another conversation, he'd be shaking his head that he wanted to see Olympus as well. But the pick bans come through. We are going to go to Abyss. Again, one of the things to point out, different from previous days of Splitgate, is that we are not just doing pick bans, but this is best of fives. When we get to those grand finals, it's going to be best of seven. So no matter what, we will get to see team deathmatch. The rotation goes King of the Hill, Domination, TDM, King of the Hill, Domination. But game number one, it's ready. We're jumping into Abyss. King of the Hill.
Bork Jr., they looked incredible at this in their day of qualification. We'll see how well they can continue that on forward. It's early on, a couple opening kills, and that Hill picked on up. So Bork Jr. already working on finding that space. Now working on recovering those power weapons. BFB, rocket launcher, all that is already within their possession.
On board with Zach's Max. This is going to be that one player. So the rules basically stated that you can only have one player qualified as a pro in previous tournaments from the Splitgate Pro Series.
Sure.
Zach, he's that one pro on this side. He's going to be that guy that's the difference maker that you got to keep your eye on throughout this game for the side of Bork Jr.
Yeah, and while it might have been different names in the previous day that they were playing up on stage, it was the same effect. This BFB picked on up the power weapon control, excellent, straight off the rip, and they are just holding it down. The portal usage here for a while, just working around every flank, every new angle. He knows this map, he knows this game, and he's just shutting down.
Killing spree is going to come through for Finian. He's 5-0 to kick things off. Zach Max at 6-1 and a strong opening thus far for Bork Jr. 42 points to 6 thus far as they crush that opening hill.
They're looking impressive here early on. You see that they just have a few players worried about contesting that space, and they just let Finian loose, run around, grab those weapons, continue to frag. This man is yet to die. 8-0 on the board. New hill pops up, and they're just as well in control because of that constant stagger. I don't think we've really seen a fight, bar that very opening, where just maybe had all their players up and were ready to fight team versus team. Now they will wait a moment to try and group in this one, but again, Steve getting a kill, re-staggering those respawns.
And that's going to be the strategy all the way through, right? On King of the Hill, they're basically going to get one in. They're going to play somebody really heavily on top of the, on the hill, right? Which is going to be Snake Queen. The objective player currently for them is Snake. She's going to jump on point, hold that down, and they're going to try and cut off those rotations coming into the hill and try and get you from a point before you can portal in. They don't want to allow you to have use of those portal walls. They want to get you out in the mid.
Yeah, they want to be able to isolate you. They want to be able to shut you down, and they're doing well at it thus far. Finian does finally die in this one, but that anchor's still there. Snake, Queen, and Fifian both holding down the fort. I'd love to see just take a pause for a second here. Slow things down, try and just concede the hill for a moment, collect those power weapons, because it's caught. Maybe that number is big, maybe you only have 17, but it's always doable to come back in. You just have to work that in a coordinated fashion.
Trade back and forth, SMG action from Zach before he gets taken down, but he trades one out. But again, Snake Queen gets another, so 2 down for 1, and that's really the thing here. So you get an elimination, it's 8 seconds out, but within Splitgate, 8 seconds at the speed this game plays feels like an eternity. 8 seconds might as well be 30 seconds. It's just one of those things that you get used to. And bat in hand now for Finian. This is that thing we were talking about in the pre-show. When you have it in your hands, you just feel a little bit more powerful.
And we haven't seen a lot of this thus far, but that's the triple portaling that we saw in one of those pre-shows just, I believe, on Friday, where you have kind of that home portal. You kind of step in and out, back and forth to get yourself all the way across the map. It's a pretty tough thing to do consistently, but with practice, you can make it just as impressive as Finian is doing in this one.
Making the play, has the railgun in hand, and this is one of the big power weapons in the hands of Steve here that can make huge impacts on the map.
Oh, just trying to charge up, wait for that opportunity to find the shot. Hill was taken for just a moment there, and they might actually be able to hold on. Speeds for a kill, but still, this BFB now grabbed the portals. It gets a little bit awkward to try and find something, but at least for a moment, that hill was held. Now taken back in towards the favor of Bork Jr., and crucially, they've lost that BFB. Snake Queen, another one of these power weapons to hold down her hill.
Power weapon control has been definitely favored towards the side of Bork Jr. Really, these seconds that they have given up, they're up to 34 seconds on the side of just maybe. Really, that's come in those moments when they start prioritizing to go ahead. We're going to give up a few points on the hill. We're going to go ahead and secure some power weapons, come back in and retake afterwards.
Yeah, well, a good opportunity here for just maybe. They waited for that hill to reset. We're kind of pre-camping the next one on up. So they have that in their control and are starting to take their way on up slowly here. Fight back in, though, will be all right from 50 in. And from above, the trades have actually stayed good, just maybe holding on to this space.
On board with Steve, 17 and 6 at the moment. Trying to track down Speedster, who's going to be able to use that wall, get away just in time, but the chase comes through. Couple shots, couldn't get the finish, and he's going to go ahead and back out of that. Smart play. Again, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. He will end up picking up the double. His teammate does get the kill on the other side for him, but that decision of it's not worth the chase always. Don't be hungry for that. Sometimes it's worth just backing out. Your teammate will pick it up, or you've at least taken them and made them have to go recharge their shields and back out of the fight for a moment.
Yeah, new hill dropped on in here and a switch on over towards it. Bork Jr., though, just picking off those fights at range. Their roamers tend to really quickly rotate on over towards that hill, and it feels like there has not been a moment in this match where someone on this team has not had the BFB.
And back on board now with Zach's Max, 29 and 8 at the moment, just going off, being a complete nuisance, destroying the other side thus far through this game. Railgun in hand for him and the BFB. Why not? Give them both to him.
Oh, coming up behind, misses a shot with the first weapon, but follows that up nicely, out of energy. But still, that BFB to work with, and a point now to ticking towards 250 points left. This is starting to get into very dangerous territory for just maybe. They need to rally, start to grab this hill back towards their favor.
Staying with Zach. You see that level of control on the portals, knows where he's going. The map knowledge inside this man's head is extreme.
Yeah.
This is one of those guys that fully understands portal routing, every little shortcut, how to swing his momentum through. You can see the immediate close of that portal.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. For this guy, it's not that he's even like fully thinking like, okay, this portal next, this portal here. It's muscle memory. It's just cerebral for this guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows where he wants to go, and his hands will just do it for him. Just take him towards that destination. It takes hours to get to that point.
The thinking is basically target acquisition.
Yeah.
In terms of portaling, running around, it is second nature, which is something that you have. That's one of the skill sets you have to develop for this game that is different from any other game. The portal routing is just so second nature to him. He does it's autopilot.
Yeah.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, it's all about spotting out that red, taking it on down. That's his job within this team. Information is really pivotal in a game like this. And that hill again, grab it. Here we go. BFP for the retake, and it runs out of energy. Still enough to find those shots. One more player left on the point, and Steve might just grab it all. A killing spree at 5, and the hill controlled. That should close things out. Map number 1 looking to swing in towards the favor of Bork Jr. And with just a few points left, the formality will come to its conclusion.
Yeah, a little bit of action there at the end. A couple tactical crouches, some BFB action. That final hill, the SMG and the BFB both being on hill, is a really tough thing to deal with in that particular hill.
Yeah.
It's just so close range, especially when you got somebody like Zach that's going to mind game you and bounce around with the portals back and forth.
Yeah, well now we get to head our way in towards domination, and the interesting thing is that was the same map that we've been seeing all the way through the pools. That's consistent. Abyss has always been that map, but now that we're in the playoffs, we do have map in, so there's a chance that we get to visit something new, some new, maybe less familiar territory for the players that have been grinding it out in towards those pit games.
If they meme us into Crag, I might take my headset off, go up and have a conversation with all players on the stage and be like,
yeah, let's go Crag Stadium again.
What have you, yeah, Crag Stadium, we just run the same 3 on day 1. That's 100% a coordinated meme if that happens.
Yeah, well, we'll wait to figure out where the players actually do want to go as we do take a look back before we can start to look on forward. The power weapon control was excellent. That railgun and the BFB definitely looking like stars throughout. Well, it was really Fifian and Zach stealing the show. You got to give a good bit of credit to Snake Queen, practically always just being that point guard, just sitting on top of the point, holding down, securing those points, and as she got contested, did really well for herself to claim those frags. It was a lot of these moments where it was just the head-to-head fights, but I mean, this team in way of Bork Jr. was just looking so comfortable in all those situations.
Yeah, I mean, you sit there and we can talk about Zach all day, right? Zach, but Zach's been talked about enough. He played in Pro Series. We know he's good. the other 3 on the team are still no joke. These are
Yeah.
guys that have got a ton of hours, and we talked about it on day 1, right? We were like, oh, well, they just kind of walked through, you know, the competition, whatever. It wasn't necessarily that they just walked through it. That competition was probably better than we thought. Now that we can see the actual names and we see that it's Zach and it's these guys, it explains day 1 to me and solidifies what happened on that day. You got a player like that. I'm assuming Zach was probably Tokyo Tom that day.
Yeah, I'd imagine. It's like Scooby-Doo. You pull off the mask. Oh, you were Tokyo Tom this whole time. But taking a look at these maps, we are heading somewhere new. Club Silo and Foregone Destruction banned away from these respective teams. And Highwind, the choice. This map is a really exciting one. And to be honest, for just maybe, I'd like to paint them a good picture. But I think a map like this is so good. With those big kind of portal walls up on the extremities of the map, it allows for almost instantaneous rotations.
I'm assuming we're going to see them make a rush for power weapons immediately right out the gate, and that's exactly what we're going to see. They're going to go out here, try and get a hold of the plasma rifle. They'll be trying to go and get the sniper rifle up top, which it looks like Snake Queen's already gone and got, which is up there up top where you were kind of talking about off those big portal walls. You can get up there, have a good look over the map. From that point, you can also bounce back and forth from the 2 higher points above, which gives you a really strong hold for 2 points on Dom.
And this is one of those maps that, well, it can still play if you're not the greatest portaling team, if you don't have the most map knowledge. It is such a benefit to be able to be constantly bouncing off those external walls. It's also one of these maps where the power weapons are extra potent because there are so many long-range duels and so many sneaky angles that can be taken. Early in towards this game, though, just maybe they're doing all right for themselves. They claimed up B, their point, but now both A and C stolen on OA, so only that mid-control for them to work with.
So a couple seconds ago, we saw Finian kind of look at an enemy portal where he can't see through it and kind of check it and then step through. But that hesitation, what he was actually doing there is he's scanning the portal with his reticle.
Yeah.
Because if there's somebody on the other side, it will turn red to notify you that the other side is a player. So he's actually scanning that and then jumping through. Those little details kind of show the number of hours that these guys have in the game.
Yeah, and those are the things that, again, these players probably are not really thinking about. They just do, just automatically. Yep. It comes with the time, it comes with the territory. They do well at it. Now, still, these A and C points held, and honestly, in a map like this, A and C are both kind of on the further extremities, on towards these high grounds. You can quickly rotate between both A and C, so I feel like Bork Jr. is going to be comfortable in just letting their opponent have B. Hold down the fort, let this stick away. You don't have to rush your way to a win. You just have to stay consistent, and thus far they're doing it. Power weapons up, the BFP is massive there for Zax to grab a double.
So you could see Zach, he actually was so, there was an excitement level there where he saw that he could get the triple, and you saw him actually have a moment of a mistake there where he missed the initial placement of that portal. Had he got the initial one, he actually would have dropped out through a farther portal back and just ran up behind everybody, been able to get the guy that eliminated him first, and then ran through the other 2. He was just a little too eager to go after that. He still gets 2, which is a great trade out for him.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of players put just a portal constantly on those far walls just to have his jumping off point for the triple portaling. You saw it being set up there by Zax, and now, even though he died in that previous life, he's straight back into it. Sniper rifle, plasma rifle in hand.
Sniper in hand for Zach, 11 and 2 thus far. Seeing if he can line anybody up as he goes ahead, decaps, and takes over the full cap now onto B. So BC hold for them thus far. Actually have given up a few more points than I expected off of the Rift. Giving up 138, but that's really been through them trying to control those power weapons constantly, just maintaining a little bit of a lead here. Domination, one of those ones that can go either way. We've seen a couple games where we saw some big comeback wins on this game type previously, but the triple cap now comes through, and good thing that they got that done quickly. If you let a team like Bork Jr. get a triple cap and get them to group up where they can kind of bounce around as a team to react to you trying to take points, at that point, that's when we see those kind of snowball landfall wins on domination.
Yeah, Fifi and Zax just going wild in this one. Constantly moving around the map, finding a new angle, finding a new fight at every second, just maybe. Maybe looking a little bit too far apart in this one. They do find a big kill, so maybe an opportunity to contest on towards one of these points. They want to take that A hill, and with 2 players in the area, they're able to do so. So this triple cap broken, and that B site still contested. C even being hunted for. This is a pretty good setup for just maybe.
Watching out for Blind Rock, got the bat in hand, but not even going to get an opportunity to use it. Unfortunately, going to run into Zach, and he is not going to step in. He saw the bat immediately, said, I'm going to play the distance game. I'm just going to kind of poke and pick you apart.
Yeah, and look at the way that they're just kind of denying portals. Just maybe is not quite as fast with getting rid of those portals, with kind of pulling them back in after they place one. So you see a lot of the time here, those EMP grenades being used, take down that utility really quickly. It makes this rotation incredibly difficult for just maybe. So we end up in a lot of these situations where their players maybe don't get staggered in way of the respawn, but are getting staggered in way of the spacing. So someone's getting to that hill a little sooner than the rest of their team, taking the fight alone, and oftentimes losing it to players like Zach.
Killing spree comes through for Zach, 21-3, and you can really kind of see the difference here in the hours in game at the moment for Bork Jr. And it really shows more in the kill in their deaths than it does in their kills, right? Only 3 times has Zach gone down. He's the only one up right now, as they do lose 3 in a rare moment for Bork Jr., but Zach just going to go ahead and wait it out. He knows that they're ahead. He knows that they have the time. There's no pressure. Wait for his team to get back up. That way they can go ahead. Team shot, there's no reason for him to go out there and take a 1v4. If anybody in the map's going to be able to 1v4, it's probably him, but he's still not going to take an attack like that he doesn't need to.
Yeah, it's the patience, and I think that's really what differentiates high-level pro or team players than people who just cue the game a lot. It's that discipline, it's that patience. Zax knows when to take these fights and when to disengage, wait for his team. It's, again, just these things, these little differences that can really push teams in towards their favor. Zax's even trying to build himself up some momentum here with the BFB, try and find someone on through. Again, it's just about rotating through the map, constantly moving, constantly looking. He's an entire surveillance field, scanning the full map just because of that portal movement.
So this right here, what you're seeing from Zach, where he's doing this portal routing, is why when I do the Splitgate Pro Series, a lot of the times I go to conversational casting and I back out of play-by-play because the man goes through like 17 rooms before I can even figure out where he was. He's just constantly moving. He's so quick and smooth.
It's tough to watch that. Imagine playing against that. You want to kill this guy, but he's just popping in and out of portals, teleporting everywhere.
A ghost. He pops in and you're like telling your teammate that you saw somebody, and
someone.
He's not there. And they're like, you're crazy, man. There's nobody there. What are you talking about?
And then he just ends up behind your teammate. And the thing is that we've given a lot of love to Zach because he deserves it. He's an excellent player. But the rest of his team has looked really solid as well. Look at the kill distribution. 30 kills, the lowest is at 18. That is really even. And now only 30 points left on the board, just maybe. Feels like they might already be out of this one.
The big thing for me really is the objective points, right? Just even all the way across for the most part, right? The team as a whole all have the same level of
participation.
Focus and participation on the objective, where sometimes we talk about teams and like one person's you're on King of the Hill. Obviously Snake Queen was the objective player. Here on Domination, everybody doing their part, everybody making sure that they're rotating, coming into support, immediately getting back. You don't see them like take over a point and then sit there and wait. Constant movement.
Again, you can just see them having fun with it. They're just joyful on the stage, a little bit of whimsy, having a good time at it. I mean, how else do you want to do that? If you're winning, you might as well have fun while doing so. So we take a look back at the replays. It just feels like a highlight reel of Zach with the bat.
Yeah, that was a pretty standard thing throughout the entirety of this map. Basically, give him a SMG, a railgun, a sniper. Anytime we went to him, he had some sort of power weapon in his hands, and he's a problem to deal with if he's not got a power weapon in his hands. He's going to be just a monster no matter what he's got.
Yeah, it is always tough to be able to fight against this guy and the rest of the team there as well, backing him on up. They give the freedom for Zach to just be a fragger. When you have such strong anchor players, you can just let Zach do practically whatever he wants, and his decision-making will stay nice and sound.
The collection agency, bat in hand, had the sniper at the same time as well. It's a lot to deal with. It's not one of those things that I personally would ever have to want to run into.
Yeah, you do not want to have to face this guy, but unfortunately, for just maybe, they have at least one more map up against him. And honestly, I think the most fearsome player on Bork Jr., Borker himself, man. Like, that guy's scary. I wouldn't want to face him on stage.
See that headband? He's got that nice kind of PAX headband going on. He's all paxed out himself, you know. Always on theme and on brand is Borker.
Always on theme, always on brand. Well, TDM, that's where we head next, the decider in this series. And again, we got a new map in the previous. I'm wondering where we'll be heading in towards this one as we take a little look at that map selection. Pantheon, Lava Well both banned away, so we get to head our way in towards Oasis. This is new territory. Talk to me, Super.
this is a little bit different from any maps that we have seen thus far. Even though we just got to see Highwind, which was a new map from what we've seen in the previous days, Oasis has some massively open sight lines, some very, very high portal walls where you can kind of, if you can find yourself a safe corner with a portal, you can basically just set yourself up a bird's eagle eye from the top and you can just rain fire down. A lot of long open sight lines. And for TDM, this is one of those ones where it is going to be some straight up gunfights. We'll get to see a couple battles where it is, can you outshoot the other guy?
Yeah, and look at this. You already see it. These kind of little pillars are popped up all across the map that you can portal to at distance, and Zax is using them excellently. Railgun picked up immediately, finding himself in so many different positions, so many different angles. It's TDM, and this is just the time for this man to thrive. This man to frag a 5th kill already. No one else has even really gotten on the board. 1 kill. That's the entirety of Just Maybe, already up to 7 for Bork Jr.
6 of which Zach's been a part of as they get that 8th one on, so he's got 6. Well, that's the gap to the lead right now, and it continues to open up 10-2. Bork Jr. making quick work here at the start. They're trying to set record pace.
That's disrespectful, man. They immediately EMP his portal. Oh, no issue for me. Just pops up a brand new portal, shoots the same angle, the same player, and Just Maybe is trapped within their spawn. They are trapped. There are snipers holding them down from every different angle, and Zax, it feels like he himself is on every angle. 12 kills to no deaths.
You've got a group of guys here that, ladies and gentlemen, on this squad that are holding it down. They understand how the spawn system works. They understand how to really make use of the portal walls and on this map. And you could see them kind of get them trapped there for a moment and basically literally shooting fish in a barrel. As they spawn in and they're coming in, you've got 4 guys there and they've got a gun on one side, one on the other, just shooting through the portal walls.
Yeah, and for Just Maybe, this is one of those maps that I believe is still a little bit newer in the pool compared to some of those ones that have been with us since the release of the game. Maybe one that they haven't studied as much, that they definitely haven't had a chance to play on stage or in a competitive setting just yet because it was just that stagnant 3 maps in towards the pool. I think once we're in the playoffs, teams like Bork Jr. that have that map knowledge, that have played in similar settings across all the different maps in Splitgate, will find themselves in a really good position.
And jump on board with Steve right now. Currently 26-6. Really just showing off here, kind of flexing their prowess and their map knowledge as Bork Jr. looks to try and close this one out in 3 on this first best of 5 for the day.
Zax again. Almost a 10.0 KD thus far, and he will find that metric now as he takes down another player in this one. 50 is getting ever closer already, and we're not even into the double digits for Just Maybe.
Shots from Zach, 21-2. He finds himself a killing spree. Now looking for Dirge, finds the double kill. Gonna go ahead, hangs out for a moment up here on the Overwatch, looking to see if he can find anybody from that high side. Had a couple shots, but nobody there. Turns his look the other direction and sets that portal. You could see him spot that player and know immediately where's a spot that I'm going to be able to see him if he does transfer through. And if he's not there, then he still knows where he's at, and he can start portaling around to set himself up to take the fight. He knows there's players in there, and you can see him still moving his way through. Finally, Speedster going to be the one to bring him to a halt momentarily.
Yeah, well, this man has been stealing the show. You got to talk about the other players, too. Fifian has been doing just as well, pretty much. 17-4 for him, and Steve, too. All of these folks are very competent in their own right. And again, it's maps like these where it is super wide angles, where it is super open, where you need to be using those portals to keep yourself safe. That is where that gap gets massive. 45 kills. Bork Jr. is only 5 away from an upper final appearance.
I do have to say, I love the SMG. It is probably my favorite weapon in the game. It is just a literal fire hose when it goes off. It is just constant bullets. It's basically gun go Bert, person fall over.
Yeah, 3 more to go here. Bork Jr., they have been looking so good throughout this game. Just maybe they've rallied just a little bit. They've recovered some of these power-ups. They've gotten a couple kills, but it might just be too late. 2 more, that's all it'll take. Snake Queen takes down 1, and now Steve is waiting for his opportunity. He'll pounce now, and actually doesn't finish a job just yet. Still, just maybe staying alive, staying in this for a moment longer.
And you can see Steve kind of back off that shot. He sets the portal up behind, and he's going to make use of that. He's going to be able to get Rob, gets him from behind, and that will be the final kill of the game and the final kill of the series as they take it down 3-0 in the series count. Bork Jr. will be moving on through the upper bracket.
Yeah, congrats to them. This is very well deserved to be able to take that as swiftly as they did. If anything, that was just a showing of how strong this team has been. I don't think we've seen a team who has tested them just yet. And my question is still, will there be a team that can even test them?
I'm not sure. It's going to be a very tough task for any teams to really test this squad. My prediction was Bork Jr. makes it to the finals, but there are some teams here that have shown off some real skill, have played through some tough competition to get here. So we're going to have to wait to find out. Right now, so far, Bork looking like they're going to be the favorite.
Still, for just maybe, this was an upper bracket match for them. They still have a chance to fight down in the lowers, to get a little deeper in towards this tournament, to get more of that money. And hey, who knows, maybe rally things back, trying to win the whole darn thing. It's anything is really possible. That's what this double elimination bracket allows. So don't count them out of it just yet.
I'm not counting anybody out at any point. It is split gate, and I have learned my lesson. I have attempted to count people out before, and it has bitten me more often than it hasn't. So I will not count anyone out. Couple replays here. Double kill coming through off the rip there. Zach's Max getting some elims. Zach Max was constantly getting elims, and it really was just kind of the Bork Jr. show here.
I need to do some math. I'm pretty sure that he would have gotten like 100 kills across the series, because there's, I think, about 30 to 40 in the first game, somewhere around there, and towards the second. And then I think he got like 25 of the team's kills in towards TDM.
It's going to be real close. He's at least in the 90 range, which is just not kind.
That's one way to put it.
It's just, I don't know. There's not a nice way to say it, so I guess you just have to kind of say it meanly. Zach was mean.
He's a mean guy.
He's just, he's really nice. Zach, from my interactions with him through Twitter and everything, Zach's actually,
he's mean in the server. He's nice in real life.
He's a sweetheart. Yeah, nice in real life. Monster and a demon when you give him something like a bat on Highwind.
Yeah, feels like a bat on any map where this guy is going to find impact. Highwind, one of those maps that I was really hoping that we'd be able to see a little bit earlier. Now getting to take a look at that here, you can see the difference in skill level across these teams. It was all of the ranged fights that were especially excellent for players like Zax. Picking up that carbine, picking up that sniper, knowing exactly where and when those spawns will come into play, and juggling those timings super well. The communication within this team is really good in those objective-based game modes to not overheat, right? A lot of times you see teams that have really good players, really high skill level as individuals, and sometimes maybe they overextend a little bit. They get a little too excited. We didn't see that here whatsoever. They stayed back. I mean, even Zach, when he was looking absolutely ferocious, had the moments where he would just chill out for a second, wait for his team, wait for those respawns, play the high percentage play.
And the high percentage play for them a lot, especially when we really saw them kind of flex map knowledge when it came to Oasis and we got to TDM, right? They were basically able to communicate and say, hey, they're playing this tower. They knew exactly where to throw the portal walls up. They knew exactly what to do to go ahead, set those kill boxes up.
Yeah, they set it up in a really good way. But we have to thank one of our sponsors who has set the PAX Arena up for the absolute best in success, and that's MSI, the official hardware partner here at the PAX Arena. You can see them up on the stage, the computers, the mice, the keyboards, the laptops over in the pit, the monitors over in the pit as well. Everything here at PAX Arena is run on MSI, so make sure you do check them out online or here at PAX. We have all their stuff up on the stage, down in the pit. If you need yourselves anything for your gaming needs, get the absolute best. Go with MSI.
And literally everything. I found out they make things that I didn't even know about before I got here. So now I've got to go back and look at the whole list and see what else they've got, because I'm sure there's way more than we can even list.
Yeah, there's plenty there. We even got these little dragons as well.
They even gave us we were given dragons. I don't think I've had anybody else ever, a sponsor, give me a dragon plushie. So right now, MSI, they have my heart.
They have your heart. I'm glad to see it. And they have us set up here really well at the PAX Arena. But let's take one more look at that bracket now updated with Bork Jr. working their way in towards that upper final. Wash Goons, the one to join them, a 3-0 game as well. That one's going to be exciting.
And then on the bottom side, God Squad makes it through over I Need Healing. Fallen Angles get taken down by Don't Look at Me, so they'll move on. We'll end up with God Squad versus Weaves, Just Maybe versus Don't Look at Me, and then obviously Bork Jr. and Wash Goons playing in the upper bracket.
it is going to be a really interesting one. I think those two teams in the upper bracket, Washgoons, Bork Jr., we just saw an example of how good Bork Jr. was, but Washgoons as well. Playing yesterday, we talked a little bit about some of the players on that squad and how excellent they can be, but there's plenty more action on the day here at the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K. Another match, another BO5 coming up, but some new faces to join you guys straight after the break.
Sources say Class 9 Meteor is headed straight for Earth. It's just in, 2 young graduates are taking on the task by themselves. Tomorrow's the day we find out if their laser works.
We did it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PAX Arena. We are here at the Splitgate Almost Pro 10K, and it is Championship Sunday, Bitey.
I am ready to see a clinic out there, but I'm telling you right now, that 3-0 that we just witnessed, ooh, it makes me think a little, but oh, right, I got my Excedrin right here for that quick relief to get right back into the focus zone. Good headache relief.
Oh, I mean, listen, anytime that you got a headache, anytime that you need that relief, Excedrin is definitely going to be right there. Been helping gamers for so long. So listen, I just want to say shout out to Excedrin once again. But as you stated, it was a 3-0 that we just witnessed. And let's be real, Bork Jr., they're looking pretty good.
Look, I think we can starting to drop off the almost part of the almost pro and just start calling one of these teams potential pros, because those guys are so close to actually getting into the SPS, which is the Splitgate Pro Series, which is starting up in another couple months. I'm not sure when we're picking it back up, but a lot of these potential players are starting to show up at this LAN.
Yeah, and right now, as you guys can see on the bracket for today, that is Championship Sunday, it has been all 3 O's to start things off. I mean, you got Bork Jr. taking out Just Maybe. We just witnessed that happen. Wash Goons were able to take out the Weebs 3-0. You have God Squad that was able to beat I'm Still Need Healing from yesterday. That team 30'd as well, and I mean, Ball and Angles unfortunately did get 30'd as well. So that is very interesting because they were definitely showing some signs of hope yesterday. So it's, but on Championship Sunday, anything can happen.
Yeah, and what you're really looking at here is when you get these 3-0s, it all comes down to like that momentum, that first game, especially when we're in kind of the amateur department right here. It's so much momentum to lose that first game, because then you got to re-steal your mentals and bring yourself back up there to get yourself in the zone to try to keep contending. And I think that's something that we're going to see from these next 2 teams coming up right now. God Squad, I mean, here's a sneak peek. You might not know him. You might not have heard of him. But if you're in the SPS, it's JP. He's filling in. He's the #1 team captain of a team called Portal Demons. And he showed up today to fill in for Cardinal, who had to head out.
Well, I mean, listen, anytime that you're coming from an SPS situation, you're definitely going to be coming into a situation like this feeling very confident, and that is why the God Squad are one of our top 2 teams coming into today. That's how we feel if we're power ranking them, if you want to say that. They're probably your #2 team overall that's still left.
Oh, it's definitely #2 by a hard margin, especially when you're in these arena shooter games. It's so difficult to really quantify what does experience difference mean. We're going to see it, and here we go with the maps. Oh my gosh, Olympus is banned. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, and then, Foregone, they said get it out of here. That was God Squad's ban, so we're going to be heading to the Abyss for our first King of the Hill map. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is a best of 5 right here, so it's going to be first to 3, so we're going to be seeing all 3 game modes no matter what.
And it looks like we're about to be pulling into it right now, so here gets the start. I'm ready to watch a clinic here. What is the JP going to be doing? He's already actually getting picked right out of the bat by Vrax right there. So maybe this is going to be a different kind of position going on right now. 2 for 2. The bat's on the field. He gets dropped. Duster cleaning up. That's not the start I expected at all.
Yeah, I mean, God Squad, you said you had high hopes for him, but right now the Weebs are definitely making some waves. And, I mean, this roster right here, they have been a problem all weekend long. So if they're able to put some things together and really make some waves, who knows how things could go if they get this game won.
I immediately want to see JP choke a few right here because I want this match to completely go against my expectations right now. We're seeing a master trying to get his job started right now. Actually gets a little greedy right there, and Vrax and Bolt both doing an amazing job of getting a little bit of control here. They got to watch their hits. Get that bat. Don't let him beat it. Where did he go?
Ooh, that's going to be Vitter. Is going to be able to make the big play right there with the BFB. Able to get another kill onto Duster with the carbine, and that's going to be the bat coming through, taking out Bolt the Weck.
Yeah, and you can see we're looking for a good little link right here. He's waiting, activating. He has the bat in his hand. He's switching between it. He's thinking, when is he going to get that swing out? We're just on the hunt. JP getting an early pick right there. Here it comes. When are we going to do that bat, Vitter? Let me know.
Still 50% charged. I mean, let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. Not able to get the lunge there. As Duster was able to get the better of him. And I mean, Duster off to a 6-2 start for his squad in the Weaves. Definitely going to be looking strong. If you look on the other side, you got JP, who's your player to watch out for, currently 8-5. He just got taken out by Bolt. And now it's going to be Vitter with the bat coming in, and that's going to be a double kill with it. And that's some great value for sure.
Yeah, and we're starting to see this kind of thing. It's getting a little bit more in control right here. We got the SMG popping up right here. Does Vitter remember that he needs to get it? He's trying to get this fight. Oh, my goodness. Black line with the hard line drop right there. That was a great little play.
And it was a pistol, too.
And I got to say it right here. Weaves is starting to show some life that I did not expect would be happening here. You know, this game is going back and forth. I've seen the AM games going on over this week that were more blowout than this.
Well, let me just say, Duster, I just spoke with his parents, actually. They said, he's a Fortnite pro. So coming from a different game, able to, translate that gun skill right on over. Maybe that's the reason that they're going to be ahead right here, right now. We said it so many times. Splitgate, you can learn it pretty quickly and try to compete. The portal part is definitely the hardest part to master, but if you've got a good gun skill, you're going to be good to go.
Wow, that was such a risky play by Vitter there. He actually went ahead and donated the bat over, but the rest of his team on God Squad coming in, cleaning up that little bit of a mistake, so now they're going to have full control again. Here comes the rail. When you have these experienced players, they're always looking for the power weapons, trying to find the way to breach it. Ooh, a little bit of a whiff right there, but he's got bat and rail. Oh, it's always a little bit of a risk, but here comes that smack right now. JP with the assist, keeping him safe and sound. But this scoreline?
Even.
This is not what I expected.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming that your prediction for this match was a 3-0, correct?
A hard 3-0 with full domination, but that's not what that scoreline looks like right now.
So I have a question for you. If you're JP on the team that you feel should be heavily favored in this matchup, oh man, and you're barely going to be ahead. Railgun, perfect lineup. Great tracking going to be coming out of Vitter, and he's going to be looking for more. Dropping down with the bat on a killing spree, 17-5. Definitely going to be making some waves.
Yeah, and like you were saying right here, it's not going quite as anticipated. Now, JP is fresh. He just came in. This is his only day here, and it's playing on an unknown setup, so we'll see if they can rally themselves up and kind of give a better showing, because right now, I'm telling you, Weaves is biting at their heels, and it looks good.
So as the Splitgate pro that you are, I got to ask you, if you're JP, what are you telling your team right now? Because this is a 40-point game. This is pretty close right here when you feel like it probably shouldn't be that close.
Well, see, JP's a little older guy like me. He's probably just out there like, it's okay, guys. We're going to be fine with this. I hope we get to do some interviews with him because he is such a nice guy. But I definitely know it's like, look, we'll get control of this. We'll get the weapons. We're going to eat them all up, and then they'll try to take control of this, and here we go. I mean, look at this angle right here. Vitter just denying hill time, just standing there.
And doing a great job so far. Solid plays coming out, and this lead is starting to balloon to 50 as the collection agency is going to come out for Vitter. Getting the triple kill, absolutely on a rampage right now. I mean, right now, Vitter and JP, they're definitely starting to show the levels.
Yeah, and you can kind of see with these angles that they're holding for these hills, they're setting up, and look at this. He's already on time. 7-minute timer, by the way, right there. That's exactly what you want to see. He's coming in. Brax, though, donate that bat. Here, let me show you.
Yeah, now that they've got the bat in the possession of the Weaves, I want to see who's going to be able to get a lot of time on this hill right here. Maybe the Weaves can start to come back into this one, but that's going to be Vrax dropping, unfortunately, in this God Squad roster. I mean, they just keep on coming in, and they are not letting off the necks. That's a beautiful railgun play. I mean, the power weapons are definitely coming out, and they are making a huge impact here.
Yeah, anytime you see a power weapon sit there for more than 30 seconds, you know that it's like, okay, this is what I'm doing here. Woo! JP's feeling it a little bit. Woo! He's starting to heat up, and he already gets the double.
Line them up, JP. 35-10 right now. Absolutely going insane on the main stage. Is going to be missing that one. Vitter going to be able to use these portals, getting behind, pulling out the carbine, landing some shots. Does get taken out by Bolt the Wagon. And looks like the wagon wheel is spinning right now because guess what? They just wiped them out, and they're going to be getting some good hill time. At least they might be able to, but they've got to turn these kills into good hill time or else the squad and the God Squad, they're going to make you pay.
What a play. A little 2-for-1 right there. That's the hill control he just opened up. Can Weaves manage to get another little bit of pressure? But we're seeing that kind of like portal proficiency here. They're waiting for the execution. JP already getting the double. Duster with the 1-for-1 trade done. JP with the triple. Finally gets stopped, though.
Oh my goodness, man. This is incredible action that we are seeing. The fact that the Weebs are a newer team to Splitgate and they are putting up this much of a fight against the God Squad. I mean, shout out to them. But right now, this lead is ballooned to 100 points. So as you stated, maybe JP, maybe he was cool, calm, collected when it was 80 to 80. He said, you know what, guys, we got this. We understand we're the better team. And since that point, the scoreline has been 20 to 120. So they are absolutely now wiping the floor with them on this second set of rotations.
Yeah, and you can kind of see like the discipline when it comes to objective play, playing your role. I'm pretty sure if JP made any call, it's like, okay, I'll do this. Better be you. We're going to be out fragging. You have the 2 on the hill, trying to get it set up. And they're looking real disciplined right here. JP gets the SMG. We don't really talk about that weapon very much, but it's the 1-minute monster. You know, you have to eat those. Besides the big weapons, the SMG, probably the second most powerful gun in the game.
Yeah, I mean, up close is definitely going to be a problem on the map. And right now, the big problem on the map is going to be this entire God Squad roster as they are right back with the bat. Vitter, it's like clockwork. It's perfect. This is exactly what you want to see. And, I mean, that's what is the difference between the best of the best and these amateur teams and these amateur players is that you're able to get those power weapons. That's going to be a double kill on the bat coming through for Vitter. My goodness.
5 seconds left right there. I mean, yeah, they woke up. And, you know, it turned into what I thought it would be. The start, though, I'm telling you, man, it was looking a little hairy. We still got some leftover time right here. JP finishing it out, and there we go. God Squad started off slow, ended on fire.
Yeah, as you stated, you know, it got off to a little bit of a shaky start. It was 80 to 80, as I stated, but they definitely turned the tides. They figured things out. Who knows? Maybe they got a little bit warmed up. Maybe, you know, their last match, they were like, you know what? That wasn't a good enough warm-up for us. Now this is a better one. So they got the 1-0 advantage heading into map 2. I know that you're going to be feeling very confident in this squad to probably finish off the 3-0 that you predicted. But I got to say, Weebs, you got to have some hope for them now.
Yeah, the kills and trades that they were managing to get out there is definitely like the entry that you're looking for making space. Now, obviously, you're trying to catch 2 guys, Vitter and JP, who can portal everywhere and be anywhere they want to, and you're not even really, you didn't even know that this is possible yet. This is your first time seeing players like this.
Yeah.
So it just makes it so hard. But what I really like is seeing players like Bolt, Duster, and them all, they're getting the frags that they need. Vrax, too. I mean, the whole team is hitting the shots that they need to.
Yeah.
But it's the mechanical, fundamental difference of skills and what you can do in this game that you can see the difference with God Squad in there. I mean, the full pro winning champion, JP, and Vitter, who has hung around it for years now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, this squad, as you guys can see on the MSI replays, I mean, they come into today, they are looking hungry, ready, and in championship form. They are looking at that $4,000 like, oof. I mean, listen, $4,000 right here, the first Splitgate land, let's be real. For first place, that is absolutely incredible. And not just that, I believe all 8 teams that made it to today get paid.
I think that was how it was. It might be 7th place is where it starts, but it's always something nice to see. Get yourself a little bit of a treat just for showing up and making it out of those pools. I mean, they were not easy. I was watching Group D all yesterday, and some of those guys were so into it. And I'm talking, there was the smack, there was the trash, and it was, ooh, so spicy.
Well, let's go ahead and head into domination as we're going to be looking at the maps, see exactly what did get banned and selected right here. As you can see, that Club Silo ban coming through, as well as Stadium.
Oh, my God.
Which means that we're going to be heading to Highwind.
I'm going to just say JP hates Stadium. It's a fact. I don't know if he's going to, like, pump his hand up there. There he is, hands up. I know you hate the map. That's why it's not there.
Oh, man. And, you know, banning that one out, we're going to be heading over to Highwind, and that is God Squad's pick. So since this is their map pick, their map of choice, I mean, what you calling for the scoreline? First is 700.
JP is going to frag out. This is like his home base. He's going to be looking hard for spawn kills, so I just expect some real domination. Look at this. He already ate the rifle. He went up there, and he's looking for heads. Is he going to get him?
I mean, the sniper rifle definitely going to be able to impact heavily on this map. He's trying to line them up. Couple of whiffs. Still is able to at least get the body. Yeah, exactly. You know, got to shake the controller. Another body. You're good to go. Still gets the kill. Lines that one up, getting the double. Starting to feel pretty good right now is JP.
JP never grabs the bat. That's not his job. He's got a teammate that eats it for him. I know how your team works, JP. And this is the spawn camp position right here. You don't really get to see it that much of the AM side of things, but JP is going to be hunting for an instant spawn kill anytime he gets it, and he might just be setting himself up for an amazing amount of success.
Yeah, and the one thing about High Wind is that the trip cap potential is definitely there, and that's already what we're seeing right here, right now, is the God Squad being able to lock this one down. I mean, they had the early AC hold that a lot of people favor because of the sniper, because of the positioning, and I mean, right here, right now, is JP's going to be coming through. JP hasn't even taken a death yet, hasn't even dropped, because, I mean, he's playing flawlessly.
This is the clinic. I mean, so when you're on a pro team, everybody has like their positions, their rotations where you go through. And I mean, I've watched these VODs. I played against them. You know where Jimmy's going to be. You know, I don't even remember if his name is James, Jimmy, or Paul. But like JP is out there and he has like this rotation where you're just going to see him constantly resetting, going through his angles, probably going to common call-outs, which we haven't even talked about yet.
Yeah, break down a triple portal for us real quick for the fans.
So triple portaling will be like you're going to put your portal A, you're going to put your portal B, you're going to stand between the portals, and then you're going to link around. Hey, JP, can you do that for me real quick? I know you're in the middle of a match. Could you show some tripling?
I mean, hey, listen, if Bitey's requesting it, JP, I mean, you got to make it happen. Let's see some triple portals coming in. I mean, hey, you're up by 130. Let's have some fun.
He might just be having fun with the frags right now. But
yeah, look at him. He's vibing right now.
He's just doing his job. He punched in today, came into the almost pro. He's going to put the pro on there, so he's just watching. Spawn camps, that's what you're looking for right there.
Whoa.
These angles, these positions.
Perfect portal usage going to be coming out yet again. One off of the collection agency, but he's going to get dropped before that can happen. Whew, so close. And another thing that I do want to say is that both the God Squad and Bork Jr., your two favored teams to end up in the grand finals today, both of them have a lady competitor on their roster. So big shout out to that as well.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be such a great showing, especially for one on Bork Jr. is Snake Queen, which is kind of her debut into getting a little bit into the competitive scene.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to that. And I believe Evie Stella right there is Vitter's girlfriend, and they're just having a blast. It looks like she's just kind of mellowing out on the map.
I mean, there's no better date than being on the Splitgate map together, frying teams on the main stage. If that won't solve your relationship issues, I don't know what will, ladies and gentlemen. As right now, the God Squad are putting in a hurtin'. They are up 170. They've got the trip cap. JP, Vitter, Stella, and Habibi are absolutely going insane. And now it's JP's turn to pick up the big freaking bat and put in some work.
He's looking for these spawn kills so hard, and he's already made the rotation for the secondary location, so we're looking for it. There's the flank. You got to watch out for that. The EMP's not even going to make it there in time. He's coming in. Vitter and JP both clutching it up. I mean, they've got plasma on the field. Vitter is actually the one getting all the last hits here. There we go. JP finally earning himself a full pickup.
Good golly almighty. If this isn't domination, I don't know what is, ladies and gentlemen. High Wind has JP's name written all over it. Currently 20-1. I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, Weebs, you got to be able to fight back. But right now, it's really just the portal play coming out of God Squad that is really making the big difference in getting these rotations, being able to be at all these hills anytime that the Weebs are trying to contest. And the God Squad right now are putting on a clinic on how to move around the map.
Yeah, and you could just see the discipline that he's showing now that he's fully awake, fully engaged. JP, he's not going to commit unless he knows he won. So it's just, he's constantly setting himself up in positions where he can't get easily killed, he can't get traded out, and he's committing when he knows he's ready to win it.
And now he's fragtastic to boot. He's going to be getting 16, the double kill, 16 in a row already, 25-1. I mean, just stay on with JP until he drops. I mean, it's an absolute show. Oh my goodness. Anyone that's walking into his reticle is just absolutely feeling the burn.
And I think this is a great example of a player. He's not really known for speed. He's not known for moving quick. He's known for being methodical, the old man with the plan, sort of like how I like to play it. But look at this, already taking the peak for the spawns.
Oh my goodness.
Knows that there's a link
One more.
already going there.
One more for 20. Is he going to get the first 20 bomb of the weekend?
Look at this. He sees the spawn. He's chasing. Is he going to go in? He's going in.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Here we go, and there it is, King of Carnage. First one that we've seen this whole weekend is going to use the momentum play as well. Hey, listen, JP right now is putting on a show for you all on how to play Splitgate, I'm telling you.
He is the quintessential example of pure experience, talent, and brain power all wrapped into one. And it's why he's the captain of the #1 team in the league. You know, he is constantly pushing himself to improve, to get better, but at a pace that works for him and keeps him in control of the fight, in control of the combat. And I mean, you could just see it after each, they call this like a spawn press, where it's just, you know where they're gonna be, you know where they should be, and if they're not right there, there's only one other spot on the map where they got out to.
Oh my goodness. He ended with 1 death. JP ended with 1 death. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, if we watch how he's playing, you can easily start breaking it down. He's not going to go in there unless he knows he wins, and he doesn't want to die. He knows how much it looks good to not only have one little breadstick. That's all he's got. Well, that's perfect.
Listen, I mean, the fact that this squad in the God Squad ended up taking a loss in day 1 in Group A, and that's the reason they find themselves starting in the lower bracket here. I mean, they are menacing teams right now in this lower bracket. I mean, they're up 2-0, and I got to be honest, I had a lot of hope for the Weebs, but that map right there, that doused a whole lot of the hope that I had, just because, I mean, if you can go, what was it, 35-1, that's just ridiculous. I don't even know, man. What's the highest kill streak that you've seen in like a competitive setting like this?
Oh, you want to talk about big kill streaks? Oh, man, there's some massive fraggers out there. And when you get rolling, when you get in control,
yeah.
I mean, we've got 25s before where the announcer, I don't even remember, I think it's absolute mad lad. I don't even remember what he says. It doesn't happen too often. But shout out to a player named Matty. That's the one that I remember doing it.
Okay.
He's a part of the team WGL. And
wow.
It's just, it happens
He almost hit the
occasionally.
25. It was like 1 kill away from getting 25.
And
so.
you know that 1 death was triggering him, because that would have been such a clean 30 bomb or more. I don't even remember what he ended with. It was so many kills.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like every single time that we see somebody with the bat, it's Vitter on map 1, map 2, doesn't matter. That's going to be in Vitter's hands.
And here we go with some bans. Okay, I'm not even sure why he banned Impact. You know, James, God Squad, you know, they just picked the map. I feel like that they don't know that well, but the Lava well banned from Weebs, I feel like it's a lot of portal links. It's, well, I mean, so is Oasis, but at this point, it's just crap shooting for bans, because I feel like this experience differential is
I was going
hard.
to say, with the Weebs, they might have just straight up never played Lava Well before, because, you know, a lot of those players have come into today and have never played Splitgate before this weekend. They're really just trying to, you know, do what they can do, you know, get a piece of this prize pool, piece of this $10,000, and, oh, man, we're back on with JP.
Yeah, he already did the, I guess, the pro rollout of going straight into that shotgun, so I'm not even sure if Weebs realizes that he's got a big gun. He's pushing it into the blue tower, tries to get it. Oh, almost dropped to Duster, but here we go. This could be another execution of precision. Watch the spawns, waiting around, looking for it.
Well, the great thing about Team Deathmatch is that obviously there's no objective other than kill the enemy team. So you can slow down the pace as much as you want, and I think that is going to favor the Weebs. So I think we are going to see a little bit closer of a game, but still, it's most likely going to be the God Squad showing their expertise and their prowess overall on the map, as already Vitter's going to be on a killing spree, 5-0. JP's 5-0 as well. 2 killing sprees already out of the God Squad early on, and they've got almost every single kill for this team, just them 2 alone.
Yeah, and what we're going to end up seeing is that this lead is just going to keep growing and growing and growing, because they've eaten all the power weapons on the map. And once you start getting a full control on here, you can really predict the spawn waves, which again is like one of the techniques that we haven't even like had throw onto the field here. You know where the enemy spawn when you stand in certain locations, and then you can really manipulate the pacing of the game. And I mean, look at this. It's just work together, kill them together. But we got both getting a little bit of a fragger there. Vitter trying to charge in. Dust, though, getting the frag back. So you might be right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, They've got already 19-0 on their name. I think right now, if I'm Vitter and JP, I'm going for a competition of who's going to have the least amount of deaths. But hey, Vitter finally going to be dropping, so JP's going to be feeling pretty good about that one.
JP, what are your goals here? You know, we've got all the weapon. You know what? They slowed down. Where is Weebs on the map?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They can turtle up, really say, you know what, come into our house and make something happen. But I got to be honest, the way that God Squad can use these portals, doing that might not be the best situation for the Weebs, but that's just all about the experience coming out of this God Squad roster.
And yeah, we're just kind of be coming up on the next set of power weapons, and you're already going to see Vitter going into there, getting ready for it, especially when you've got so much control of the map. Here comes a little brawl coming on. Vitter getting the clutch with 20 HP, but gets traded out by Vrax.
Now, obviously,
rails and shotguns coming up, boys.
I was just going to tell you, you should probably let the people know there are so many weapons, so many power weapons, and they're always different on all these different maps. So I got to ask you, just so the people can know, what are the power weapons on this specific map that you want to try to lock down?
Well, we've got the sniper rifle, which is kind of like the bread and butter. Maybe if you're on the sticks, not everybody on mouse and keyboard can handle a rifle like JP. But the big ones is going to be that shotgun and rail, and they kind of happen right in the middle of the map near that waterfall that we saw just in the corner there. And Vitter, going to show you what a rail looks like.
Oh, baby, 17-2 right now. Vitter going crazy with the rail gun. Does get taken out by Duster, unfortunately, but still, I mean, this roster in the Weebs, they find themselves down by 12. It's a closer game, but JP is so clean. You saw the switch to the shotty. Kaboom, you're gone. See you later, off the map. 5 seconds until you're back in the game. My goodness, this roster, they have complete control of all the power weapons, whether it's a sniper, it doesn't matter. They've got everything in their hands.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, this 10-kill lead, to me, should be a lot larger than that. It's probably going to grow as we go on. But as this game's going on, we're seeing little spurts of life come out of the Weebs. They're getting a couple kills, which is where you want to be. You want to get started somewhere. You don't want to get blown out, and they're definitely showing that they're not. I would have expected this to be, you wouldn't want to see that scoreline.
I mean, listen, I just want to say shout out to the Weebs for being able to put up a performance like this, even in a losing effort, most likely. I mean, it's going to need to take a miracle for this roster to come back because the momentum that the God Squad are building up is just absolutely immense. And right now, only 8 more kills coming through for the God Squad to send this Weebs roster home.
Yeah, and they've had a good run here this entire long weekend here at PAX. I've been watching their status. They were even asking me for a little bit of tips on what can I do to help them get a little bit of a learning curve advantage here. But, when you go up against a team of this caliber here, I mean, it's going to be so hard. But there's a nice little double before we're heading it out. We only got 4 frags left, and God Squad punches the ticket out of this match.
And they are feeling good right now. It's going to be a race between JP and Vitter on who's going to be finishing with the better KDA at the end of the day. And right now, we got ourselves a tie game between them two. I mean, 25-25, only 2 kills remaining. Let's see who's going to be able to get them.
You think you two should try to dive for it.
Oh, they tied. They tied. 26-6 for JP and Vitter. Oh, man, what a performance coming out of them. 3-0 sweep over the Weebs. Whew.
Gotta say, that was kind of what I expected. But what I didn't expect was we have to have good signs of life right there. I mean, they're winning a couple gunfights that they need to against opponents who are definitely way more experienced in the game. So that's step 1 in trying to figure out your way into the split gate arena. So really good job by them, especially the map 1 start.
Yeah.
But once that rust fell off on God Squad, once the oil was applied and the machine was up and running, it didn't stop.
Yeah, the wheels started turning, and it was no looking back for this roster. I mean, right now, JP and Vitter, they are looking absolutely in championship form, and that's exactly what you want to see at the very first ever split gate LAN. I know that right now there's a whole lot of people that are in the Puck Discord and all that stuff. They're really hyped up watching this back at home. They're saying, oh man, I wish I could have been there. So many players, we saw it in the chat. They're all saying, man, this is so awesome. I wish I would have went. Well, guess what? Show up next time. Don't miss those opportunities. You never know when they're going to be around.
And I don't think people really understood that, it didn't take much to get through these group stages. Any one professional tier player could have made a big difference for any one of these squads.
Yeah.
And not to mention, you get to teach some new guys a little bit of the fundamentals. I mean, if I was allowed, I would have been here, and I would have been playing just for the fun of it.
Oh, yeah, but you're not allowed. They deemed you too good. So, you know, they got you on the desk instead. You know, if you can't play, you might as well go ahead and analyze it, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it. And just looking at these overall performances on the MSI highlights, I mean, you can just see if anybody was eating all these power weapons, it's Vitter. Even when I knew him, it was like 2 years ago when he was starting to compete, he always liked to eat up the weapons. He was one of the first players that was kind of like one of those clock warriors where, is that weapon coming up? I'm going to go get it.
So what is the difference in the play styles overall, in your opinion, between JP and Vitter?
Well, there's actually, I think they're more similar than dissimilar. There's a lot of ways that you can play this game. And in my opinion, of what I've seen of Vitter, he's definitely like trying to be smart, tactical, not overexert himself.
Yeah.
So that's kind of JP's bread and butter on his own team, Portal Demons, when they're out there in the Pro Series. Now, what we haven't really seen yet is like hyper fraggers, and I believe when we see Bork Jr., we're going to see players like Zach Smacks kind of giving you the, you know what, I can just straight win it. Let me show you what committing looks like.
Yeah, and I believe that is going to be the next match that we are going to be getting into eventually, and that is going to be the winners finals. But shout out to the God Squad in moving on, advancing to the lower semifinals now. And I mean, honestly, the sky's the limit. They've only got to win, what, like 2 more series, and they find themselves back in grand finals.
Yeah, and I think that match kind of up in the air, and it looks like we got an interview getting ready back there. So we passing it off to him?
Hey, hi. Oh, hey, that was a toss. I thought that was a question. Are we tossing it off to him? Yes, you are. Hey, I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, the top fragger, the 2-letter name haver. It's JP from God Squad. How do you feel after that game?
I feel good. I mean, team played really well. I mean, it's awesome being here, and hopefully we keep going.
That's a very positive perspective to have. Obviously, you guys were super dominant. You guys knew you were going to be pretty dominant coming in, especially against a team that said they really have like a combined 5 hours in the game. But it was a tough start. What happened there at the beginning? Were you guys just not warmed up? Were they better than you thought they were going to be? You started pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, they were a really good team. I mean, they played really well. I mean, they definitely caught us a little off guard. Definitely wasn't probably as warmed up as we thought we were. So yeah, just a few different things. So we picked it up towards the end.
So I do want to point out that a lot of those people on those teams were teenagers, and one of their moms is here. So does it make you feel good that you beat a child and also that his mom was watching?
I'm not really sure how to respond to this one.
You could say good.
Yeah, it feels good being kid.
You monster!
I mean, these kids are half my age, so they should be able to beat me.
Okay. Well, yeah, they should be. The closer you are to 12, the better you should be at video games. We all know that. It's becoming very real that you're probably going to see you in the grand finals. Are you worried going up against are you worried going against the top-seeded team?
Yeah, I mean, Zach, Finney, and Steve, they're all really good players. I mean, I play them all the time, so I mean, it should be a fun match if anything.
I mean, a fun match that has thousands of dollars attached to it. Does that weigh on your shoulders at all?
I mean, I'm just here for fun. I mean, I got called in last minute to come sub in for this team, so I mean, I'm just here for the experience, the fun. So if I win money, it just adds to it.
Is that just you do that in everything in life? If you play the lottery, if you win, you shrug your shoulders, everything's totally fine. Does money means nothing to you?
I mean, money's good, but I mean, it's just a fun experience if anything. So.
All right, I'm sure this man has some sort of Karl Marx rally to go hang out at. Thank you so much, JP. I appreciate it. I mean, who knows? He's going to be playing more and more today. Hopefully, we're going to see him against Bork Jr. in the finals. But we have to go to a quick break because we have more games to play. We have more stuff to see. We have more Splitgate to play and more money to win right after this break. So do not go anywhere. You beat a teenager. Come on, man. Be right.
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Almost Pro, which is leaning now on the Pro section. 10K Open at PAX Arena.
It's been an absolute treat so far. I mean, Bitey, I'm Rome DMV. This is going to be an absolutely incredible show that we've got right here yet again. The first series, it was a 3-0. You predicted it correctly, but guess what? Now we're going to be seeing the winners finals. So right here, one of these two teams is going to be punching their ticket to the grand finals. And that's, I mean, top two guaranteed. It's a lot of money already.
Yeah, and they're going to be playing it on our partner here, MSI, who has provided all of this equipment for us. I mean, we've even got their little dragons up here, and he's hanging out with the Borker.
Yeah.
Usually you see him up there on the stage, but he had to get in real close because, I mean, they've provided some really good equipment for all of us here to compete on. I even got to try it out earlier when I was playing around on the PCs. Some of these are laptops back there. They got full towers, and they handle business.
Yeah, and literally everything that you are going to be seeing these players playing on, from the monitors to the mice to the keyboards to even the mouse pads as well, it's all MSI. Even the headsets up there, all MSI. So big shout out to them, the official hardware provider for PAX Arena. Whew. But right now, let's talk about it, man. Bork Jr. going up against the Washed Goons. Give it to me. How you feeling about this match?
Bork Jr., they kind of adopted my pro team's moniker, you know, Big Bork, just no Junior, and they tacked it on right there. And they've been a team. They all came together on Thursday, and they've flown in from all over the place. And I think some of them drove from New York, and they've been living in an Airbnb, just bonding over the weekend, having a great time. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much, to me, the professional opinion, they're going to make it. Look at that shiny guy right there. Hey, give us a wave. Hell yeah. But yeah, Bork is just like, they're going to have the experience to show, you know, what a pro team can look like.
Well, I will say this. Coming into this matchup, Bork Jr., I mean, this is the winners finals, so Wash Goons, they are going to be here for a reason. So my question to you is, you know, you talked about this squad and Bork Jr., you know, being at the Airbnb together, you know, they've getting that clear out of the game chemistry together as well over these past few days. Do you feel like with the history of Bork Jr. as a whole, do you feel like they've got something a little bit more to represent here to come out with the dub?
Well, they're really showcasing like kind of the essence of what high-tier Splitgate looks like. Each one of them, I mean, I've seen Finian, I've seen Zach. I don't see the other guy in there. It's Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I mean, they've been competing for, honestly, years. Probably since I've been playing. I've seen these names hovering around, and I guess I've had the chance to see these guys grow up and become accomplished in their own right. And, I mean, you know, they're on the cusp of winning the very first Splitgate land.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we can see from this double elimination bracket, we're about to witness Bork Jr. going up against the Washed Goons in that winners final. So down low in the lowers, we just saw God Squad 3-0 Weebs. And guess what? Don't look at me. They just finished their match against Just Maybe, and they came out with the 3-0 dub as well.
No way.
So straight 30s so far throughout this day. Is that trend going to continue?
Well, yeah, it's going to continue. I mean, the higher quality opponent will usually always come out on the top, and just a little bit, I'm talking tiny, little margins, makes a huge difference. But I have spoken to a few of these teams out there. They've been asking me, what's your general tips? What would you suggest to us to just kind of get it out there? And a lot of it just comes down to the fundamentals of portaling and eating power weapons.
Precisely, and I mean, that's going to be exactly what Bork Jr. are going to be looking to do. You talked about fraggers and, you know, looking at these rosters. Go ahead and point them out for me.
I mean, we got to watch Zach. The entire game, I've kind of told him, I'm like, Zach, he's on the sticks, and he is the fastest sticks player I've ever seen.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and look at the map selection for this first one, which is going to be King of the Hill. Foregone, get it out of here. Olympus, see you later. We're heading on to Impact, and that's Bork Jr.'s pick.
The Fallen Spaceship, it draws a lot of inspirations from some other titles out there. You might notice those nice purples. And honestly, it's one of the newer maps that has finally gotten wide acceptance in the Pro Series so far. But here we go, going to see this match starting off. Let's see what Zach can end up showing out here.
As you can see already, going to be trying to line up these portals and try to make a play quickly. Heading over, just trying to get these vantage points right now. I want to see what the Wash Goons are going to be able to do. I mean, we were able to see, the Weebs fight back against the God Squad early on, so I want to see if the Wash Goons are going to have that same fortune.
Well, I'm just not too sure about this situation here. I feel like Bork Jr. looks really hungry. This is super disciplined. We already have a 16-0. And I mean, look at this kill feed. They're just wiping the floor with them right now.
Yeah, right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Nobody has dropped for this roster as of right now. And the one thing that we did notice over the last couple days with this Bork Jr. roster is that typically in the King of the Hills, you'll see Snake Queen. She'll be sitting on that hill, racking up all that good objective time. Well, guess what? Steve, Finian, Zach, they're going to just be going wild everywhere else. And that's been a recipe for absolute success. Is that's going to be Finian getting the triple. Good golly almighty.
Man, this is, I think this one's going to be even worse than the last one. I mean, these guys are hungry to win. I mean, you heard JP up there. He was just kind of, I'm here for the fun. These guys are here for the win. And I'm looking at the way that they're playing, the way that they're trying to position. I mean, they're just wanting to lock this down, get it out of here, and show them that this is their tournament.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, they're a fifth of the way to victory right now. Have to get to that 250-point mark. And right now, Zach going to be starting off 8-1. I'm going to make that 9-1. I don't know if he's going to be able to beat JP, though. I think that JP score line, that's probably going to be the best one that we see this weekend. I don't know.
The lingo that we have in the Pro Series is Zach is a man of words, and he always calls it, I'm going to drop a Zach bomb. And he used to say that he's going to hit 70. I mean, is he on pace for it? I don't know, but man, are they working this map.
Yeah, they are putting in absolute work. As you stated, I mean, only 20 points right now, heading over toward the side of the Wash Goons. And, I mean, if you're this squad in the Wash Goons, what's the big thing that you want to see out of them right now? What's going wrong for this Wash Goons roster?
Well, it's a game of positions, all right? Like, at this level of play, like, in order to contest with somebody who knows so much more about the game, it's all about, like, how are you approaching objectives? How are you getting into positions? And are you using portals to try to at least make them think about things? I mean, look at this. This shotgun, Zach was already there. He had the SMG, which is the small power weapon that I was talking about earlier that just dominates in close ranges, and he used it just to get the shotgun.
Yeah, there's so many power weapons, as we said. And, I mean, what are going to be the big ones? We've already seen the shotgun come out, be extremely effective. What on this map are you going to be looking for these players to control?
Well, it's shotgun and plasma for this. So as I say it, they're going to go get it every 2 minutes. These things recycle up and down depending on when you grabbed them last. But they're already dug in. Steve, you're already at the next hill. And where's the enemy team? Who knows? They're trying to figure out the map as they play it. But the Bork Jr., I mean, they're just locking it down.
Yeah, and I mean, this one right now is looking like a meat grinder. Bork Jr., you talk about championship form. Listen, I mean, you said it. Your top two teams coming into today that you saw going to that grand finals were going to be God Squad and this team in Bork Jr. So seeing them putting on a show like this right here, right now, you got Zach currently 22-2, make it 23. Wow. Line them up, get the triple kill as Zach is maxing out on the competition.
I mean, I told him, I said, you got to put on the show and show him what you can do because, I mean, he is so talented. He's not in the Pro Series right now for whatever reasons it is, but his ability to play, read the game, I mean, he's definitely one of the top players in the league if he ever gets that shot. But, I mean, look at all of this. Just, he's pushing the spawns. He's already looking for the next one. Oh, my God. Zach, don't do it to him. I mean, I want to see you do it to him, but just not like this.
Yeah, the portal play is absolutely clean as he's going to be dropping down to just 19 health, dipping out with his life. But guess what? The portal usage is just coming out so clean from this Bork Jr. roster. They're able to play their lives so well. The fact that we can count their deaths so quickly, only 14 total going on the side of Bork Jr., that is just unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's just that discipline, the team discipline. This is kind of the opposite of the way JP plays right here, at least in my professional opinion. Zach's going to push you. He's going to kill you. He's going to try to light you up and take the fight when he can. And he is just showing what it looks like when you master an input in this way. His speeds are just incredible.
Precisely right now. It's going to be Finian coming in hot, is able to pick up the kill, does eventually get traded out. Either way, I mean, both of these rosters right now are just going to be trying their hardest to keep this one close. But guess what, Bork Jr., they are putting the nail in the coffin of this game number 1. It's a 170-point lead. It's just growing as I'm talking. Bork Jr. are looking so clean, only needing 40 more points to secure this first game 1 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even think we've spoken about the score since we started on this game until you said that. But you just look down there and you just say, yeah, I mean, the experience difference can literally lead to this kind of scoreline, especially when the Borkers are hungry, man.
Yeah.
They are pushing this. I mean, God Squad put on a show. These guys are just like, we're going to show you how to win.
Yeah, they're not messing around whatsoever. They're not underestimating anybody. They're not going to give any momentum over to this Wash Goons roster as they are inching closer and closer to that first victory. And I will say this, is that right now Deadlie for the side of Wash Goons is going to be the only one currently with a positive KDA, so definitely going to need to step it up in the slaying department if they want to come back into this series, because, I mean, this game right here is most likely all said and done.
Yeah, and shout out to Deadline. He actually is another one of those players who kind of reached out to me on how do I get a little bit further in the tournament. And even if this looks like it could be the end of the road, they put in that extra time to just show that they're here in the winners finals, and they did a great job over this weekend. And now that you're up against the best, you're just going to have to see, like, okay, well, if you had the time to just keep grinding, this is where you could have been.
Precisely, and that's the thing that we have to look at, is that this Wash Goons roster, at the end of the day, they've already secured top 3. So even though, you know, some people might call this a slaughter if they're looking at it, I mean, I don't really know how many other ways to describe it other than that, because Bork Jr. just so crispy right now out on the map. Another double kill coming in for Steve. And that's gonna be a solid win coming in for Bork. I don't know what to say, man.
I mean, it's clean. They want it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a little speechless because it's like, you know, what do you break down? The experience difference, the skills difference? I mean, it's so many different facets of Splitgate are on display here, between positioning, between portaling, weapon control. You know, these are players who are like trying to prove themselves to the pro scene, to the community who's invested in our actual competitive community. I mean, I know all of them,
yeah,
and they've been in and out of so many tournaments, so it's just hype yourself up.
Oh yeah, I mean, got to be feeling good about that performance for sure. I mean, it was really all Bork Jr. from the start of this one. I mean, I would sit here and say that, you know, the Wash Goons might have been able to get some momentum at some point, but really, it was just Bork Jr. They never let go of that momentum that they carried over. They controlled the power weapons. They were able to utilize them, getting great value every single time. And, man, I don't know.
Not only did they not let go, they didn't want to. They didn't want to give them anything.
Yeah.
They just want the map. They want it to be done, and they want to show off. They want to show off, like, what's going on out there. And, I mean, to be honest, I would just say to Wash Goons is like, what they're showing really to me is, yeah, we're probably not going to be first, but we're the best of the rest. I mean, this is winners finals, and you can't ask for more when the sudden increase of the quality of the teams you're playing.
Oh, yeah.
Just, well, there's the mountain right there, and I don't got my climbing gear.
Yeah, and I mean, as you stated, I mean, fighting for that third place spot isn't exactly the worst thing in the world. I mean, you got God Squad and Bork Jr. both going to be having at least one pro player on their team coming into this. So, I mean, they're definitely going to be feeling confident. And as you stated, getting third place in this tournament right here, when you don't have that much Splitgate experience, let me just tell you, I mean, that's a win.
Yeah, it is a win, and that's the way that I would take it, especially if it's your first LAN. I mean, This is the first Splitgate LAN, and you showed up, and here we are. I mean, here comes that next set of maps. Let's see when
Domination.
we zoom in right there.
Exactly, as it is going to be High Wind. That's going to be the first map banned, it appears, and then we're going to be getting Foregone out of here yet again.
Pros hate it.
I mean, yeah, it's been banned every time so far, and that means we're going to be heading to Stadium, and that is a staple, ladies and gentlemen, in Splitgate.
Let me tell you something. Zach really likes Stadium.
Well,
he's a demon.
That is not good news for the Wash Goons.
And, oh, right, this is Domination Stadium. I hope you're ready for the accelerator drive because this Dom is fast. And when you got fast players on it, they're going to be hill hopping quick. You're probably going to see some really brutal spawn frags. I'm just calling it like I'm going to see it.
So what's the best way to play this map? What are you going to be looking for Bork Jr. to do right here? I know you have high expectations.
They're going to get the bat. Zach might get the bat. It depends on your spawn positions, but we're going to see it. Somebody's going to get sent for it right there. What? He's going for
Steve.
both?
I mean, Steve able to get the bat in hand. Oh, he was ready to portal and whip out that bat and really make some waves happen. Because right now, just going to go ahead and use the carbine. No need. And, ooh, a little bit of tactical crouching going to be coming out of Steve. You know, we'll call it what it is. You know, they got a whole stat in the game for it. It's called a teabag. It is what it is, man. They're out here having fun with it. I mean, the fact the game literally tracks your entire teabag count for your entire career.
Hey, there's a game mode for it, particular.
Yeah.
So it's in there.
Teabag confirmed. You know, it's a mode. So, that, you know, they feed into it. So I love seeing it out here. I mean, that's the first time I've seen it happen so far this weekend. Lining it up with the railgun, though, is going to get taken out as Steve coming in with the big freaking bat. Still got 3 swings on it to boot. Just going to be trying to lock this one down as he's going to be able to get Deadline right there out the way. And this is going to be a triple cap as they are already up to a 100-point lead.
Look, Saw Stadium is either you love it or you hate it. It is fast, it's brutal, it's unforgiving. When you lose control of it, it's so powerful for the defenders. If you have control of the map, I mean, look at these blue kills.
It's all power weapons.
It's like a receipt that just keeps printing out, and you know the deaths.
Everyone on the side of Wash Goons right now is a negative KDA, and not just that, they have not gotten any of these points in quite some time. As right now, Bork Jr. already up to a 200-point victory. This right here, this is what it looks like when a team is saying, you know what, we know we're better than you, and we're not even going to let you sniff a taste of success.
It's the whole system of Stadium is when you're out of control, the spawns are predictable. You stand in the top bases, they might spawn in what they call heaven right there, which is the top of the rail hallway, and it's just, you can just see it like they literally cannot get onto the map.
Right now.
And it's because they don't understand the portal links just yet. So it lets a team like this, you know, if you're watching, you should probably ban Stadium if you don't have the mechanics down because 307 to 10 points.
This is absolute obliteration. If you want to talk about getting eviscerated on a map, the Wash Goons are giving you a one-on-one on how to get it done because right now Bork Jr. are absolutely tearing them apart. Over a 300-point lead right now. Are they going to even capture a point the rest of this game? Right now, it's on pace to finish 750 to like 22. 750 to 22. I mean, I don't know.
Look, let me tell you something, bro. All right, where we're sitting right now is this is Zach's playground, okay? We could just have a Zach camp. I think he's got 4 deaths. I don't know how he got 4 deaths, but this man is going to be everywhere and anywhere, just fry cooking right here. And look, they finally got beat on. That's a start. We're about to double that initial score. All of them are turned off.
12 deaths versus 39 deaths. That's the difference in this game. I just did some really quick caster math for you all. Bork Jr., only 12. Wash Goons, 39 deaths at the time when I said it. So, I mean, listen, right now it is all Bork Jr., and they've got complete control of the map. You see they're closing all these portals, making perfect plays, trying to line it up. Not going to be able to. Zach did whip on that one, but a beautiful portal play. Going to be whipping out the bat, pull out the carbine, get the killing spree. Oh, my goodness. Right now, Zach is terrorizing out here.
It's so much carnage on the field. He's just bringing the bat over there because he can. I think he's got another swing. He feels it. He's hunting for it. He wants more smacks. Zach smacks his
oh my God.
Puts another one right to bed. Zach. Oh my God. He's actually a terror on this map. Even when I play against him in Pro Series.
He is a menace right now to society. Somebody stop him. Somebody call 911 because Wash Goons are going to need a revive because Bork Jr. right now, followed by, I mean, really on the back of Zach is maxed, are just demoralizing this roster in Wash Goons.
When you're here and you're competing like this, there comes a point where you got to check the mentals.
This is winners finals. This is winners
finals. You got to check the mentals, man. We're in trouble here, dude. We're 26 points, man. We can't even get on the map. We got B-Dom. We're trying to triple our score from the start here. Let's go, Goons, baby.
Okay, what is your mentality? Because I think we can chalk this map up as I don't believe there's going to be any way that they can come back. I don't think there's a way to cast or curse this one.
Nope.
With this Washgoons roster, what is going to be your mindset heading into this map 3, the one that could potentially send you home?
Well, TDM. All right, here's the instant coach replay of what you need to do to try to get 35
Back in the series,
kills.
yeah.
35 kills. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I want to see 30 at least on this next one. But you got to hang out together. You know that they're going to go fast.
Yeah.
So throw some molasses on them, slow them down, group up, and punish them for trying to play so aggressive and just using all this experience stuff. But then they're going to have power weapons, and I mean.
And that's it. That is it. Talk about a scoreline that is absolutely impeccable. Impressive to say the least. The tournament favorite in Bork Jr. are making a statement here today on Championship Sunday.
This team is so hungry to win.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think God Squad's going to do it. I'm already going to predict that I think Bork Jr. might clean it. They're not giving him a single inch. Not even letting it be for show. It's just, I want to win.
Yeah, I mean, trying to finish it off as quick as can be. Now, I got to ask you, Coach Bitey, the coach. By the way, follow him on Twitter, at Coach Bitey, myself, at RoamDMV. And right here, right now, with these two rosters, when we're going into this TDM situation, we got Lava Well, Impact, Oasis, and Pantheon. So if you're the side of Washgoons, what map are you banning?
What am I banning?
And what are you picking? Because you also get to pick this map.
I just roll some dice at this point. I mean, it's that hard right here. Like, in no reality, like if Dr. Strange was out here, he'd be looking with the time stone.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, I got to go through another 15 million, man.
Oh, man.
It's that tough because, sometimes when you're in these, like, open cups like this, the almost pro PAX Arena 10K, you think if you're a pro and you're showing up, you're here to have fun. You're not gonna fry indefinitely. Like when you saw God Squad out there in JP, he looked like he's about to kick back.
Yeah.
He's just happy to be here, man. Yeah. These aren't happy to be here. They're happy to win.
Yeah, they're definitely going for the victory.
They're going to rip these teams apart with just their sheer will.
And that's why a potential final between the God Squad and the Bork Jr. is definitely something that is pretty much going to be the main storyline heading throughout the rest of this day. As I mean, right now, Lava Well, get it out of there. Impact, see you later. Oasis is going to be the choice. It's a map that I'm pretty sure that, if the Washgoons are going to be comfortable on a map out of those three, I would guess that it's going to be this one.
Oh, I guess we're going to Lava Well
yeah,
here.
we're going to Lava Well instead. So, our apologies.
Yeah, and here we go with the instant break. Oh, God, they're walking. They're walking. Zach's going to pick them apart again. It's going to happen again. The team, they surrounded them. We can't be caught walking. This is so dangerous.
Now, I've heard you use the term walkers before, so go ahead and break down what a walker is in Splitgate.
The second you spawn, you always got to try to portal somewhere. There's a blue surface somewhere. If there's a spawn, there's a blue surface nearby. Might be on your feet, might be at your back. It's somewhere, and it's nearby. But if you walk out of that spawn right there, it's just like, it's how you get blasted in the back. And any portal surfaces or how they see these angles. What in the world is this? This is illegal if this was in the SPS. Nobody's down here, Snake Queen.
Oh, man. I mean, this is the thing right now is that this roster in Bork Jr.
The score's actually even here.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to touch on is that, I mean, they're letting this one get kind of close, but Snake Queen going to have the rockets in her back pocket. She is going to be looking to terrorize now with it. Has the AR, and I mean, that combination is so lethal. Oh man, Zach's got the bat. He's on a killing spree. Might have to stay on him for a while. Currently 7-1. Got the sniper with a bat. I mean, when it comes to content, I don't think there's a better loadout than this one, as he's going to say, let me go ahead and get behind him real quick. Perfect portal usage. And he's going to be trying to line him up with a hip fire on the snipe, but you know what? He's going to be good to go. And I mean, right now, this Bork Jr. roster, they are putting on a clinic.
I mean, it was even.
It was.
And now it's not.
It was 5-5.
And I don't think.
They went on a 12-1 run.
I don't know, man. This is looking rough. I mean, they're ruthless.
Yeah.
These are attack dogs. Are they junior? Or are they just Bork? Because this is looking so ruthless.
Now go ahead and tell me about the origination of the Bork Jr. name.
The Bork Jr. name. Okay, so technically I'm the captain of the true traditional Bork. And it's been a name in the scene since 2019. I mean, whenever I join something, I call it Bork. It's just the way that I like to start it out. And these guys were coming in, you know, I've known them for so long. They were originally called bite-sized Borkers. And I'm like, look, if you want to be really cool, just call yourself Junior, because that's where everybody starts. They start somewhere out there, so give them the little Junior title. Always got more dogs coming up.
Oh, yeah, big time right now. Sniper is going to be in the hand of Steve. Going to be trying to line up these portals right here, right now. Is able to line up the shot as well. Via perfect usage. And, I mean, now Zach, I mean, he's at the batting range right now. As he is swinging on any and everyone as he keeps on picking up this bat anytime that it's up. Perfect position, perfect ownership of these power weapons coming out. As the bat is finally going to be dropped, though.
You know, I've seen Getsuga here actually manage to kill Zach a few times over this entire series. He might just have a little bit of that number, but
this game's
feel
going
like
quick.
That's a few of the people who are actually stopping Zach's madness at this point.
This game is going very quick. I must say, 33 kills already. When all you got to do is get up to 50. Right here, Bork Jr., they are looking to find themselves in the grand finals. All they've got to do is get 14 more kills before the side of Wash Goons gets 36. And I must say, the way this series has been going, Bork Jr. are looking pretty good to do that right here.
Yeah, they're already probably thinking, well, actually, no. They're wanting to win. These guys don't even look forward. They're just trying to dominate the match as fast as possible.
Look, the perfect portal usage. Just keep on getting these vantage points. Keep on changing it up. Get behind enemy lines, and boom, shakalaka, make some plays. As right now, Steve going to be coming behind, currently 15-2, the least amount of deaths on the map for this roster. Still on the side of Wash Goons, all the players with a negative KDA, with only 10 kills remaining for Bork Jr. Let's see who's going to be able to make some highlights happen.
Yeah, it's kind of just who's padding the resume right here to me. That's the way that I see this right now, is what are they trying to do? What are they showing off? And I mean, they're just slaughtering them, man. I wanted to see the Wash maybe get 35, but at the rate we're going, I think we might get 25.
Might. You didn't sound too confident saying that either. Hey, listen, be hopeful. You know, that's the great thing about this.
Be positive.
Be positive, exactly. But realistically, I don't think they're going to get to 25. Only 3 kills remaining for Bork Jr. to be able to close this one out. Might be ending at a scoreline of 50-20, but no, there is going to be another kill coming over for Wash Goons. So just trying to. Oh, there you go.
That's him.
There you go.
That man clutches. Gets a couple.
Yeah, clutching up for sure. I mean, so listen, this is going to be the end of the run for Deadlie, Spint, Stuga, and Moo, as they are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket finals, as they will be awaiting the winner of God Squad and Don't Look At Me in the lower semifinals.
And I just, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more of the same down there. But look, you can't be disappointed with where you ended up, It's all about, realizing the competition that you're playing against suddenly just spiked to a level that you probably wouldn't see for months if you were even just playing in the ranked modes. You wouldn't see these kind of talented players lurking around there quickly.
Oh, for sure. And, I mean, that's the thing is right now, this was the winners finals. And I must say, Bork Jr., they are looking so solid. And, I mean, as you stated, the God Squad are most likely going to be making their way through their next 2 matches and find their way back in that grand final against the team that ended up sending them to the lower side of the bracket, which is Bork Jr. So it's probably going to be a rematch in the grand finals. So my question to you is, how much of a shot are you giving the God Squad to take out this Bork Jr. team if they're able to make it back to that grand final?
Oh, man, that's steep. That's steep. They look so ready.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about Zachalog and Finian, but Steve and Snake are both doing their jobs so well. They're not breaking rank. They're not overextending. Nobody's trying to be the hero. They're all playing their role so well, and they've been literally hanging around each other all PAX long, just probably planning to just want to win this.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's a hungrier squad in here.
Yeah, I mean, you're really able to, lock down what roles you want and, who's going to be that person playing the hill, who's going to be getting those rotations, who's just going to be fragging out. And, I mean, you can see flexing the muscles, definitely going to be feeling good is this roster in Bork Jr. I mean, right here, right now, I mean, Stadium was absolutely a slaughterhouse, to say the least. Like, this one, straight up massacre.
Yeah. Teams ban this. Let me let you into something. Portal Demon, JP, he hates this map.
Wow.
It's probably going to be banned.
Ooh, I was about to say, so when they do face each other.
JP will ban Stadium. He banned it against the amateur team.
Spicy. Okay, well, I mean, if you ban it against the AM team, you're most definitely going to ban it against
I'm
the
going to
one.
predict bans. I'm going to go further. I think they'll ban High Wind maybe from God Squad. Maybe.
Wow. We're getting ban predictions for the grand finals.
I don't even remember what the map pool is.
When we still got 3 more matches to get there. Oh, man. Oh, as you guys can see in these MSI highlights, it was an absolute masterclass being put on by the side of Bork Jr. The power weapons, everything, the positioning, the teamwork, the communication, it was all there. So let's go ahead and send it over to Alex with our player interview with our players that are going to be in the grand finals.
I'm here with Zach and Steve from Bork Jr. They just dominated, and I'm reeling. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great, but I'm going in confident. We're hyped right now, man. Like, this game, this is what I do. I came here to win. I'm going to do that.
There you go. I didn't even have to ask any question. He gave me the play-by-play of what's going on in his head. We saw you dancing before. You've removed the sleeves today. Was that a tactical choice?
Yes, it's intimidating.
Okay, yeah, trust me, it really is. I'm just gonna take a quick step away. Yeah, I mean, did you have to go to weapons check for those, or what was the deal getting those through the metal detector?
We don't talk about it, okay?
Okay, I won't talk. Listen, if you don't want to talk about your triceps, we don't have to. Tom, what's it like playing with such a dynamic teammate?
It's really fun, man. We've been playing for a while, go way back. It's just awesome.
I realize I've called you Tom. You've had 2 different names this tournament. What happened?
We were on Anon mode for the first time.
Now, mask off. You're now showing your true colors here, and you showed it on the battlefield. Obviously, you guys are going to go to the grand finals. Are you worried about God Squad at all? And I'm going to get 2 different answers, so I'm going to ask this twice.
Oh, I am, totally.
Oh, no, he's worried. Okay, never mind. Put the sleeves back on. He's not ready for them. What about you?
I think it's definitely going to be a fun match. JP is also a pro, so we're going to see a really close game and a competitive game.
If it comes down to it, Zach, are you willing to at least roll up the sleeves for the grand finals if we need to? Oh, my God! Whoa! Put those away! There's kids here, man. Anything you want to say to God Squad to strike fear in their heart?
I have him on my team. He's scary.
All right, I'm already shaking in my boots. One more round of applause for Bork Jr. We're going to see him in the finals. Thank you guys so much. You can go do dips behind the stage or whatever you do. We have way more action coming up in just a second, but before we get to it, let's give some thanks to the people who make all the action possible, and that is MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, come on over here. Not over, actually, no, come on over here. No, it's fine. You can stay there. You can play on the computer. I want to thank MSI for making everything possible. They're the official. No. Keep playing. This is B-roll. They're the official hardware sponsor here at the PAX Arena. They're the reason everything is going so smoothly. The gameplay is staying just as snappy as the computers. Monitors super crisp. We have one of our stagehands here. You love MSI, right?
MSI is great.
They actually they're the reason you woke up today, correct?
Sorry?
They're the reason you woke up today. They're the reason you got out of bed. You were telling me you were going through a really hard time. MSI saved you.
I don't even need coffee. I just have MSI. They wake me up. I get there. I get my 144 hertz. Awesome LED RGB. It's wonderful.
There you go. See, that's my plan. I get someone else to do my job. He said all the talking points. Check them out. Follow them on Twitter. Check out their website. They have a bunch of amazing products. And again, they are the official hardware sponsor of the PAX Arena for good reason. I love them. You should love them. But I love video games as well. So let's go ahead, get to some more competitive gaming in just a second. Going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we have more Almost Pro 10K Open in just a second. Do not go anywhere. I can see you. Don't move.
How can I help? I need more eggs.
Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Almost Pro, which is becoming pretty pro, PAX Arena 10K tournament. That last game, how you feeling, Rome?
I mean, listen, how else can I feel? I mean, it was a hot 3-0. I mean, it went extremely quick. Bork Jr. are a problem on the map. I don't know. I mean, how else can I feel other than Bork Jr. are clearly the favorites?
I mean, they're looking like they're about to win it out right there.
Yeah.
But we still got a few more matches left here.
Yeah, and you know, that's the thing is when you have a long day, when you're playing a lot of matches, sometimes you can start to get a little bit of a headache. And you know what can help great with those headaches is some Excedrin Extra Strength. They have been helping out gamers for so long. It's absolutely incredible product. Definitely give it a try if you definitely have some, some headache issues, anything like that.
I just feel the relief just holding it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got powers, man. It's got powers. Shout out to Excedrin. And this match that we are about to witness, that we are about to get into right here. Oh, man. I mean, it's the lower semifinal. It's going to be the God Squad going up against Don't Look at Me. And you already predicted that it's going to be a God Squad versus Bork Jr. finals. The winner of God Squad versus Don't Look at Me is going to be going up against the Washed Goons roster that we just saw get 3-0'd by Bork Jr. So far, it has been a day of 30s. There has been no map 4 yet.
Yeah, and if the pattern holds, we're probably not going to see it till the finals if anybody's going to drop a game even. Tournaments work like this, man. I always feel like it's like, yeah, they're always blowing out. It's like that little bit of difference. That lets you win them all, unless you're dead even. But I want to talk about Don't Look at Me, because I talked to those guys too. I've talked to a lot of the teams here. I don't know if you've sensed that theme.
Yeah.
I spoke to a lot of people, and they didn't even really know what they were doing when they got here. They just kind of like, I don't know, man, we just signed up. We play MMOs.
Yeah, and then today they were like, wait, we get money? They're like, we actually made something? It's like, yeah, you got top 4 already. You're definitely going to be walking away with some nice surprise pool.
And I mean, look at their little history here. 3-0, 3-0. And, it's probably not going to be a 3-0 for them this time. But, I mean, that's a performance right there.
Yeah.
They don't play shooters, but it looks like that's a lie.
And, I mean, they're just happy to be here right here on the main stage yet again. This might be their final run, though, as the God Squad were looking so clean when we saw them 2 series ago. And now we're going to be taking a look at the maps that are going to be banned. Foregone. It's a foregone conclusion at this point. We're probably not going to see that all day long. Then we got Olympus. Got that one out of here. And then we're going to be heading to Abyss, which was picked by the God Squad. So since this was the God Squad's pick, what's your prediction for this map 1?
So I almost feel like, knowing JP, he's a nice guy. He knows that all these teams have played on Abyss all weekend long. And I think he just maybe even asked them, what would you guys like to play?
Wow.
And he would maybe just give it to them. That's the kind of guy JP can be. And I wouldn't put it past him. Abyss, it's a great map. Everybody knows it in the league for being in the Pro Series. And it's just a staple of how to play. What I'm curious about is, Don't Look at Me. Are you going to give them a little bit of a run? Is this going to be a blowout, or is this going to be a game that looks a little competitive? Because, when we were watching them earlier in the week, there were players like Dota, D-Trolley, Nincenzo. I even remember speaking about it the last time, and they would put out plays. They looked pretty good. They had the fundamentals of shooter play down, but now it's going to be put to the test against such a powerful team, such as God Squad, and it looks like we're about to wrap into it here. Let's go ahead and take it away, Rome.
And I mean, the last time that we did see this God Squad roster today, they took out the Weebs in 3-0 dominating fashion. Will they be able to repeat that performance here against this Don't Look at Me team that, really coming into this tournament didn't have all that high aspirations. So the fact that they got top 4 already, they're already going to be very happy about that.
And the biggest thing I want to look for is who else is getting these power weapons besides Bitter and JP, because those are going to be the things that really determine maybe you have the fundamental technical ability to win against these guys in a straight aim duel, if they even let you take it, honest. But, I mean, these power weapons, they've got to be partially controlled. We just saw 2 rail kills and a bat smack, and it's already looking pretty rough right there. God Squad getting in control of this map early.
Yeah, another quick lead for this roster. I mean, we did see the Weebs team earlier, really keep up with them early on in King of the Hill. It was 80-80 at one point, and then guess what? The God Squad just ran away with it after that. So the fact that the God Squad are coming out right here and they're not going to be overlooking their opponent this time, they're going to be really trying to make a statement right here, right now in this first set of rotations.
Yeah, and you can already see Vitter ate the immediate second SMG on the map. Those pop every 60 seconds. So every time that minute rolls around, you're looking for that timer, and you can see right here, it's basically the unpowered power weapon. It frags so hard. There's so much damage in the clip, and it spits it out so fast.
Vitter and JP are 11-1. Well, JP's now 12-1. This, I mean, we saw them. What did they go, like 26-6? They tied.
They tied
in the TDM, and now I mean they're coming into here on the King of the Hill. It seems like it's a competition between them two. Who's going to be the top fragger?
Yeah, and what we got to see from the Don't Look at Me is like somehow, some way, you got to figure out how to get these weapons out of their hands, because the fight mechanics, straight up duels, they're not doing too bad, all things considered. But that little power advantage gives you that thing you need. See that SMG coming up right there? Go ahead and go up there and get that for me.
Oh, nice portal play.
He tried, okay?
Yeah, he tried. I was going to say, yeah, it looked good. You know, the setup was there. The thought process was there. Just not the execution. But, I mean, regardless, you got to try to go for those plays.
That's all you can ask of people right now. It's like, you know, Vitter's going to swing back around. He literally hasn't missed a single one of these mini big weapons. It doesn't matter. He's just trying to eat them all.
You know what? Another thing to think about is that this Don't Look at Me roster, I mean, how much total hours of Splitgate experience did they have before this tournament?
Ooh, about 4 days since maybe Thursday. I don't even know. I think they played Friday.
So they've played more here at this tournament this weekend at PAX than they've ever played combined outside of this, correct?
And I would assume so. I mean, the stakes that they're playing Splitgate at, you know what? Yeah, I dabbled in Splitgate. I was at the Almost Pro LAN, looking like I'm about to get 4th place. But look, I'm trying to get a little something more.
I mean, the thing is I was going to point this out, is even though they're newer and all that stuff, they're still trying, at least attempting to go for these portal plays. They're starting to understand what they need to at least attempt to do to be more elite at Splitgate. And so you love seeing these teams grow slowly but surely. But right now, the only thing that's grown is this God Squad lead, as they have racked it up to 100, ladies and gentlemen. And it is the JP show this time. He said, sit back, relax, get your popcorn, enjoy the show. 25-3 coming out, absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see these power weapons. He just keeps vaporizing them. Finally doing a little bit of a slip-up. Dota, I remember speaking about him, I think on Friday, he is a little bit of a fragger. They can hit their shots when they need to.
Yeah.
But this weapon disadvantage is what's crushing it. And then the experience is just, it's a mountain that you're trying to climb out of here. And you forgot the gear. I think I said that already. And it's happening again.
Yeah, now this God Squad roster, they are over halfway to victory. Just need to hit that 250-point mark, and it is coming up quicker than I expected. I mean, I did think that Don't Look at Me were going to be able to put up more of a fight in this one, but right now, this one has been all God Squad so far, as every single player on the side of God Squad is going to have a positive KDA, and already JP has 30 kills when the most on Don't Look at Me is 15. Like, I don't know what to say. JP is on another level.
I mean, as he should be. He literally just won the major not even 2 months ago. So,
wow.
I mean, it comes into this situation where Cardinal Soldier, the CEO, you knew what you were doing bringing him in for you when you had to leave out. And, I mean, you can just see it's...
Oh. I mean...
Looking for the spawn, looking for the control, trying to find the angle. Okay, it's time to rotate. Let's go, team.
Beautiful kill coming out yet again from Vitter. Some nice damage as well. And he's not all that hurt, so he's going to come up here challenging yet again. But, I mean, they're just locking down this point. The submachine gun's about to be up in a second. They're just going to be locking down this hill completely. And the God Squad are looking like exactly that right now.
Yeah, and it's just because, you know, it's that experience difference here. We go the rail camera. JP, Vitter probably going to cover each other just in case somebody's going to eat it. I think he's just hanging out here for a little bit, and then, look at this long weapon beam.
Yeah, that railgun is going to be in the hands of JP, and out of everyone on the map, this is definitely going to be the most menacing player to give this one over to, as you're going to be getting taken out on the bat bridge very, very swiftly. Oh, but that portal did close. Oh, my goodness, trying to line up this madness. This is what I'm talking about, being able to understand exactly where you're able to put all these portals to get behind enemy lines. That is the difference between the God Squad and Don't Look at Me right now.
Yeah, you know when I said like JP was looking a little rough when he came in? That's gone.
Yeah.
40-5. I mean.
And adding on, not looking to stop. I mean, only needing 20 more points for this team to secure victory. A 1-0 start. Oh,
Dota. Little SMG steal right there. That's a little bit of momentum, but oh my God.
That's the type of portal plays that are just so good. Such quick reaction time coming out of Vitter right there. Excellent stuff as he's going to be fragtastic on a 15 to finish it off as the God Squad are going to be taking the win up 1-0.
What? it's the foregone conclusion maybe that you were saying, but man, they are so dominant right now. And to me, it's just like you got to go through these motions when you're facing opponents of these caliber. I mean, it's so difficult to just, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? He's over here. He's over there. He's going everywhere.
Yeah, and you know, I got a question because right now I'm just looking at the chat right now, the in-game chat. They're all saying GR instead of GG. Do you know if that's
That would be good round.
Ah, new one.
I took a guess there.
Oh, okay.
Could be great round. Great. GR for great.
Wasn't sure if that was an inside thing between two people or something. Who knows? But I mean, either way, it was definitely a great round coming out of this God Squad roster. They're feeling good. I mean, they're vibing up there. And this team, and Don't Look at Me, I mean, they understand what they need to do in this situation. They've just got to try to hang in there. But really, this domination, I don't think it's going to be slowing down for them.
No. And, you know, if anything, with that last match we saw with Bork Jr., I feel like God Squad's like, okay, let's actually like start preparing to go all in and see if they can take some maps. And I think this final is looking like it might just be up in the air. I don't know who would win this. It could be either.
I mean, JP and Vitter are looking very, very good right now as a duo. And, I mean, if you got a duo going up against a duo in grand finals, it's going to come down to those individual performances, in my opinion, which one of the four is going to really be slipping up. So that's what I'm going to be excited to see, if this squad and God Squad are able to make it to the grand finals, which, I mean, it's looking like that's definitely going to be the case right now.
For me, I'd say it's almost an entirely 99.8% chance unless something goes wrong horribly. But even then, it would just be a one-map drop. I wouldn't see them even think about losing more than one.
You know, it's interesting. I was about to say, maybe, player disconnects mid-map or something. Maybe that, but even if it's a 3v4, I don't know, man. This team is looking pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like they might be able to pull off a 3v4 even.
It's a high possibility. Unless JP's the one who gets his stuff unplugged.
That is true. I mean, you lose the top player on your team, it definitely could cause some trouble for you. But regardless, let's be honest, that's not going to happen. This team of four in the God Squad are absolutely on a rampage in this lower bracket. And ladies and gentlemen, they are only in the lower bracket right now because they lost to Bork Jr. on day one. That is the only reason. Otherwise, they'd be right up there with them. As we're go ahead and take a look at the map selected for domination, we're going to be heading over to Foregone. As yes, God Squad did ban away that stadium yet again.
I wonder why. Who's the man who made that call? We all know. Here we go on Foregone Destruction. It's a big, beautiful map, one of the greatest ones that they've painted out here. And it's definitely, oh my God, he's already got the shotgun uncontested.
Now, this is the first time all weekend that we have seen this map right here on broadcast. So my question to you right now is, what do you want to see these teams do on this map? How are you supposed to play it? What are the power weapons you want to get? And what's the ideal hold that you want to have on this map?
So there is a sniper rifle position. Usually when you're calling out map spots, you call what power weapons near it. So there's a sniper rifle. It sits between A and C. And if you want to control the entire field, you can kind of make that your home base and you can cover both A, C, and you can even look to be, I wouldn't be surprised if JP, maybe he's going to do a rotation like that, but there's also these insane backboard flanks where it's just tower to tower, back to back. And, I mean, it's going to be so hard for people to figure out where am I getting shot from.
I was about to say, the fact that he was almost capturing a point at the same time while getting people off another, that's just incredible angle knowledge, being able to understand exactly how to use these portals. JP currently 8-0, no deaths to his name or Vitter's. Oh, man. And Evie Stella 0-0 right now, right?
Just on the map. on the vibe. I mean, if you look outside, it's a pretty good look out there. It's pretty cool. It's well made. It's one of the most beautiful maps that they put together. But JP, Vitter, my mans, you're tearing them apart.
Already on a collection agency, and I want to see some momentum plays coming out, honestly. I want to see this God Squad roster and JP. I want to see him do it to him. I really want to see some wild ones. Because, I mean, hey, listen, when I hopped in the 8s and I was playing with some of these top players, I mean, they were doing that to me all day, making me look like a fool. So I'm ready to see that happen right here on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they can hear us. If you're going to send some momentum kills, this is the map to do it. It's pretty big. It's pretty open. And let's see some high-flying plays. I mean, look at this lead. It's just getting insurmountable. They're just getting picked apart, surrounded.
JP hasn't died. I think he's trying to break his record. He's got to be, right? He's only need 10 more kills in order to get there to 25. You think he's going to be able to hit 30?
I mean, I think it's going to be more like the timer of does the map last long enough for him to get enough done? Because right now they're just going all over the place. You have so many long sight angles on Foregone. You know, looking at this here, this is kind of a reason why it gets banned so much at the higher end of play, because it's a little harder to be in control of this on even skilled teams, but when you're new to it, it's like, man, it is tough to figure out the pacings here.
Yeah, you
but
saw
as we
JP.
say that, they're getting a little bit of time on the hill here.
Yeah, you know, they do have, you know, B and C for now, but JP is lighting them up from distance. And now it just looks like JP is going to be going directly to B. Going to be making some waves happen, able to get that beat down right there. Vitter is going to be trying to capture B for now. As right now, Vitter and JP both have not died yet. And what is going on with Evie Stella?
I believe it's probably like a little bit of a spectator bug. If you look at them, they'll probably refill in. They are fighting. Trust me, they got something going on.
I was about to say, I was like, usually you see a 0 and 0, but it's just blank. So, you know, I'm assuming that Evie Stella is definitely going to be doing her job right now on the map as well. I mean, it's a trip cap for this God Squad roster, and they are not going to be giving over an inch, let alone a mile, to this Don't Look At Me squad. They are demoralizing them yet again. Like, man, this is absolutely incredible split gate action.
To me, you know, the pro in me is like, yeah, get it to him. And then you're just like, ooh, you're doing it, I guess. Because oh, man, it's so hard, you know.
Oh, wow, still got it. Oh! Oh, my goodness. Okay.
He took a double look. He didn't even think he got it.
Wow. Yeah. Listen, shotgun plays coming out 19-0. JP is 25-0. 27-0, excuse me. So, officially, JP might be hitting one of the biggest streaks that you've ever seen pretty soon.
I don't know if it announced it there, but that one little death, it probably canceled out the absolute Madeline.
Oh, no.
Where did he get dropped?
He was 27-0. He just now dropped.
Mistakes happen.
And he dropped again, now 27-2.
Oh, it's all coming crashing down.
Yeah, I mean, right now, things are starting to go in the momentum of don't look at me. No, let me stop. I mean, the fact that they were able to kill JP back-to-back, though, I mean, that's a feat in itself, so shout out to Don't Look At Me.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you're just kind of watching that timer and you're watching the scores tick up because it's just so difficult, especially when this experience gap is just this large between the two teams. I mean, look at this. He's looking at the entire team, but he does get dropped. D-Trolley answering with some frags.
I feel like
now adapting a little bit?
I feel like once JP, you know, finally took that first death, I feel like he just, you know, started to get a little bit more reckless now, you know. Now sitting at 3 deaths, 28-3. Still going to be an incredible scoreline, but right now Vitter's going to be 24-12. Woo! So right now it's going to be Vitter dropping down, trying to make some things happen. I mean, he's trying to figure out exactly where to rotate to next. And that's the thing, is that right now JP's going to be able to secure that one. They've got the AC locked down. Now it's just going to be all about keeping B, and they're able to get that to boot. They've only got 130 points remaining to win this one. This one is all God Squad in map 2 right here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just constantly seeing the same sequence of events happen. God Squad gets all the powers. Vitter loves picking up anything the moment the clock is ready for it. JP, you know, if he's there, he's going to get it. He's also planning to assist him with every single grab. And it's just, you just see this time and time again, you know, when the experience different is this big, it's kind of just like, you just have to hang in there and maybe learn something out of it. And remember that, you know, you signed up here and you've gotten really far. But
yeah,
sometimes the journey comes to an end.
Yeah, you know, all good things do come to an end eventually, and it's looking like that's going to be the case right here for Don't Look at Me, as they're going to be going down 2-0 in this series. And I'm going to be honest, that map 3 is just straight up not looking like it's going to be going in their favor. It's going to be a TDM. It's going to be all about the kills, and if you can go 27-0 to start a map, you're going to be looking pretty good in TDM.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, how many kills do you think we're going to see from Don't Look at Me?
Well, I'll ask you this. How many kills do you think JP is going to drop next map?
Oh, my God. Okay,
TDM.
flip it around on me.
Yeah.
It's going to be who gets the weapon first. There's a few spawn locations. I'm not even sure what the map is, but there's a rollout for every single spawn.
Yeah.
And that's what determines whether you get the big weapon or you get the little weapon or you get the middle weapon. It just kind of depends on the luck of the draw and the map that you go to. So if Vitter gets the weapon first, we're going to see JP have a slower start. So I'm putting about 20, 23. If he spawns with it, though, we could see maybe a 25 to 28.
Okay. That was a very, very loose prediction. So 20 to 28. That was a very, very wide window you gave yourself there.
Well, no matter what, JP's going to pop off.
I think he's going to get 30. How about that?
30 out of 50?
30 out of 50. There you go.
Because these are KDAs.
KDA. He can get 30. I think he can do it.
No, I mean,
JP, if you hear me, I got you getting 30, JP. Get 30. He's shaking his head. No, you got to give it to me, man. Got to. Cause,
you can settle for 23, like I said. That's okay.
Don't let Bitey be right,
That's
man.
right.
Oh, he gave you the thumbs up. Unfortunate. Oh,
See, JP doesn't have a massive ego because he doesn't need it anymore. He lost it when he won the tournament last season. So, you know, it's like he's just here on the vibe, man.
Yeah, I mean, you win a major, you're definitely going to be big chilling in a situation like this. But, I mean, right now, it seems like he's doing anything but chilling once he's in the game. I mean, he is absolutely terrorizing players every single place, every single hill, every single portal that he's going to be taking. As even the sniper, he was able to line it up so smoothly, just looking over. And, I mean, overall, just demoralizing this squad so far. And Don't Look at Me, who are on the brink of elimination. 50 more kills remaining. That might be the end of them.
It's 50 deaths. One team's going to have 50 deaths.
Well, 50 more kills remaining for the God Squad to win it.
That's right. That's the way we want to put it because, you know, to me, the pro in me is like, yeah, win the tournament. And then the coach in me is like, oh, not like that to them.
Yeah.
They're so nice.
Yeah, I mean, don't look.
What is this? They're doing rock, paper, scissors over here. What are you guys settling? I would like to know at some point. They're just.
I don't know. It looks like a best of 9. Oh. Okay. We have a winner. I don't know what that meant, though.
I don't know either.
Maybe who's buying dinner? I don't know. Like, who sold more? I don't know. What are you playing rock, paper, scissors for at that point? But regardless, let's go ahead and take a look at the map selected this time. We're going to be having Impact banned for Team Deathmatch, Pantheon banned for Team Deathmatch. That means that we're going to be heading back to Oasis for the TDM, which is going to be picked by the God Squad, as we are going to be hopping right into the action right here, right now. This could be the God Squad's chance to secure top 3 in this entire tournament.
Yeah, and look at that. We're already doing pro sends for strats right here. Vitter set up to go walk through a portal. So JP jumped out top, left a portal for him, and then he put it right in there to the shotgun just to go set him up to go grab it. And that's those high-level organizational plays that, you know, it just catches so many people off guard. And look at this. He's just walking, looking for the buckshot of lead. Oh, my goodness. And now he's got both power weapons.
Now, when it comes to TDM versus Domination and King of the Hill, obviously, you know, there's not as much strategy in Team Deathmatch. So what do you want to see from this squad and the God Squad to be able to put on another masterclass of a show? What do you need to do on this map right here?
Well, for this, it's always the instant break, right? Right off the bat, you've got shotgun, you've got rail, you've got rifle, and then there's the SMG. It's a little bit to our left here, this current point of view, and we're just seeing them take it apart. Woo! But it's so power weapon dependent for the break here because, I mean, you can see each weapon has at least a good 4 to 8 kills in it, depending on how you line everything up.
Yeah, I mean, able to get great value out of that railgun yet again.
Oh.
I mean, he got the double beat down. I don't know. I mean, 17-6 right now. They've already got the 11-kill lead. Vitter and JP, neither one have died. Collection Agency coming out for Vitter right now. Going to be feeling absolutely impeccable on the map. This roster, they are not stopping in any mode, any map. It doesn't matter, it seems.
Yeah, and that's just the way that you're kind of looking at this to be broken down. I mean, Vitter right there, he double meleeed, and he still had shotgun bullets left because he's like, I got to save some ammo here for later, so I'm going to give him the double smacker.
As JP is going to be having that sniper rifle for now, decided to drop that, ran out of ammo for it. And if you run out of ammo with the sniper, I mean, you're definitely putting in work with it. As JP is currently 12, 13-0. I mean, the more I talk, the more kills he's getting.
And I mean, look at this, Vitter and JP neck and neck, assisting and helping each other on the map. They eat all the power weapons, they set each other up. I mean, they're doing so much damage throughput, and that's sometimes the thing that you're looking for. With this KDA system, you just need to do the damage, call out where they are, and then the rotations come in because these portals are so fast, and once you're in one spot of the map, you should instantly know how to click across to the other side.
Oh, yeah, precisely. You can see it right there, being able to get these incredible vantage points, just understanding exactly where you're going to be able to put these portals just like that. That's going to be...
That's a 4-for-1. I was counting out those kills, and don't look at me, just got 4 clean picks right there. I mean, it's a short-lived victory, but they did get some work done right there. But we do have the second string of power weapons. I'm not even sure who ate them yet. We got Vitter right there. He's got one, and JP's got the other. And this is probably where the cash out of the map's going to start concluding.
I mean, they only need 17 more kills in order to secure victory. And on the other side, I mean, you still need 31. So this God Squad roster, they are looking to make this one quick, light work, if you will. Vitter currently 18-3, JP's 20-3. They're putting on a show yet again. Everyone right now on the side, don't look at me, are currently negatives. That's going to be a beautiful shot coming out with the railgun.
Both
is
empty.
eventually going to get dropped.
Click. Both of his powers ran out of ability juice, so he found himself somebody else.
Yeah, and that's the quickest way to get dropped for sure, is if you have no ammo in your weapons. Because now only 7 kills are going to be remaining before this God Squad are going to be sending Don't Look at Me home. But let me be honest, I think Don't Look at Me are going to be taking this as a win overall, as an experience.
The team who showed up didn't even realize that they might win anything. Suddenly is just like coming home with 4th place. I mean, that's such a great showing. You had a good time with your friend. I mean, probably up until this match right here, I would say it would have been such a run. They 3-0'd their 2 other opponents as they came through the bracket here. And, I bet that they said that they were going to have a good time here.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, this God Squad, they were able to make the big-time plays and really get that solid win in 3-0 fashion. It has been all 3-0s this entire championship Sunday. We have yet to see a map 4, and you predicted we most likely won't until the grand finals when this team in the God Squad go up against the Juggernaut and Bork Jr.
Yeah, and that's going to be such a head-to-head match because they look like they're waking up to try to take something from the finals. It's still going to be Bork Jr. favorite. That team has literally bonded all week long, hanging out at an Airbnb, getting themselves together. But it's just, I don't know. They look like they're trying to shape up. Vitter and JP actually have like a really high amount of unspoken synergy.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, and this is another thing, is that you said that they've got kind of similar play styles, and maybe they're just out there on the map complementing each other, being able to run around as, a new potential duo. I mean, things can happen, you start to get chemistry, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, I would love to make the prediction, but it's probably going to be Bork Jr., but JP, you're going to try to do something about that, I bet.
Well, let's first slow our roll, okay, because the God Squad still have to get through the washed goons. Let's go ahead and take a look at our double elimination bracket for the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K Open, powered by MSI. As you all can see, it's going to be the washed goons going up against the God Squad up next in the lower finals to decide who is going to be able to make it back to that grand final to go up against Bork Jr. This is going to be a great final couple of series that we get to witness today.
Yeah, and I do kind of feel like maybe we are getting a little bit hasty here. Maybe the Goons are thinking about what could they do to try and take a map or two, because I feel like that's not outside of the realm of possibility. It's a long shot.
Yeah.
But you could maybe steal something potentially.
Yeah, potentially. There's always going to be that potential, but you just got to turn that potential into, into something spectacular. And right now, I got to say, the story of the game has to be preparation. I mean, proper preparation prevents... proper preparation... Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Talk about a tongue twister. 5 Ps back-to-back. And this team in the God Squad as well as Bork Jr. are looking very, very prepared. So they've got that proper preparation, and they're ready for today.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of excited to see who among those two come out on the absolute top. I mean, as the pro, I just got to call it like it is. It's going to be those two, and I almost feel like there's no chance that anybody else is going to get up there because these two have been definitely looking at each other the entire time. And I bet if you even ask JP, he's like, oh, they'll probably win, but we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm sure if there was an interview right now with JP, it would be very, the team played well,
I bullied some kids. I mean, they should win.
Oh, man. But as y'all can see in these MSI highlights, it was the JP and Vitter show right here on Foregone. And it was our first time seeing this map, and for good reason, if you got to ask me, simply because I can see why teams are banning this map if they're a newer player. Like, this map is clearly one where if you've played Splitgate for a long time, you're definitely going to have the upper hand overall.
Yeah, and it's when anytime there's a new map into the league, into the game itself, it always takes a lot of time to learn these angles, these links, how you rotate around everything. So that's why we keep seeing it getting banned away, is because some of these almost pro professionals, they really haven't been grinding the game as hard as some of the SPS tier players. So that might be why we might even see it against Bork versus God Squad.
And that could be very, very interesting. I mean, who knows? It's only so many maps you can ban, though. I mean, you already spoke about it. Stadium probably going to be getting out of there, but I mean, who knows? They might be just having something up their sleeve, something, maybe baiting them into it. Who knows? And I don't know. At the end of the day, though, I mean, you said JP can't stand it, so we'll see if this trend continues.
Yeah, if it's there, he's banning it. I'm just going to say it. He hates it. For whatever mode it is, and look at this crowd cam right here.
Shout out to the crowd, man. You guys have been absolutely killing it all weekend long. Go ahead and give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are absolutely incredible. And you are going to be able to witness an incredible show, which is going to be the lower finals right after we go to this extremely short break. We'll be back to be able to witness incredible action yet again from Splitgate. We're here. I mean, this is it. The PAX Arena Splitgate 10K Almost Pro. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
As you all know, macroeconomics is very difficult. So, macroeconomics. This marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch.
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming.
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises.
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
You know, guys, every once in a while I ask, what are we doing here at the PAX Arena? And obviously it's playing games, giving away money, having fun, but then I ask, what am I doing here? And then I remember it's court-ordered community service. But then I ask again, what are we doing here? And we're trying to make a difference here at the PAX Arena, which is why we partner with people like COPE. Now, COPE is the Coalition for Parents in Esports, and that's about as much as I can say about it. Other than the acronym and what it stands for, I need to turn to the people who make it possible, and that is people like Shay. Shay is here to tell us more about the organization. What is it?
So we are parents of pro gamers and influencers who realize that gaming is actually really good for our kids. And there's areas that we focus on, like helping them get the most out of education, finding their career paths, and fitness. So many parents push back on gaming because they think it's unhealthy. They're just sitting at a computer playing game. So I brought one of our partners along, Fit Gamer, to talk about how you can game and be healthy.
Awesome. So we have Mike here from Fit Gamer. Apparently, I wasn't as much of a fitness. I shouldn't be responsible for people's fitness. Obviously, I haven't been to a gym in probably 6 months. So, Mike, how can kids stay healthy while they game? What is fitness and gaming? How do you make those hold hands?
Our contention, sort of the experiment, was to see that if a group of individuals could become more physically fit, would it actually improve their in-game performance? And 3 years ago, when I was brought into the Cloud9 organization to work with their League of Legends team, we proved the concept with this idea that I actually did strength and conditioning with the League of Legends teams, the coaches, the administration, and they actually increased their ability to play in-game, as well as all of these ancillary benefits of being able to deadlift, back squat, do pull-ups, run, row, swim, bike, all of these things that they were now capable of. They benefited in-game, and their lives in general became better because of their ability to be fit, strong, healthy, and well.
Yeah, I work with esports organizations a lot, and a lot of times, you have these organizations giving them like, yeah, well, there's a cereal room, and there's all this other stuff. But like at the end of the day, one of the best things that these orgs can give to their players is a gym. Like in their compounds, is to give them a gym, is to give them a place to work out, and their lives exponentially shoot up more than if they have like a pinball machine in their house or whatever. Just because, at the end of the day, esports is physical. It is a sport. So keeping yourself in top physical condition seems super important. How does that translate to, again, parents and kids and that kind of thing from the esports world?
I think this idea that gamers are people that spend endless amount of times in dark basements, drinking sugar beverages and eating crap food actually is not the reality anymore. And particularly when we look at people that are looking to improve their games, like if you are fitter, if you are healthier, you can be a better cognitive performer. And we consider gamers and athletes, cognitive performers. And I think if we as an industry, if we as gamers and esport athletes actually start acting like that in real life, training, getting sleep, then people will take us more seriously in terms of, our parents won't bug us to go outside and play when we're, squatting, deadlifting, and able to do pull-ups. So.
Yeah, and listen, if you don't want to commit to a life of physical activity, getting enough sleep and health, you can always become video game talent. Thank you guys so much for being here. If people want to check out both your organizations, where can we send them on the internet, starting with Cope?
Cope.gg on the web, and you can also find us on Twitter.
There you go. And Mike?
Fitgamer, fitgmr.gg. We have an app in the App Store, and you can find us on the web, on Instagram, etc., etc.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was super helpful. But that is enough altruism for right now. Let's go ahead and get back to games, giving away some cash and some more competition. Back over to the caster desk for more commentary. Guys.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thanks to the people over at Cope for everything they do and for being out here at the PAX Arena. But now we have to be here for the real meat and potatoes, bit of gaming, a lower finals, another spot in towards that grand finals on the line. Avelcat, Supersonic back with you guys here, and we've seen a lot of action throughout today to get ourselves to this point, and we have two really impressive squads queued on up right there on that stage. But, talking about the stage, you see everything that's up there. You see those computers, the keyboards, the mice. That's all from MSI. MSI, they're the official peripheral partner and, the official hardware provider for everything here at the PAX Arena, and all their stuff is absolutely fantastic. Be it the computers up on the stage, be it the laptops in the pits, the high refresh rate monitors, or just the keyboard and mice and headsets that all the players are playing with. It's the absolute best, and yeah, we have our little friend right over here. If you want to check them out, we have all their stuff here at PAX Live, or if you're watching from home, the link is right below us down there. So do make sure you check out MSI. A big thank you to them for making this all possible.
You know, it's kind of hard to run an event, especially on a PC LAN, without PCs and monitors and all these things. It's tough. It's tough. So we do have to thank MSI over and over and over again, because we literally just cannot do it without them.
Yeah, big shout out to them. But let's talk about the teams that we have already. As we take a little look at the bracket, we've made our way in towards the lower finals here, and it's Wash Goons versus God Squad to face off.
Yeah, gone through the bracket. We're down to the final two, and this is two teams that have made it. We watched Goons. I think actually we casted them early on in their group stage. Actually,
yeah.
Deadlie being one of the more animated people up
For
there.
sure.
I mean, him and Steve are basically the lifeblood of the show on stage, right? And they had some great series. They're going to be going up against God Squad, which is a pretty solid roster. They've been kind of making their run throughout the day, and we're going to have this one before we unfortunately have to send one of them home.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but still, at this point, they are in the money. So you're coming home with something. It's a matter of how much and how much glory you can take with you as well. Obviously, that victory, that grand final, the goal for all of these teams. Anyway, the players, I think the one right there on your screen that we want to talk about is Mr. JP, super high-level Splitgate player. He has been pulling some incredibly impressive plays, has been fragging incredibly highly for his squad, and pretty much leading them to victory in so many of their matches.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a history with the game. I mean, he's pretty decent. I think he's played a round or two. One of the pros. We're allowed to have one pro per team.
For sure.
JP's definitely that guy for them. He's going to be coming through. He'll have a huge impact for his squad. We're getting a look at the first map off of the pick bands that we're running here. This one's going to be a best of 5. King of the Hill will be going to Impact, it looks like, for map number 1.
Yeah, talk to me about Impact, because this is one we have not seen a whole ton of up on stage. Obviously, have been very dominant with Abyss thus far. So this map may be a little bit of a different play style for these teams.
Yeah, Impact's going to be, how to describe Impact? Impact's going to be one that's a little bit closer more to an asymmetrical. It's going to be something, to describe it in Splitgate and maps that you've seen today,
Sure.
you know, things like Crag Abyss, where it's that kind of layout where it's not a stadium, it's not your classic perfectly symmetrical arena shooter map, but it is a really fun one with some of the portal layouts, some of the routing you can run, and then some of the hills also where they're at. There's some rooms that become very problematic with a lot of portals. It makes it very hard to hold some of these down, and we'll see how these teams deal with that as we get into game number 1.
That we do, and you can see this map is a little bit interesting, seeing as a lot of those power weapons are available practically right off of spawn. So many different angles as well. Another one of those maps that very quickly can transform from those long angles to the close ones as well.
If you saw what JP did here when he first came in, that back wall is kind of the problem, right? And he immediately comes in, and what he tries to do is actually throw 2 portals down there and deny that. Portal denial is a big thing as well, not allowing teams to come in and kind of get in behind you, but grabs that shotgun, is able to make use of it early, finds that person coming in and gets that opening elimination, and they do take control of that first hill. Shotgun, SMG, they kind of grab everything before they get set up.
In a map like this, those weapons can be so incredibly dominant, especially if that routing is in your favor, if you're well aware of the lines, those angles you want to be taking. That first hill almost completely within the control of God Squad. Now another one to respawn here in just a moment. And again, they're getting ahead of things. JP just running around with this shotgun. This is very similar to what we saw from this squad earlier in today. They establish on that hill. JP helps for the initial fight, then they leave him to fight to stagger the opposition.
It looks like they're running a very similar strategy to Bork Jr., right?
Yeah.
Bork Jr. kind of lets Zach go out and kind of harass and bother everybody on their routes in as they try to get to the hill. He's there to get the grab, and then JP's going to go out and he's going to go hunting, especially when he has power weapons like the plasma rifle with him, making quick work.
Yeah, making quick work indeed. A big part of it, which you already talked about a little bit, is the portal denial. You can do that in two ways, either having your own portal up on a wall or popping down one of those EMP grenades to get rid of a portal which has already been created, or just killing the person. It can be just as easy as that, and they've done a good job at it thus far, keeping control of some of these big portal walls, always having that fast rotation for players like Vitter and like JP that have just been working on this roam, keeping Washed Goons accountable.
I mean, JP's 8-0, but Vitter, who we're on board with now, 11-1. Definitely nothing to scoff at there.
No, 100-2 thus far. This one has been fairly one-sided. Washingtons would love to see them slow this down a little bit, try and group on up, but they're struggling to even hold out in towards these longer angles. Vitter playing well, having one portal up on that signboard, having the other in close to him, practically fighting from two angles simultaneously, and he goes for it again. Moo is down. This timing is not working out whatsoever for the Washgoons.
Yeah, the map knowledge difference is really what's showing, right? And when you're on Vitter or you're on JP and you see them see somebody that gets away, you can see how quickly they acquire that target, throw out a portal, and they're right behind that player, able to jump out, get him, go right back through, and set back up. The Stuga going to get taken out there. They do get a couple kills, though. There was a 3 kill that came out, so just Eevee left up for a moment. So there was a good trade out there, but they're not going to be able to hold it long as God Squad does get respawn back into the map.
Sure, but they do have a bit of time starting to tick on up, and just getting those few seconds early can always be pivotal to help your team on out. And they spent the time, right? They conceded the hill for a moment, went in for the power weapons. You saw this shotgun recovered for just Stuga. We saw a lot out of them on the previous day, finding a lot of good work with that weapon, but will fall down. Habibi with the fist, the melee, able to contend with this hill, though, will soon fall out of the control. Back ticking for God Squad.
JP just kind of holding down the space, holding that lower level as they take control of that hill and waiting to see if anybody comes to press in. Instead of actually being out running around, this time Vitter going to be the one hunting for the kill, going to get in behind
That's disrespectful, man. No, just kill him. Just finish it.
And just kind of bouncing around. And that's really the difference when you start looking at portal play inside of this game, is that they can just play mind games with you over and over and over again.
Because the thing is, you see a portal, you want to try and either EMP that or hold, wait for that little red reticle to pop on up. But when they're moving that quickly, when they're in and out, a new angle every time, portals being pulled back in right after they leave them, you'll notice that's one of the big difference maker between newer and more experienced players. The second they go through a portal, they pull back in the previous, so you can't chase them, you cannot send ammunition after them, and JP is putting on a masterclass in that regard. Another one of these power weapons within his hand. He does run out of ammo, but the carbine will do just as well. Vitter and JP work together to find that double.
Double kill is so huge too. The amount of time, again, that you get out of that, there's so much that you can do with it. It allows them to leave one person behind on hill, everybody else go back out and kind of set up that perimeter around and stop the routing in. Going to be on board now with Vitter, who's 23-5. Looking to try and get that high side portal so he can drop back down in from above, and they don't even know he's coming. Gets one with the killing spree, but can't find the second as he gets pinched between two.
Look at this angle. JP is such a rat across the map, just chipping on away with that carbine. Does manage to take down one. Still, a heavy force on this point, and I love this for Washington. Finally, they get some control and they hold on to it. They realize, hey, our strength doesn't come into that control on the exterior because there are so many portal walls, so many angles to contend with. But when we can play together, when we can get in close and just team shoot in these head-to-head fights, that's when they can win.
Yeah, in close quarter combat, being able to team up going to help them a lot in this situation. When you're trying to play against some of these guys that have a little bit more map knowledge, a little bit more portal knowledge, it's going to be rough when you try and take these fights at range. If you can try and get them in close range, you're going to fare a little bit better.
Maybe not faring too well if JP has a shotgun. Yeah, picks up that weapon yet again, and that hill will go ahead and reset on over. It looks like God Squad will be the first to the point, so Washgoons in a position where they really have to retake this one quickly. That timer getting towards a very dangerous point, already passing 225.
Just a little bit here to go. JP still running around harassing people with that shotgun. He's going to pick up the killing spree off of that one. Coming back through, finds another and deadlie as he goes down, and he'll stay on point, controlling it for the moment. Just going ahead, throwing shots blindly through that, knowing that the player continues to peek. He'll continue to pre-fire in case they try and step in. Player comes in from the left, not able to get the elim on him though, and he's able to safely find a corner to tuck himself into.
5 seconds left to finish this one off for God Squad. Washgoons do have possession of the hill for the moment, but it's been grabbed away from them 2 seconds away, and there's no one close enough. God Squad should be able to close this one out. They're 1 point away, and they'll be able to finish things on off. Map number 1, the way of God Squad.
Map 105 will go their way. A little clap from God Squad. Yes, we have won the match, and we'll start getting set up and ready for game number 2. Not sure what map we're going to yet. Do know that we'll be going to Domination though, so a little game mode change up, and it's kind of nice. For me and you, I don't think we actually got the cast impact until now.
Yeah, I think that was our first time up on stage with that map. It's a really fun one. It's another one of those maps that definitely shows the difference between knowledge, the asymmetricalness of maps. If you're not experienced with Splitgate, it can be really difficult to learn them on the fly, especially since you don't really have a real mini-map. It's more like just a little radar that you can take a peek at. If you don't know where to look, if you don't know what corners to check, and then there's people just teleporting behind you, in front of you, above you, below you, it's pretty tough, and you see that gap here.
On an asymmetrical map, too, it becomes a problem, right? If it's at least in the middle of the map, if you're on a map
like on
that's
Stadium, you learn one half,
it's
you're
like,
good
okay,
to go.
I know it. Yeah, it's like I've memorized one half, so now it's just the opposite on the other side. Asymmetrical, you got to learn that whole map, and that map knowledge is really shown when you get onto these asymmetrical maps with some of these guys like JP.
Yeah, really. It's kind of tough to see, too, for the side of Wash Goons, because if you remember yesterday, back when they were playing in the groups, or even earlier and towards the playoffs, this team was excited. They were getting happy. They were making noise up on the stage. Definitely been a little quieter thus far. You're hoping to see people like Deadline, like Spent Silver, that were previously having those big moments, pop off a little bit more, get that team straight back in it, because this series is not over yet. These BO5s, even if you're maybe a rougher team at King of the Hill, there's plenty more opportunities to come back.
Shotgun, hey, one of the opportunities that you need to shut down is the opportunities that JP continues to find. He gets a hold of that shotgun or that plasma rifle. Again, a little replay of the post-game clap.
It's respectful. A little golf clap. Put it on in there. Try and figure things out.
Nice and quiet. Yeah, nothing.
Wouldn't want to be too
hollering,
too loud, nothing like that.
Yeah, good job, team. Way to go.
A gentle one at that. Well, let's talk about where we could be heading for this one. Domination is between Foregone, Stadium, Club Silo, Highwind. A lot of teams already showing favor towards that Highwind map. I believe in the previous match that we got to watch from God Squad, that is where they wanted to go.
Yeah, Highwind's one of those ones that gets picked pretty often in the SPS as well when it goes through that.
I mean, JP loves it.
It's a map that a few pros actually will favor. They like that one. It's always a fun one as well. This time, though, it will be banned. So God Squad actually makes the pick. They'll be taking us to Club Silo.
Club Silo is an interesting one. You have that really wide open middle of the map, lots of power weapons spawning on in there. You can try and grab that railgun up top, really. It's pretty tough to get to if you don't have control of that space. I feel like this is a similar map to the previous in that there are a lot of these wide angles where if you don't quite know what angles you're looking for, where you can put down those portals, you could struggle.
It's one of those ones, too, where there are a couple high-side billboards that you can get up onto that you don't. If you're on the ground floor or you don't act, if you don't play this often enough and you don't look up, you don't know they exist that are up there where they can get these high angles. There's also some that are pretty interesting where it's a ceiling
that you can kind of go
down
through.
Drop down.
Yeah.
And it's a very odd thing the first couple times you play through it if you try
and
shoot through it. Because it really is. Like if you put a portal on a side wall and then set your secondary portal on those roofs or the ceiling, it becomes very awkward as you go through the first couple times until you get used to it, and that'll show. And here's those high side billboards, going to make use of that immediately. Of course, JP is going to go up there and get the rocket launcher. Why not? Immediately finds two, does go down, but the double kill, worth it. Worth the trade-off.
Yeah, able to get that done. Sniper rifle up top, actually not getting recovered by Vitter. He'll commit to the weapons he has instead. This map definitely a little interesting on Domination. Lots of those wide open angles in middle that you're seeing be used there by Deadline, but also it gets very close, very contested quickly, especially towards those A and C sites, and we see that here. JP, Sniper recovered the carbine as well. He'll take control of a point or split even for a moment. With that A site lost again, God Squad in a pretty good position here. If Deadline could win this fight, it would be massive, but JP eventually does finish that job. Will be traded on out, though. Still, these power weapons are up. You kill that sniper, well, hey, there's someone behind you with a plasma rifle.
Yeah, double kill comes through from Vitter. He ends up opening it up. Now he's going to take some shots down towards Moo. Can't line him up. Moo's able to get away, but shots into Spent Silver in the middle, finds him, and they're just looking to hold down this 3-cap. They're going to play high ground. They're going to catch them off guard because they do have that better map knowledge. They're going to have an idea of where they're coming from and just try and keep this going as fast as possible.
I think this is one of the maps as well where it's a lot easier to hold on to the 3-caps and maybe something like Crag that we've been seeing a lot of because the rotation times are really quick. There are a lot of portal wells that are super open up. You can get through that middle and traverse incredibly quickly. So being able to hold on to this and then just kind of defend in the death ball, especially when you already have these power weapons picked on up, puts you in a great position. Overwatch Goons, they have group. They managed to take that C site, but JP behind the sniper rifle, the carbine as well, grabs a double, looking for the final one. He has support from Vitter to finish that one on out. 3 players down. I imagine that'll be the C site falling back to the control of God Squad.
So inside of the SPS, we usually see them kind of force stack, and you'll see them start kind of running around as that group of 4. And what they're doing here instead, because they have the map knowledge advantage, is they're basically playing the high side, and once a point does get hit, they then collapse down, and then they expand back out and make sure that they have that good radius. They can make sure that they have good vision of the map and just collapse on the site. So I'm expecting them to do that multiple times, because then also when they collapse from this point, they don't have to enter all from the same side. They're going to hit a point from multiple directions to catch those players on site.
And there it is again, right? He has a portal for Overwatch. He holds up top here, doesn't even have to commit to going there himself. Puts a portal in, peeks on over, and then just as quickly can rotate on over to the other side. Find a flank collection agency coming out for JP.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where JP is going to continue to bounce between these points. He'll probably be first on site time and time again. Every time he starts to see one of the sites decap or it start to shift it all on the map, he's going to go and chase it down.
Yeah, he's just listening for that announcement, watching those power weapons to come back on up, balancing his resources and his positioning very well to continue to find these shots. JP 17-3 to this point. That sniper still in his possession. He wants to hunt for more. Mo out in the open, down 2. This man seems unstoppable.
He's a bit of a monster at the moment, now trying to hunt down Deadlight, goes for the back shot, tries to wrap back around. Deadlight actually does have the lineup, but cannot win that gun engagement. And now back on board with Vitter, who's trying to find himself someone as they do grab a hold of that site.
Yeah, and look at the objective time. God Squad, a lot of time when they're playing that King of the Hill game mode, they're very much split on up. Having one player just lock things on down on the point, everyone else rotating together. But in this one, God Squad style, it is very much together, immediately reacting as a team. All 4 players pinching into a site. It's really tough for Washgoons to get any fair battle because of how quickly the defenders are on any one of these points.
Get that beat down. That's unfortunate for Gastuga, who gets stuck in the middle of all 3 players there on God Squad. Another 3 cap. A does get decapped here though, so another moment as they try to extend this game for as long as they can, but it does feel like just that, where Washgoons is just trying to kind of extend the game. It doesn't feel like they can get in control.
Yeah, JP, he knows this map so well. Rocket launcher in hand. And that's a 20 bomb for the man without dying once. King of Carnage going over to JP.
Yeah, that's a little disrespectful there. They haven't grabbed B, so actually right now they do only have one site, and it looks like JP has hit a point where I don't even know that he necessarily is worried about the point. You saw him just kind of leave B. Somebody did come through and cap it, but he seems more like he's out there hunting than he is worried about the point.
Well, he's doing a good job at it. Makes the job for the rest of his team pretty simple when this man is just hunting across the map. Runs out of ammunition. Not an issue for JP. Down to 10 HP, and thankfully will eventually be traded on out. So at least you can contend with JP, but the rest of the team still up. These points still up, and that timer's still working. About to hit 600 here for God Squad.
Yeah, the reign of terror came to a momentary end before they get back in. They managed to actually decap all the sites. A does get retaken, but a BC hold momentarily, and they are into triple-digit score range now from Washgoons. They're slowly starting to figure out ways around and ways that they can route around and get onto these points.
Sure.
But it's unfortunately coming a little too late in the round.
I mean, what? They decap all 3 points at once, but it's so isolated, right? It's like one player for each flag, and in these 1-versus-1 head-to-head fights, God Squad is almost always winning. In just a 1v1 player caliber duel, the chances, I'm siding with God Squad because they have looked good. Even the players that maybe aren't performing in the same way are still respectful. No one's negative, no one's dragging this team on down, everyone doing well, but Vitter and JP definitely stealing the show.
Vitter. Plasma Rifle going to come through, finds Deadlight, looking for another, has Gastuga. There's another double. Again, double kill after double kill. These long killing sprees, anytime you can pull 2 off the map is a big win. And they had quite a few there. They just kind of come through, so we'll be moving over. And again, again, just the little clap from JP.
More respectful one. Keep things nice and simple, nice and under control. Another day in the office for the side of God Squad, it would appear. TDM, though, still a final mode, still a final chance to maybe come back into things, but with the way the individuals are performing on God Squad, this is a very scary prospect for the Goons.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's very tough to play against, but if you're going to be in a series, objective base is going to be a harder match when you're playing against somebody that has the level of map knowledge. TDM, Might be a little bit of an equalizer here, but I'm not sure how much ground they're going to be able to make.
I feel like that if there was a chance, it would have been domination, right? Because this is one of those game modes where you can get control of one of those flags grouped together, play as 4. TDM is a lot more kind of reliant on that individual duel prowess, which we've already established is really good for God Squad. So maybe they'll be better in this situation, but from what we were watching in the pools for Wash Spoons, they were a team that was really adept at those objective-based game modes. They were looking really solid, especially on Abyss for the King of the Hill, working really well to have some of those rotators, holding consistent space in towards mid. We're not seeing that here.
Yeah, when you're playing against a team that I think is either on level or maybe you're a little bit ahead, I think those objective maps, you're just going to have that level of advantage. A TDM where it's just straight up shot. It frees up a bit, right? You're not having to worry about a point. You're just having to worry about the gunfight and the engagement in front of you at that time. Maybe that makes a difference. Maybe it doesn't.
Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. We will soon be able to find that one on out. But finishing up a look here at those MSI replays, it's another one of these games where just the power weapon control is pivotal. Once you grab those plasma rifles, once you're grabbing that rocket launcher, I mean, I can't really remember a time for any extended period that anyone on Watch Spoons was able to pick those weapons out and up. If they ever got them, God Squad realized they shut that down, they contended with it. But map number 2 is over. We head now to map number 3, TDM on Pantheon.
On Pantheon, so another one that we haven't got the opportunity to go over yet. Pantheon is a symmetrical map, so we've got that going back, but it's got these two really wide open side lanes that are there with the sniper rifles that are going to be available there. We'll see about the power weapon control there. You're going to have SMG shotgun available again as well. And immediately we're on board with JP, and he's making a move for that first sniper. He's going to be up against Deadline. He gets the first shot, makes the swap, gets the finish. And JP back in the driver's seat right off the rip once again, but a good clear out by Moo to secure that sniper.
Yeah, Sniper picked one up. We were just talking about how troublesome that power weapon control was for Wash Spoons. They have something to work with in this one. However, this map is very much similar to the first map that we saw in towards this series, where there's a lot of billboards on the extremity where you can get these really high, really long angles, and where you can even kind of get sneaky and sit up top. Once those power weapons are recovered in just an aim versus aim battle, the players that are getting into that high ground, using their portal as well to be traversing quickly in this outside area will do well. And we're seeing that reply out of God Squad, 8-4 right now, and shutting down all these portals. The sniper recovered for Vitter just for a moment, but still 5 kills, good impact.
Yeah, gets the 5 kill, coming through with the BR and the sniper. Tries to get the finish, can't get it, so good win there from Deadline to go ahead and neutralize that, keeping it closer than we saw the start of that domination match. Only a 5-point difference here, but again, double kill comes through. The triple comes through now from JP as he starts to get hot, and that is not a good sign here. Looking for a 4th one in a row. He's going to find that one more, maybe. But actually behind, and Deadlight denies the killing spree.
And even though these players are dying, it is perfectly fine because there's always a new player to take their place. You see Vitter, again, orbiting up top, flying on towards that high ground. It's so impactful to hold on to that like aerial superiority on this map. If you have control up above, you are winning. And if you have the railgun, have the sniper, well, it makes that job even easier.
You saw what they actually tried to do there. So Wash Goons actually tried to force that, and they said, hey, let's see if we can go ahead and win through team fights. The problem is when you start going out on this outside edge towards the snipers is there's no portal wall. So if you get into an engagement, you get hit, you have no exit. You're kind of stuck and isolated there, especially if the high ground is being taken by God Squad out in the mid.
Yeah, and that's why I think that this map was actually a good one to go through for Wash Goons. Even if it can be a little troublesome with those ranged battles, it removes some of the potency of those portals in the individual duels. If you can pull someone away from those high walls, pull them out of the air, make them fight you on the ground in these closer extremities, then maybe you have a better chance. But thus far, God Squad hasn't been pulled into that. They're staying far enough back. They're staying on safe angles. They know where the portal walls that they can use to peel are, and they're using them well.
JP playing patiently, waiting for somebody to come through. Vitter, on the other hand, he's currently on the hunt, looking for Gastuga to come through. He realizes he's in a bad situation, tries to get out of dodge, but Wash Goons does a great job of tracking where he came from and catch him on the exit side of the portal.
It's good work out of them. JP again, railgun and sniper both in hand. He spotted out Spent Silver, and Deadline too missed out on the initial shot and doesn't get another chance at it. That's good work from Deadline. And we'll be able to recover that sniper. There are 2 sniper spawns on this map, though, so you'll see these weapons in play quite often. An opportunity now as we're on board with Deadline. Weapon picked up from his fallen foe, but through the portal. JP doesn't even have to peek his head on out.
He's going to come out this time, though. Jumps out, makes a couple shots, sees one below, tries to figure out where he goes. But before he can do that move, catches him up top in the rafters and gets him with the sniper, and then finds another one on the Vitter, so gets back-to-back, getting JP and Vitter. That's about as good as you can do if you're going to get a double.
Yeah, those are the best players to be taken on down, but JP, he is back in action. A triple kill for him, helped out by the end by Habibi as he does fall eventually. 33-21 now, 50 that magic number, and it is getting mighty close for God Squad. A killing spree for JP, 21-6. JP at this point is just playing with confidence. He knows that he is the better player, and he will assert himself in that regard.
On board now with Bitter. He's going to look for one, finds it on Moo, looking for another one on Gastuga as he gets shot from across the way. Deadline and Spent Silver giving a little bit of support to the team, and Deadline actually goes down. I'm not sure who got him. Actually, JP gets him from the side. Bitter's able to pick up Spent Silver now and has the killing spree.
40 kills, that mark just passed. JP and Vitter both collecting on up. Another sniper on recharge, and Washgoons feeling locked out of this one. Deadline is out on his own, and JP is just looking for a new target. He'll find it. He's so swift. Hit a shot swap away, another the headshot with that sniper rifle. Only 6 left to go for God Squad.
Has a double. He's now looking for the shot across the way. Before he can get his sights on him, though, Vitter going to find him. Takes him out first. Doesn't want JP to have anymore. It almost feels like Vitter trying to stop him from getting to that 30 bomb. 4 more kills to go for God Squad to close this one out.
JP would need all 4 of those if he wants to hit that magic 30 mark, but just getting into the grand finals, obviously the goal. 2 more to go, and Vitter wants to do the first. Washgoons would need a near perfect game to be able to pull it back at this point, but they've at least found something. Take down 1 player still. It's a matter of survival, less so than getting kills. Stay up, play as a team, hope that maybe a miracle can happen. But today, miracles are not to be. God Squad, your second team in the grand finals.
And there it is again. 3 in a row, 3 soft claps at the end. JP throws those out there, they take it down. God Squad get the W. They'll be moving back on to take on Zach and the boys over on Bork Jr.
A little bit of a rematch there. Get another opportunity to see what these squads can do, and hope that maybe it'll be a better outcome for the side of God Squad this time. Or excuse me, actually they were the team that was seeded in towards the lower bracket to begin with. It was actually me getting confused with the other side and Washgoons who got knocked on down. Still, especially being the lower seeded team coming in towards the playoff stage here, God Squad has looked excellent, especially considering this was like a last minute substitution coming into playoff day.
Yeah, this was one of those ones where you kind of had to swap somebody out because the original member was only here for the first day of the event. They're able to swap him in, and honestly, the team probably got a little bit better. If you're going to swap somebody in, JP is about as nasty of a backfill as you could put onto a squad.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an upgrade for this team. No offense to the previous player on their squad, but JP doing very well in that one, looking dominant across all 3 game modes. I think even if they were good in the TDM, what I was most excited by was the way that they were playing that objective. Their King the Hill is really solid. It's actually a very similar style to what we see for Bork Jr., where we have that kind of one player that is that roam. In this case, it's JP. Over on that other squad, it's Zach. And I think the head-to-head in the styles will match up very well, especially that duel between JP and Zach. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, really the battle between those 2 teams. Like the top 2 on both squads, you can basically say if we ran a 2v2 tournament, very close.
Yeah.
It then comes down to how are the other 2 on each team going to perform. That's going to be the deciding factor between those 2 squads once we get into this grand final. We'll also be switching over from best of 5 to best of 7, so they're going to have a little bit more time to get used to and accustomed to each other.
For sure.
To try and figure out a strategy that'll work for them.
What I think is interesting, though, is that the other 2 players over on the side of Bork Jr., I felt like we're finding more consistent impact. Sure, Habibi and Evie were doing fine for themselves, but it very much felt like the show of just what can Vitter, what can JP do? These guys were dominant in the kill feed, so I think in a closer affair where those players are maybe being shut down by the kind of the top performers on that other squad in Bork Jr., it becomes more reliant on that 2v2. What can these players who haven't really been tested too much just yet do in this situation? I don't know what to expect. I mean, this match, it is a match of similar skill levels, similar styles, could very much go either way, and of course, $10,000 on the line. Big stakes for all these players.
Bunch of great highlights throughout. We're still in the middle of the club silo domination match in the replays, and we see a triple kill. They just had a kaleidoscope, the 4 kill before that. Another elim here. Plasma rifle coming through from Vitter. Again, just power weapon after power weapon after power weapon play out of JP and Vitter.
Yeah, the power weapon collection. It's just the coordination on, hey, this one's coming back up. We see this coming through in a couple of seconds. Someone will always be there. Even when we got in towards map number 3 in way of Pantheon there, it was kind of those two snipers on the extremities. It was that one railgun up top, and I didn't really see many moments where the side of Wash Goons was actually able to get in towards that space. I don't think they ever collected the railgun. I don't think they ever got close enough to be up there. They were so committed to trying to fight together out towards these flanks, which I think was the right call. It's just still, when you're facing these weapons, it's so hard to win.
You fight out towards the flanks on this map, though. Again, there's no portal to get out on the exit, but you could also see that the map knowledge is different there, right? They were trying to play into, they didn't want to play into the middle of the map because they're not comfortable there. If you're on the outside, you at least know where one wall is that they can't come from. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, well, let's hear a little bit more from the players themselves. We got Alex over on the stage.
Very special treat here for you guys. We have Vitter with me here. Now, I talked to JP last time, and you and him have been top fragger. You've been trading back and forth to see who's been getting the most kills. You guys are pretty much twins in that regard, but in terms of team dynamic, especially last time, he was pretty boisterous. He dunked on a 17-year-old. He's more the bad boy of the team. You're more the face, right?
Yeah, I guess I'd say that. Just coming down here and being able to play with JP and everybody else, it just makes like everything, way more fun. And it's just being able to come out here, do what we want to do, have fun playing our game, and especially being able to do it together is what makes the team.
There we go. That's why he's the good guy. He's the face of the team. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Vitter, come on. That's very diplomatic of you. Let's all sing Kumbaya. Naturally, that was a very dominant performance. And actually, you know what? Speaking of JP, he wasn't even supposed to be here, correct? He just subbed in today.
Yeah, so he subbed in for our other teammate who unfortunately had business to attend to, so he had to fly out yesterday.
That sounds like he died or something. That is the most made up thing. He has some business to. Is he a hitman? What did he just have to go somewhere?
No, he actually owns the game.
Okay, so he had to go match fix for you. He had to go make sure you had all the good weapons and stuff. Okay, so he has some business to attend to. Totally fine. You swapped in JP. Are you mad that he's stealing your thunder?
No, I mean, JP and I have played together we played together before, and when I stopped playing, he obviously continued, and so just being able to come back and being able to play with him here at a LAN is way, way better. It's like we get to talk to each other, strategize, and see how we do things in real time, so.
The synergy is dynamic. I love to watch it. Now, you guys are heading into the grand finals. Very real chance that you take away that gold. When I talked to the Bork Junior players, I said, are you worried about God Squad? And they said, yes. So, naturally, they're a little bit frightened, which means if you act upon that, you come away the winners, you'll be going home with the most of the prize pool, quite a bit of money in your pocket. What is your plan to get that trophy through TSA?
I guess our plan is to kind of keep the same strategy we've been doing. JP and I just trying to go hard, find some frags, kind of throw off the respawn timers, and we have our other two that are, holding down the point, someone that we could trust and fall back on if we need them. So
it's very professional, Vitter, but that wasn't a joke. How are you going to fit that through TSA? Do you have like a carry-on, or do you live close by, or are you going to ship it?
Oh, lucky for me, we live pretty close, so.
Okay, it's going in the trunk. Okay, I was worried about that. I don't know if you could take it on if there's a TSA situation. Well, go backstage, start talking to your team, get ready for that final match. We are about to have a very special show match coming up before the grand final, so you have quite a bit of time to prep back there. Let's go ahead and go. We're going to go to a quick break, I believe. Or we're going back to the desk. We're going to break. Let's go to break. We'll be right. Okay, so first of all, before we do that, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor. Here, you want to come on over to the computers with me. Vitter, you made the mistake of not going backstage. Go ahead and just you can model this. Sit down, model the gear. I want to talk to you guys about MSI while Vitter fake plays on all the gear. Everything is possible here because of our official hardware sponsor, MSI. They make the best stuff in the game for when you game, and they're the reason we use them here. Everything has been rock solid. Everything has been great to play on. Vitter, I'm sure you can attest. Everything has been working great. You've loved playing on the machines, correct?
Of course, yeah. These machines are awesome. wouldn't want it any other way.
Unfortunately, we can't give you one, but your check is in the mail. Thank you so much, Fitter. MSI, check them out. Throw them some love on Twitter. Check out all their products. They make almost literally everything if you want a great PC gaming experience. So go check them out. We love them here. And now that I've said that, we're going to go to break. And that gives you plenty of time to go check them out. We'll be right back with more of the Splitgate 10K Almost Pro Open. Do not go anywhere because the grand finals and a very special show match is coming up in just a sec. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
How can I help? I need more eggs.
Excedrin. I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast. Headache triggers incoming!
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises!
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast. Now, even the biggest headaches are toast.
Excedrin keeps your head in the game.
For no more throbbing noggins.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back, folks, to the PAX Arena. We're just about done with our Almost Pro 10K Splitgate Open here. But before we can get into the grand finals, and before we can see the real pros play, we have to see, I guess Bitey is kind of a realer pro. I don't know.
Yeah,
we
I
have
mean,
Bitey. We have
technically
Steve.
he's a pro right now.
Yeah, he's technically a pro. I think Steve's a pro too. I don't know.
Steve's a pro in my eyes. He's the pro of my heart.
He's the pro of your heart. Yeah, Mimi, it's Supersonic back with you guys to take you all through this one. We have a best out of 3, but we will be playing all 3 maps, even if it is a 2-0. And it's a little bit something special. We have some fun new game modes, not just the classic Koth, Domination, TDM. We've done that. We're done with that. Instead, we got Shoddy Snipers, Instagib, Speed Bats. Let's talk these through. First of all, Shoddy Snipers, what's up?
I mean, you mean sniper? I mean, the shotgun's so strong. It's so strong in Splitgate. It's basically a sniper of its own. But Shoddy Snipers only, always a fun mode. They're going to go in, 1v1 throwdown. I think we're playing, let me double check, we're playing first to 15. So score limit 15. These guys are going to run at it. Bitey up against Steve. You know, they've also got their mascots up there too. So I made sure, as you see, dropped off one of our little MSI dragons to give Steve a little extra support. The wings, a little extra lift to battle Borker. I believe he's on the front. Yeah, he's in front of the monitor. So once the other camera comes in, you'll be able to see him. But this angle, we can't catch it.
Hopefully soon we'll be able to see Borker. Because honestly, it wouldn't be fair if he has the MSI Dragon and Borker's not there.
Yeah, but after that, we'll go to Instagib.
There we go. Nice and fair. Nice
there
and fair.
He is.
Tell us about Instagib.
Well, Instagib kind of explains itself, does it not? I mean...
Okay, let's say hypothetically, that this obviously isn't true, that I didn't play Quake as a kid or didn't play Halo as a kid, and I didn't know what
just
Instagib
expect
was.
basically they're going to run around and people are going to fall over very, very quickly.
Everyone's one shot, essentially. And people
Basically,
are using the railgun. And I believe you also take away the charge-up time on that weapon.
Yeah.
So insta-shoot, they insta-die.
You are just going to absolutely rip through each other. First one to basically get a hit wins.
Yeah, an exciting one there. And then our final one, we'll head to Speed Bats, which this one I think is really clear. You are speedy, you have a bat. Not the animal, the one you hit people with.
Yeah, basically BFB, and we're going to turbocharge your speed, and you are just going to fly around the map and just attack each other with bats, and it's fantastic fun.
It is fantastic fun indeed. But let's talk a little bit more about the first matchup here. Shoddy Snipers, we're heading back to Pantheon. This is a map that we just got to take a look at. Lots of wide open angles, lots of range here. Steve, obviously, he's competing. He's playing within this one, but that SPS experience for Bitey should be interesting.
It'd be interesting, and I do believe I heard it that Alex might be ready up on the stage there to get things kicked off with these festivities.
I am ready, guys. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I heard that all the matches were blowouts, I thought we were gonna get out of here a little bit early, and I was gonna have my feet in the sand and a Mai Tai in my hand by no later than 6 p.m. today. But then I heard something. I heard that there was an opportunity to see 2 gaming titans go head-to-head in a show match like no one has ever seen before. So I conceded. And I came back out here, and I'm ready to introduce the show match of all show matches between 2 of the best Splitgate players in the world. Right? Okay, Steve says right. So I'm going to introduce to you 2 gaming gladiators who are about to go into the digital coliseum. One will reign supreme. The other will stop playing Splitgate for the rest of their lives. We didn't agree on that either, but I thought that'd be fun if we did like a big stakes thing. No? Okay, well, whatever. Regardless, this is big business. In this corner, we have the man, the myth, the legend. The gaming Goliath of Splitgate, Coach Bitey! Woo! It's best beard in gaming. And in the other corner, on the red side, we have the David to his Goliath.
Oh, jeez.
Forget Carell. Who needs Spielberg? A. Smith, get out of here. We have the one true Steve! Cannot believe that is his gamer tag. Steve, I love it. All right, let's get into the match. We're starting with Shoddy Snipers. Let's do it. You guys ready? Let's load in. Go ahead. Ready up. And like medieval times, I will go to the side I want to win.
5,
Well, it seems like we have some Steve's fans in towards the stadium here. We have some players ready to go, and well, into the match we send ourselves. Bitey and Steve, two gaming gladiators, Goliaths, giants, and already you see a man just flying straight across your screen.
Zero fear out of Steve as he comes in up against the pro and coach himself, and Bitey just throws himself up into the sky for a skeet shoot. Bitey doesn't find him, and then does inevitably find him. So Bitey opens up with the first elim. I will say this, I too am on the side of Steve. Okay, you know,
Is it
I
time?
need
Do I have time to change
Alex
the
to like.
progression? Do I have time to like go the other way? And because I feel like Bitey's got to win. But I have some questions,
No,
right?
you cannot do that. We must send all of our energy towards Steve. He needs us. We cannot leave him in his time of need.
In his time of need, we have to be there for Steve, the one true Steve. You know, his gamer tag was doubted, but Alex Korea's gamer tag is Alex Korea. So I don't know what he's talking about in this one. Bitey will die.
Bitey got taken out. I count that as a loss. Bitey's out of it, and Steve wins. Can I crown Steve the winner now?
I think you can. I think
that's how that works.
So I
Steve's
have
the
another
winner.
question here. Let's say hypothetically, obviously this would never happen, but let's say Bitey does win this show match. I thought Alex said that the loser can't play Splitgate ever again.
So-
Steve has to play in the grand finals.
So, well, Steve has to play in the grand finals, but Bitey has to play in the Pro Series
Yeah.
when it comes back. So one of those two things might weigh a little differently.
I feel like it's tough for either player to lose out on that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, tough for either one. I think one does probably have a larger financial impact on somebody's life, though.
I suppose so. In this one, well, Steve is just working things out, chilling out on the far side of the map. I love the confidence from him, though, right? Just willing to fly through the air, just take these duels. He's the better player, obviously.
I like this where they can't seem to find each other at the moment. Bitey's starting to look around. He can hear somebody lurking. He's trying to find Steve. Gonna look for that high side portal. I'm wondering if Steve can hear me. Can I like call him out for Steve? Bitey, knock it off. Bitey, can you hear me? Nod if you can hear me.
Button is
No,
Steve.
that's unfortunate. I was hoping that Bitey would confirm, then I could start telling Steve where Bitey was.
Nope, update. He cannot be heard. He is dead.
Yes.
Oh, and he's getting teabagged.
Tactical crouch comes through, asserts dominance.
That's how you got to do it.
Nice.
Steve is still in this one. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. So I suppose the strategy is just get yourself ahead, hide, rat it out. Try and survive as much as you can. Keep yourself in an advantageous position because, you know, there is that timer and it's ticking lower. 2 minutes left. Another
He's
fight
above
here
you,
set
Steve.
up.
Above.
I feel like that's cheating. I feel like
No, it's
you can
fine.
be a
It's
lover
fine.
of Steve and still keep things
It's
unbiased.
a show match. There's no rules here. There's no rules.
You're setting the rules.
Me, you, and Alex, I think, are 100% in control of whatever rule. Alex, you walk yourself back across over there to Steve. Don't you do this.
He's
no.
on the side of Bitey now. He's changing. You're losing
This
control.
man flip-flops back and forth between teams more than anyone I've ever seen.
Oh, no. All right. Another fight here. This could be big. This is Steve's moment. It was for about a full moment. One full moment.
The maniacal, like, cackle laugh that's, like, lightly coming through in our headset that we can hear from Bitey. It's just not nice.
I can hear the I don't think that's even amplified. I think his cackling is just echoing.
Is it not in my
across the
headset?
entire
Am I just
arena.
hearing him across?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But he's definitely having fun in this one. Bitey has just been waiting all weekend. Just sitting, staring, watching everyone else play, waiting for his opportunity, his chance to just dominate. Steve, though, still in it.
Literally, while we were casting some of the earlier games, Bitey can't get enough. Shots, fight in the mid, and Steve does get the A-limb there, actually.
About 50 seconds left, so he's going to have to run this back in a big way.
He's running out of time. Steve, we got to go. We got to go now. You got to find him, Steve.
Steve has to go fast, but Steve can still do this. The people are on Steve's side. We are on Steve's side. Bitey is not on Steve's side and has just killed him again and might have just closed this out. 30
Poor
seconds
Steve.
left for 4 kills. That is, I'm not really good at math, but that feels impossible.
Most casters aren't. I, too, math, not my strong suit.
Let's see if maybe a different game mode is Steve's strong suit as we do just try and finish this one on out, mid-air, flying around. Bitey might actually die in this when he has no idea where Steve is. Steve's just trying to find the best angle possible. They'll
Come on, Steve.
tuck
We need
in.
the last
One
E-limb
kill.
here, Steve. Come on. Let's go, Steve.
He's got his. He got his. I mean, that's more than you can ask For anyone who you've ever played a game with, who you ever played ranked with, he does better than that. Bitey, though, will take map number 1, but it's shoddy snipers, you know? Bitey is just a shoddy sniper guy.
Take it away from Bitey. We should have only let Bitey use the shotgun. Shotgun only for Bitey. Even it up.
Maybe. Need to start handicapping him as the things go on. But Alex is with him, and begrudgingly, we'll hear from Bitey.
I mean, guys, I know how to pick him. I picked Bitey. I was right. He wins. I have a lot of money riding on this stuff. Very important. I'm glad I called it correctly. Bitey, you said you didn't even have a keybind during that. What couldn't you do?
Look, look. You know, the sprint.
Turn to Adam Sandler. What just happened?
Don't worry about what happened. There's some with the sprint. The shift's not doing it, but look, double tap forward. I'll just start getting the run, just like my workout routines, you know? Sometimes you got to warm up into it. So we're going for it. Steven, you're going to go down.
No, you're going down.
If you ever wanted to see what a workout routine looks like, Bitey's workout routine is he just goes into a room and does this.
It's where you start.
That's the official Splitgate workout. They're going to load into, I believe, Instagib now. A game I feel like, listen, if Steve needs to tap out, I feel like this is something I could handle.
Let's go, dude. What happened?
But hey, maybe that'll save him. He does need to play in the grand finals. Are you worried about Instagib at all?
You know, it's whoever sees each other first, and I'm not worried about it.
All right, he's not worried about it. I'm going to go over here to Steve while Bitey sets that game up.
Well, where are we going,
dejected,
Steve? What's the map?
sad, triceps still popping. Steve, how's it going? How's it feeling? How are those buys, tries, backs, lats?
Which one?
Bro, I'm just gonna win.
My
okay, he's just going to win. There you go. Top tier strategy from a top tier player.
I refuse to get 2-0 on stage. This is not happening.
I'm winning at least 5 minutes again.
So what is your plan if you do lose? Then you can't play Splitgate ever again. It is a blood contract we signed backstage. Do you have a replacement? I mean, I don't think you can afford me, but do you have?
I actually have 3 clones of myself in the back, just in case something happens to this one.
Okay, yeah, good. We all have a clone or someone we steal blood from. It's a Hollywood thing. Steve, good luck. You're gonna need it. Let's get into the second game. Instagib, it's on the line. Steve needs a win. Give him a round of applause, guys. Hype him up. That's tacit hype. You get it. He needs it. Let's go ahead and get into the second game. Back to the casters. I want to see this match.
Here's the thing. It's still hype, even if it's out of sorrow. Even if it's out of apology, it's still hype. It still powers him up. If you have biceps, can you really be sad?
I don't have them, so I can't answer the question. I'm
Can't
going to
say
say
from
no. I'm going to
experience?
say I would be happier with biceps for sure. And, Bitey gets the first kill.
Oh, and he gets in it.
No.
Okay. It's fine, guys. Steve still got this.
We might have to bring in Steve number 2 and see if he fares a little bit better
What
here.
if
This
okay.
clone's not fun.
If he
Is this
loses
the clone
his
or the
match,
original one?
if he loses his match, we pull out the second Steve from backstage. Bring him out here. 2 of them can play 2v1.
This
That's
actually
fair.
is the second Steve. The first Steve was eliminated in the first round. And that's why we interviewed Bitey first. We had to get the
Yeah.
second one out on stage for the interview.
Someone comes up with the cart, pulls him on out.
Yep.
Hey, look, new Steve,
Let's go,
new
Steve.
new Steve. I don't know, new game, new Steve? Something along those lines. He's back. He's got a kill now.
New Steve, yeah, new Steve,
New Steve,
game,
new me.
New game, new Steve. Killed by Steve again. Evens it up. Let's go, Steve.
All right, on the Steve train, we will continue. Bitey, though, back into the action. He said, who do you see first? That's how you can win in this one. The portaling has been really solid out of Bitey, as you'd expect from a pro-level player, but portals, they can only get you so far. You need the aim. And you know what is best for aiming? Big arms.
You know what else
Big
is good for
reflexes.
aiming? Not getting shot first like that. Steve's got to stay up if he wants to be able to get this elim. Close battle, and unfortunately, Bitey going to play a little bit of mind games with him. Gets around and gets the shot once again on Steve.
Here's the thing. All right, I'm gonna do a little theory here of what's going on. I think it's the tie. I think it's the professionalism. Bitey comes out on stage. He's ready to work. This is his job. He's here to compete. Whereas Steve, you know, he's having fun. He's got the kind of the tank top on there. But
wasn't Steve the one that's here to compete? And he's actually tied it back. Steve's the one supposed to be competing. Bitey's not supposed to be there. He's supposed to be one of us.
maybe I have it mixed around. Maybe it's wrong in my head. Maybe it was Steve all along, or maybe not. 5th kill on in. So the lead has been taken by Bitey, but this game has been a lot closer. Steve has kept things competitive. He has kept things good. This man is finding his opportunity. He's finding his kills, and he just needs a few more, you know? 3 minutes left, plenty of time to stomp it on out. These first couple kills, warm-up. That's a warm-up kill, okay?
I will say this. Having the player cams up, I almost want to, like, find a way to, even though it's remote for the Pro Series in Splitgate, is get these up, because I need to know if during actual pro matches, if every time Bitey gets a kill, if he's just like maniacally laughing like this all the time. I've never get to see his face as he plays.
Oh, you can just, it's the joyous whimsy buff. He's feeling good, he's feeling happy. With every smile, he powers up his gameplay another level.
But you can literally see the mask like completely misshaped to the level of smile going on behind it. It's terrifying.
It's like his supervillain origin story here.
Come on, Steve. You got the, oh.
He didn't quite have it. That's okay, though. It's fine, because there's plenty of time still. Maybe Steve was just having a slow start. Letting Bitey get ahead, it's the respectful thing to do. Steve, if he's anything, he's a good sport, and this is his moment. This is his time. Woo! Steve's got it. Bitey's down. The comeback starts now.
Yes, Steve.
The emote. No way, man.
Yes. Steve may be down, but his spirit not broken.
That's a 5th kill. And I still see Alex over on Bitey's side of the stage. I want to see some movement out of you. I want you going back over to the right side, Alex.
Alex, what are you doing here?
He's
now,
not.
Alex.
He's refusing.
The level of flip-flop is, it hurts me.
He's standing on the wrong side of history. He has picked the wrong horse. And he won't admit it just yet, but we'll find out in a second, because Steve's about to get this next kill.
Steve's still in warm-up mode. He's looking to, it's the false sense of security that he's trying to give to Bitey.
Look at.
He's like letting Bitey think that he's gonna get it. Any minute here, Steve's gonna
So you were saying earlier I'm not really good at math, but like I see like a 1 in that number next to Bitey, and I see a 5 next to Steve. That sounds like a bigger number to me.
I feel like the 5. No, it was a 1 and a 0. You actually read those separately. Like that's 1 and 1. That's
those
actually
are two different score
That's 2 to 5.
Yeah, so like 1 kill, 1 death, whereas Steve just has 5. That's
yeah,
better.
1 kill, 1 death. That averages out to 0, which means Steve's up by 5.
Okay, all right. Some respect to Bitey, you know. Maybe 1 or 2 of these shots weren't a fluke, but the rest surely were.
Oh, these hurt.
It's tough life being a Steve fan.
It's you know, it is. It's one of those ones that you just sometimes you just have to accept that you're not going to get as many W's as you want to get.
Sure. But in those moments where you're a little downtrodden, you're feeling bad, you're feeling worse for wear, take a deep breath, off some of your Steve copium.
Just believe in Steve.
And you just believe. You believe the Steve, and you can win.
Here comes Bitey. He's looking for the flyover through the top of the map. Gonna go ahead and drop back down. He's going for another swing up top. Steve coming through the top. Yes! Yes, Steve. That is the way that you do it. You know what? I think the winner's actually the one that gets the last elim. We forgot to inform Bitey. And the graphics seem a little wrong. I think Steve won that one.
It's okay. You know, sometimes mistakes happen. Maybe production had things a little mixed up. Wires crossed. It's fine.
Show matches
we'll figure
get
it
confusing,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. But just remember, for everyone in the audience, everyone back at home, Steve won that game. It was all good. But we probably have to hear from the winner. I think we have to hear from Bitey again.
You know, not very often you see the birth of a supervillain. We've all seen superhero movies. Maybe they fall into a pit of acid, or somebody hurts them as a child or something. I don't know what Bitey's story is, but I do know that he has emerged as a cackling supervillain on stage, or just a laughing toddler. I don't know. Have you been feeling yourself getting more and more evil as you've been trouncing on Steve?
Look, Steve has been trouncing on the competition here, so it's time to put him back in his place, okay? Steve,
come on down.
Long way to go.
Come on down to the PAX Arena where you can win so much we'll then embarrass you on stage. That's your true prize, is we'll get a pro to come here and dunk on you. Everyone wants that to happen. Bitey, do you have any words of encouragement for Steve going into this last round here?
Yeah, you could just give up. It'd be easier.
I think you need a thesaurus or a dictionary or a quick explainer on what encouragement means. I'm going to go over to the left side or right side of the stage here. Go over to Steve. Steve, so you lost the first round. You lost the second round almost by half. Absolutely trounced. You've been dunked on. I only have one question for you, Steve, after a showing like that. Do you wish you wore sleeves if you were going to lose that bad? Because if I was losing, I would just not want to feel exposed.
This is true, yes.
I would have just worn a losing parka.
I can't lose all 3, though.
Okay, can't lose all 3. Well, here's the thing. I'm just being told right now from production. This is legally binding. The last round is worth, this final Speed Bats is worth 3 points, so now it's 2-0. Steve could come back in this final round. All he has to do is take it, and it'll be a 3-2 score. Steve will take it. Bitey will have to retire for the rest of his life. Everything's on the line. Let's go ahead and go over to the casters for our Game 3. Speed Bats for 3 points!
If I've ever heard inspiration, it's what we just heard from Bitey's mouth right there. Give up. He's telling him to give up, but really, he's just trying to make Steve show that he's not just strong with the muscles, he's strong in the head. He hears the words working against him, and he'll still fight past it. This is Steve's moment.
This is 100% Steve's moment, and I love the ruling here. 3-point game with the Speed Bat, that is absolutely what we need here. I think it's what Steve needs. It's definitely what my heart needs.
Is Bitey cheating? Why are the admins checking him out? Why are the admins in his PC? What did he do?
we got like 14 admins up there checking him out. What are you doing, Bitey? What is going on?
I'm concerned. I don't know. They're leaving him alone now. Maybe they turned his cheats off.
I think they got scared. He started flexing on them, and they ran away, which was weird. I would have expected the biceps on Steve's side of the stage to scare people off, but somehow Bitey got them out of there.
I mean, Bitey is a scary name. A scary name indeed, but I don't know. I want to hear it. PAX, are you guys for Steve or are you for Bitey? If you're for Steve, let's hear it. That's like, at least like most of the people, I think.
And if you are against Bitey, can we boo Bitey? Boo!
Boo!
That's what I like that better.
I like that one better. You know,
that one's
you
fun.
get a little. If you add those both together, it's a riotous cheer. If you put them both.
If we combine them both,
fashion.
yeah, and both of them are in favor of Steve, which I'm for.
Yeah. I mean, what could you love more than some love for Steve?
Alex, I need you to steal Borker.
Is that what's giving him the power?
Can we shift Borker back to Steve's side of the stage? He needs it.
Alex looks like he's refusing.
He's refusing. He's ignoring me at this point. He's giving up. Yeah, he's afraid. He's afraid. And to be fair, Bitey does have a bat here. Oh, right off the rip, he gets the first swing and the first crack over Steve.
That's fine, though. Speed is the name of the game, and Steve, if anything, he is fast. He's ready to go in this one. The bat versus bat. This is his moment. 3 points on the line, and Steve has got his kill. 1-1 now. Steve can do this.
Attaboy, Steve. Show him what's up. You hear the jetpack kind of going through, and that one is going to go the way of Steve. Actually, no, that was Steve. I thought Bitey had won that one. That's good. I said I meant yeah.
I mean, you can see the hope slowly leaving his face. Oh, they trade. One for one.
That's okay. Well, that's still moving close. That's still good for us.
Yeah, I mean for Steve. It's not about us, Super. It's about Steve. Steve is just
Remember,
Steve
Steve has my heart,
the people.
though, so it is all for Steve. It is my love for Steve that I'm trying to
You're
project.
wholly consumed
Yes.
by the love for Steve at this point now. And
Get him,
Steve
Steve.
trades
Let's
again.
go.
That's fine. 4-4, even odds. Again, it's one of these situations where Steve likes to keep things close. He likes a show. He's really kind to the audience in that way.
He wants to keep things going there. Steve with another one takes the lead. What's going on, Bitey? Yeah, I thought you were a professional here. You're getting beat up by Steve?
I mean, so you do more, like, you watch a little more SPS than me. Your Cap's in it. Speed Bats is a normal game mode, right? That's like the
it
standard.
should be.
Yeah.
I would love if it was. It is not a normal mode within the SPS circuit, unfortunately. But I'm all for it. I would love to just at least have it be some part of it. And right now, Steve coming through 2 up now, has a 2-point gap.
And he does. And Bitey is nowhere to be found. Trying to come up to this high ground, but not being let in. They trade again. Still, this is good for Steve. Steve, here's the thing. He's so good at this game that even when he dies, he still gets the kill. That's crazy.
Even when he loses, he's winning.
And he's still winning. He loses one.
I
Again,
mean,
it's to keep it
he went down, but he is still in the lead. Again, still winning.
What's the special strategy? What's the special sauce? If you're Steve, you're Steve's coach right now, Super. I need you to get in his head, to hype this man up.
I am not the right one to be a coach on this. I am somebody who would just get eliminated.
Look at what's happening
right
to
now.
him.
What I'm saying,
every moment that you're not coaching him, that you're not helping him, he is losing.
Before you asked me to coach him, he was in the lead.
But now the
you
onus
put
is on
pressure
you.
on me, and my heart started swaying back and forth. I didn't know what to do, and now Steve's down by 2.
He's down by 1 only.
At the end of this, if Steve loses, I'm putting this on you.
I don't know. If you're not there for him, I guess someone else is going to have to be. Steve, he's back, 10-10.
See, you say things, and then Bitey pulled in the lead. Alex shifts sides, and now back in the lead, tied 11-11. So going back and forth still, but you know, evened up. We got about 9 more points to go here. We're looking for 20 to end this one. 2 minutes left on the clock.
And that is the lead again for Bitey. Steve, though, in the red, is trying to come back in towards this one. Steve in close, trying to hit that shot, but Bitey just dancing away from him, keeping him at an arm's length. That is a disingenuous strategy to just try and stay away. That is disingenuous. You gotta fight. You gotta be in there.
Quit
be in
running,
the thick
Bitey.
of things. It's clear that he's just too afraid of Steve
He
that
is.
he won't even face him.
He saw the biceps across the stage. He's terrified.
He's terrified. And for
And
good
he
reason.
should be.
For good reason, man. Look at Steve go.
Let's
Look
go.
at this kid
The
go.
dancing as
Yeah,
well.
she's clearly a Steve fan.
With the way Steve's been dancing, 100%. That is a pro Steve fan in the audience.
13-13. This one is getting neck and neck. A minute 15 left. Only a few more fights, depending on how this one turns out. But Bitey has gotten another one back in. The kid needs to, I don't know, the dancing? Who's it working for? Who's she powering up?
Apparently, she's just a fan of speed
She's
bat
just a
in
fan
general.
of some good speed batting. I respect that. Uh-oh. This is getting dangerous. 1 minute, 2 kills behind. Steve would need 3 to pull ahead. 3 straight. That's his task.
I think if Steve keeps it within,
oh, no.
If Steve keeps it within 7 points, I think that we just give him the W.
Bitey, another one. They trade. That's
Let's
not good
go.
for Steve. You can see the fear in the audience's eyes. They know that maybe this one's slipping away.
We're fine. We're fine. Oh, 2 points left for. Well, you know, it's down to 6. That means I said it within 7. I'm calling it a Steve W. No matter what.
At the end of the day, Steve will reign true. At the end of the day, who's really winning? Because Steve is in the grand finals. Steve, one grand finalist of a PAX Almost Pro Open. Bitey 0. You win the show match. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything.
I mean, let's be honest. We're going to swap out this one. We're going to grab the Steve clone. Bitey gets the W, but, you know, God, it looks
he
like
cheats his way to victory.
I
Thank
can
you,
see the
production.
camera. It looks like we're going to Bitey cheats his way to victory, 100%. And in the end, though, the real W still is Steve, because Steve's going to be in the finals here.
Steve
but
took the mental
unfortunately-
victory, you know? He won in our hearts, in our minds, and I think from what we'll hear from Alex, he's going to win in our words, too.
All right, guys, I'm here with the winner and the loser. We have Bitey and Steve here. How do you think those matches went, Bitey?
Oh, they went fantastic. You wouldn't believe it, man.
All right, that's enough of that. Steve, what happened?
I was throwing for content. Only explanation.
Okay, there you go. Listen, he's a crowd pleaser. He's doing it for all of you to entertain. Round of applause for Steve. Now, there's really nothing left to do here except, we can look at the highlights.
Look at this work. I'm telling you right here, look, this is what they call what?
Expert play by Steve. I would have done the same thing.
Look at this. Look at this. I told him I'm messing with, and he even shook his head on me. Are you kidding me? I said, Steve, I can't sprint, Steve. My legs. You know, I ran too much yesterday or something.
That's a good move there. I got to learn that one, Steve. The head shake, the crouch spam, all things I've learned.
The walking into the bullet, don't forget that.
Oh, yeah, no,
Thanks so much. He said I use the radar. I don't even see it.
I mean, listen, this all seems like a fluke. Steve is obviously the better player here.
True.
Look at that. Bitey killed, another great shot. A bunch of lucky shots.
Yeah, all luck right here. Watch. See, luck. Let's go.
What is this? The Steven highlight reel?
I've seen enough.
I want this one though.
I've seen enough. Let's go ahead. We're going to crown a winner right here. I'm going to raise the hand of the winner, and the loser will have to stop playing Splitgate for the rest of their life. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Steve! Yeah! Give him a round of applause. Bitey, find another job. We're going to get ready for our grand finals. We'll be right back for the grand finals of our Splitgate Almost Pro 10K Open. Steve, let's pop some champagne. Bitey, get out of here.
As you all know, macroeconomics is very difficult. If you don't have macroeconomics, this marks the battle for push off the spring of day. Just watch.
Nice. Oh, hey, sorry about your girlfriend, man.
Who?
Headache triggers incoming.
Intense stress. Sensory overload.
Loud noises.
You call for backup?
Excedrin fights headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
Welcome back to the PAX Arena Almost Pro 10K here for Splitgate. We have reached our grand finals, but before we delve into the teams at hand, we have to thank one of the sponsors that has made everything possible here for this entire event at the PAX Arena, and that is Excedrin. You just saw their booth over there, that healing haven that they have set up here live at the PAX show floor. Excedrin, it is a medication to help with headaches, and you know, a lot of us here, gamers, and gaming is known to be a trigger for headaches, and it's unfortunate because the thing you love is also causing you pain from time to time, but it doesn't have to be that way. Excedrin can help get that fast relief to keep you playing, to keep you healthy, to keep you happy, so make sure you do check them out here at their healing haven on the show floor or at home. Check them out online or in shops. A big thank you to them for making everything possible here at the PAX Arena. But now is the time. Let's talk about our grand final super, because these two teams, they have been through a gauntlet, fought for their chance to play on this final stage, and $10,000 is on the line.
They have battled through. They've played once before already. They played in Group A, day one when we were here, and that was the one on the day that did go the distance. I believe it went, that was a best of three, and it did go the full three. So this was going to be a close matchup. We should have actually checked in with Steve just to see if he had a headache from all of that cackling coming out of Bitey. Maybe should have. It was tough. Should have sent him over to the healing haven real quick. Maybe he made it over there. He had about 10 minutes. Get him a quick massage. Get him feeling good. We'll see how he's feeling once we do get into this next matchup. But this one is going to be the battle of the day. I mean, it should be, right? It's the grand finals. It should be that battle. But this is teams that, when we really look at it, at the top half, these teams are very evenly matched. Sure. And it's really going to come down to the performance, I believe, of that those lower two on each of the teams, and see how that shakes out.
Yeah, I think these teams are very similar. We've seen the play style throughout this entire event, and they both have one star player, a pro, who's playing within the SPS, an incredibly talented individual, respectively. Zach over with JP, I believe. Both those players have been really excellent throughout, playing that kind of roam, causing interference, keeping their opponent under wrap, while the remaining three are still doing excellent, but are just cleaning up, being able to play that objective. So when we have these similar styles, when we have really similarly leveled teams, how will it all pan out? It's a great question, because it's been a while since we've seen these teams. Back when it was in the groups, it was just a best out of 3. Now it's a best out of 7. New maps, and of course, higher stakes, $10,000. This is a difference of $2,000 between first and second place.
That's $500 a player. I mean, that's a considerable jump up here for that first to second place difference. Either way, I mean, you can't really be unhappy going home with money. You come in, you enter into an open, you signed up on a piece of paper at a booth here with us, and you might walk away with some money. Or, well, for these two, you're walking away.
You're walking away with some, yeah.
Well, we'll be checking out, seeing how this one goes once we do get into it, but a lot of money on the line. And I do like that it is now, we're going from, we started everything off day one, group stage, best of 3s. We then got to today, best of 5s. Now we're going to shift over to best of 7s, and that will also give the team time to kind of get in there and play through and adjust to them. And one of the things that will happen is there is an advantage given to Bork Jr. due to the fact that they did win that earlier matchup in the group stage.
Yeah, and it's a really fitting rematch, because it was, of course, this team to knock God Squad on down. God Squad since then has had a flawless run to get to this point. They have won every single one of their series. They have had no second chance, but they have fought through all of that. They have made this possible, and now they have an opportunity in towards the grand final. Let's talk about maybe the difference within the BO7s a little bit, because we saw that, well, it will be the same rotation. Changing up the maps can be pretty significant, as we've already seen throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, map changes is really the biggest thing, right? In pro play and here, we kind of emulated the same thing. We basically go King of the Hill, domination, TDM, and then we rinse and repeat. We just roll through that. And we're going to run through it twice, because we have given that advantage over to Bork Jr., obviously. But the map changes. We're going to get to see a lot more maps, and it looks like right now our first map selection actually is up, and once our camera gets to the point that I can read that, I will say we're going to Impact. It does look like it. I could just look over my shoulder like you just did. That was probably the smarter play. But Impact, that's going to be our first map. It will be picked by God Squad, and we are going to King of the Hill there. We did see it earlier. This is one of those ones where I believe we casted God Squad, basically making a run through there. They're not going to have the same freedom that they did earlier.
No.
You're not going to be able to let JP just run. Zach is not going to let that happen.
No, I think the biggest thing to watch, especially in a game mode like King of the Hill, is power weapon control. Both these teams clearly know the importance of that, and both these teams showed that they're very good at doing so in towards the early stages. But I think the majority of the teams they were playing, we had some close matches, but most of the time it was them kind of early on setting the precedent, hey, we're the best team here. We're going to dominate. We're going to do whatever the heck we want. We are going to claim those weapons. So the head-to-head is set up. up. $10,000 on the line. PAX, are you ready? The grand finals starts now.
Jumping in, we're going to start off with JP, the man of the day, the man of the hour. He's going to come through, shotgun early, gets the first elim as he gets onto the hill. Going to be in a battle here, has some support from his teammate Evie, and they will get control over this hill with that shotgun, and everybody comes through, gets set up, start shutting down that portal wall, put their own portals on to deny. They're going to go ahead and deny that one. We'll see if they throw a second. No, they're just going to go ahead and hold that portal off. However, the other team is throwing, and you can see that there was nobody there. The reticle didn't turn red. They did bait out multiple of the EMP grenades, which will allow them to have an advantage in fights later, unless those players get eliminated and respawn.
Yeah, and you see that. They're very astute. They realize that in towards these portals, players can lie, and JP, he was the man to be concerned with. Coming through, shotgun in hand, and holding these close corners to great effect. Now he's starting to play that style we know him for, rotating around the extremities, holding off the point. But it's different this time. He's being contested. Bork Jr. is fighting for this space. They're waiting, they're grouping, and now they found a double kill, staggering out the God Squad and being able to pick up their first time on the hill.
On board with Evie, 2-2 right now off the start, taking a couple shots in the back, and we'll end up going down to Steve. Zach Max picks up one, picks up a second one as Vitter and JP go down, the two top heavy players on that squad. Habibi goes down now as well, so a quick cleanup run through there coming out of the other squad, or out of Zach Max in the squad.
Yeah, refight back on in. Evie, though, very much alone in this one. Maybe not getting quite long enough. JP will arrive, gets one Vitter to help, but immediately their replies are back on in. Bork Jr., they hold on well, and it's just because Zach is fragging out of his mind. A triple kill, and will he fall? Snake Queen, quick to avenge.
I did just realize that we talked about giving the advantage. I never said what that advantage is. So when you look at the top of the screen, that is not an error at the top. They do get a one map advantage.
Yeah.
So Bork Jr. basically is already considered to have won one match within this best of 7.
Yeah, and a new hill coming on through. Already, Bork Jr. good to contest that early. You notice that one player in that, Zach, is quick off that objective. They tend to leave Snake and Steve alone to hold down the fort for good reason. Steve is excellent in this anchor position, especially with the help of Snake right beside him. Now they're starting to tick up, have claimed this lead 65 to about 30, and Zach continuing to do his work.
Going to be on with Steve, 7-3 right now, has a good start. So the team as a whole really has been in a dominant control thus far, and it's come off of the back of Zach being there, but everybody has been involved. You can see it in the kill count, 8, 9, and 10 between Snake, Queen, Steve, and Finian. Everybody getting involved. JP's going to find Zach, though, and take him down. Finian finds Habibi. Steve, Snake's Queen, both go down. Vitter gets himself a big double kill.
Ooh, shotgun now recovered, but the shots are missed. Close quarters. The Carbine shouldn't be winning that, thankfully. Bitter is there to make everything right. Recover that shotgun, claim control. Hill now starting to work towards God's squad, and with these power weapons in hand, they're in a good position to defend. Close range, shotgun, this is where it can thrive. Steve, though, he realizes the risk. He stays back, he stays safe, but from behind, help is had there, and Bork Jr. hold on to their control.
Hill move is going to go into the underside here, the underbelly of Impact. In comes the drop with the shotgun, misses the shot, gets a punch, but can't get the finish. Snake Queen ends up taking down the shotgun and Vitter, which did so much work on that previous hill. 3 go down from God Squad, and Bork Jr. have control.
Now we've seen at both hill switches, it's Bork Jr. getting ahead of that one, fighting for that space early. They'll send a scout ahead, claim that space early, get that time working, and then slowly rotate their power weapons on over to hold the line. Sometimes that even comes down to someone being a little bit late, but being able to find that flank instead, making God Squad's life very difficult on these retakes.
On board with Vitter, who had big plays on that last hill. He's going to drop out, didn't check his right side before coming through the portal, and just falls right into the hands of Snake Queen, who gets a big elim. And now in comes Habibi, and there's going to be a trade out there. Habibi goes down along with Zach's Max.
New hill to come on through. JP in position to try and fight for this one, but from behind, not ready for Snake Queen. A serpent in the server, 17-5 for her. Thus far, one of the quieter members, but when it comes down to the team play, when everyone needs to step up, she's having her moment.
Gonna jump on with Zach for the moment as he's already onto the hill, got control, 38 seconds left on this hill, and he's decided that he wants to chase down that elim on Vitter, and even sets it up with the portal play to get down below, takes away that wall advantage or the hiding spot from Vitter.
Zach's doing so well with that plasma rifle, a double to be picked on up. This team again cut away. 3 kills for Zach's. JP only managed to get 1 back on in. This timer is starting to get into a tough territory, almost 200 to just the 40 of God Squad. Hill will switch on over, so a new chance, but again, Bork Jr., they get ahead of it. They immediately contest that point.
just sawing down the competition. Finally, it's going to come to an end with that plasma rifle. Finian now also has a plasma rifle in hand, and he's looking to try and line somebody up. He has a couple shots across into JP, can't quite get the finish, puts a lot of damage into him. Player behind him, able to get him as he tries to get through the portal, can't get away. Shots down low, finds Eevee as well. Vitter, Eevee both go down in a double kill, and now looking to play towards the middle with the plasma rifle.
Yeah, and look at this again. Even if you don't have those EMP grenades to get rid of those portals, as long as you have one of your own portals down on those walls, it's really tough for them to find a space, find a spot to be able to put a portal back on in, to get close, close that gap. And, well, not even sure if you want to close the gap, because close is the domain of Zach's Max. To double with the shotgun, trying to pick up even more in this one. And look, he knows exactly where the battle rifle is. Hey, new gun, new opportunity. Works just as well.
The mind games too on that chase down through the portals, the double portal to make sure to get behind with the shotgun, just the complete outplay there. Player never had an idea that he was there.
Had no idea whatsoever. God Squad is looking incredibly tough for them. Only 25 points to go, and since the very onset of the game, we have not seen much success for this team whatsoever. Every one of these fights, it's just Bork Jr. with that extremity control, staggering these players before they can even have a chance to group. This is where teams that maybe have one really excellent, one or two players that can carry a game, it struggles. You need consistency, you need team play, and thus far that is faltering.
Well, right now, it's kind of hard to have that team play when you've got not just Zach popping off, but Finian 26-9 as well. Just complete chaos coming from that side. Or onto the other team in God Squad when you've got two players playing at that level in the same game. They're probably prepared. They're like, hey, JP's got to trade out with Zach. Vitter's going to have to trade out with Finian, but not quite able to do that here as this one does come to an end, and they do now go to a 2-0 lead after starting with that map advantage for Bork Jr.
Yeah, we knew that this team was good in the objective play, and they prove it again here. You said at the beginning that it was going to come down to a duel between those players that we haven't seen quite as much from in the group play. Habibi and Eevee versus players like Snake Queen and like Steve, and, well, they stepped up. That is Steve and Snake Queen had their moments. Everyone on Bork Jr. over 20 kills on that match. You can't quite say the same at the level of consistency for God Squad.
Yeah, and really the biggest difference was kind of what I was talking about there right at the end was I was expecting Finian Vitter basically to kind of land about the same, but really Finian had a stellar standout match.
Yeah, Finian indeed was really good at this one. I think also the way that this team prioritizes who they're giving the power weapons to, they know that Zax's can go massive. So they set him up in a position where those weapons are always available. They're guarding for him. They're letting him get that shotgun, letting him get that plasma rifle. When you have a tool like Zach, put him to work.
In this type of setup, that is the strategy, right? You basically need people to play the objective, but you have to make sure you're getting those power weapons, because if those power weapons fall into the hands of Vitter and JP, now you're still in a problematic situation. So being able to send your two big guys to go grab those guns, but also still, at no point is Zach, even when he's rotating for power weapons, is he ever not focused on objective.
Yeah, I mean, look at the time on the hill in the replays.
He's still leading the team in objective points.
Yeah, over 100 for 3 players on this squad. Finian was doing a lot of that wider roaming. I don't think we saw quite as much of him, or didn't talk about him quite as much, at least. But he deserves that recognition, because this guy was doing a very similar job. He wasn't given the power weapons quite as often, but he was still finding those big kills. Map number 2, though, we head to Domination, and the map band's already up on our screen.
We're going to be going over to Club Silo Domination. So we did see this one earlier in God Squad. In the God Squad.
I think it says I Heart Bitey.
How much did Bitey pay you off, Steve? Do you not remember the match that you just played?
Steve's been Stockholm syndrome after
He
losing.
shushed me and then turned it into like a I didn't shush you, I'm fixing my mask kind of thing. He tried to play it off.
Very smooth.
He's committed now though. Okay.
He's committed to the bit, but we're committed into game number 2. Steve's back into it, and we are too. Bork Jr. 2-0 up in a map they've already proven to be excellent at.
Zach going to be the first one through to pick up a power weapon. He'll grab that sniper rifle. He'll have that in hand off the rip. On the other side, JP, he's going to pick up the rocket launcher and get an early elim. He'll take down Zach's Max, actually. Takes the sniper rifle out of play for them.
Bork Jr. C and B now within their command. Snake Queen, she found a nice opening pick, found that space in towards B, but doesn't stay alive for long. JP picks up that sniper rifle. Now 2 power weapons to be working with in that B site. Soon to be under their control. That's unless Zax has something to say about it. He'll try and fight, but Vitter behind with a flank. Good portal usage by God Squad. This is a better look early on.
Definitely a better look, and it's going to be terrifying when you run into JP carrying the sniper rocket launcher, reminding me of old school, back in the day T-squared type vibes.
Gonna pretend I know what that is. And we're going to move on. We're going to keep on
Before
going.
your time. It's okay. I'm old. I get it.
Yeah, aging yourself quickly with that one. Bork Jr., though, trying to get some points back for themselves. They have control of A and are trying to make this a coordinated effort for the fight. If Vitter goes down here, that could be big, and Zax does get that job on done. Now, a portal established, so a jumping off point for this fight. Looks like they might want to crunch back in towards these further out extremity areas. You see a couple of those sneaky little angles. You can shoot a portal through that, and you can get a kill off it. Great work by Zach.
On board with Zach still, 5-2 so far. They have the AC hold, but right now in the lead is God Squad, who just came through and decapped that A side, and the killing spree comes through for JP, 6-1. Still running around trying to get some work done. Habibi going to be in a fight. He'll win one over the top of, actually, no, we made this. Who did he get? I didn't see it in the kill feed. He definitely got one there. I missed who it was, but great play thus far out of God Squad. Completely different matchup from the previous game. This domination playing better into their cards.
Yeah, and you see, this is something that Bork Jr. likes to do a lot, those kind of AC holds where they pinch back in towards B. It works especially well on maps like this, maps like Crag, that have those closer corners, extremity sites, and then the one that is in the middle, a little bit easier to grab with that pinch. They do that again here. They claim that space easy, but God Squad had fought back in. They committed to their hold in B, fought one of those flanks and did well at it. Now, again, we see them setting up for that same play, getting the double cap on in A and C, working for Bork.
Double kill comes through there for the squad, not necessarily an individual player, but they do get two. JP gonna find an Elim onto two as well as he takes down Finian as the second before he goes down to Zax Max.
Yeah, it feels like there's been a couple times now where you get that AC, you at least kind of neutralize that B flag, but then God Squad regroups. Someone like JP is back in your flank and fighting for space in that area. They've done well to hold on now. This lead almost up to 100 full points is two big kills are picked on up. This is working well towards God Squad. I'd love to see Bork Jr. just slow things down for a second, regroup, and try and take a fight as a team, because now that stagger is working against them as Vitter, straight through the portal, denies Steve.
If you can react in time when you see that portal open, you can definitely put some damage out. If you just throw a rocket through it, that's the right action, and he gets rewarded for it. And again, they have that triple cap momentarily. It continues to get taken away, but they're usually ahead of Bork here. They haven't been able to catch up in that rotation to get a 2-cap for themselves.
Yeah, A, B, and C. The triple cap coming out for God Squad. Where is Bork Jr. going to pick their fight? Middle seems to be the answer for Snake Queen. At least she grabs one kill, gets a flank on a round. Steve and Finian all getting their work done, all getting some of these kills. That C site at least will be grabbed, but with the triple cap, even if you get fully wiped, there's still plenty of time to get back in to fight for at least 1 or 2 of your points.
And JP has woken up. He is angry from the first game and going 17-3 thus far, being a big problem here for Bork Jr., who hasn't been able to really get this together yet. They continue to find ways to decap, but they just can't seem to hold on to anything. Finally, complete neutral now in favor of Bork as they do take that B site, but they're able to decap and finally just stop the bleed momentarily here until finally A is taken over once again by God Squad.
JP putting a couple extra bullets into the corpse of Snake Queen there, and now trying to put some bullets in it to the body of Finny, and portal around the corner finishes out the job. JP has definitely been having a big performance here, especially compared over towards map number 1. Much more of a team effort on the side of God Squad, but now the man himself could be in a bit of trouble, and Steve takes him on down. So this double capture continues to work in the favor of Bork Jr. God Squad starting to look on the back foot, even though they still hold control in points.
Yeah, they hold the control in points, but it is slowly shifting towards Bork Jr. They're finally getting their feet under themselves, finding kills, finding some elims on point, finding them in rotation before they can get back in there to assist their teammates, and they're slowing down that progress of God Squad. That rotation isn't as efficient as it was before. Zax Mac gets a kill and then a double kill out of Snake Queen, and that's going to take 3 down on the side of God Squad and give a little more advantage time over to Bork Jr. We'll see if anything gets decapped or anything's made of it, but the 2-cap right now, B and C, once again, just breaking 500 points as God Squad up by over 200.
At this point, you almost need a triple cap. You need something big to swing that momentum back into your favor, because it's only 200 to go for God Squad to close this on out. All flags but A are now neutralized, and that A site is taken. Not a second portal up. I believe it was EMP'd on out, so a player caught out in the open. Good work there from JP. Still, it's only this A site within control.
Zach and JP, the 2 pros, throw down, and out the other side comes Zach. Finian, though, is able to come in and clean up JP off of that fight, so they both go down. Snake Queen finds a kill onto Evie, and There goes Steve as he dodges out of one fight, gets away, finds an Elim across, has a rocket launcher now, and is now looking to see if he can line up another fight. Gonna drop himself into the mid, onto that B site, start decapping it. The SMG should be up here soon. I believe I saw the timer on it, but nobody comes to B. So he just goes ahead, gets in there, decaps it, and gets out. Doesn't want to give up the rocket. You don't want to, that's a high risk area. So he makes a great decision to go in, decap, stop the points, and get out.
Stays alive in that one, and in a way also pulls the opposition off the C. It was kind of a bait play to keep the remainder of his teammates in control of that C site. Now, the patience, it has allowed the triple cap to come on through. This is exactly what Bork Jr. needed to pull themselves back into the game. The matter is how long can they hold it. Zax with the rocket launcher will start to continue to keep that timer working in their favor. 15 as well with a kill. This is shot down by Bork Jr. God Squad being staggered on away. The time on this triple cap, though, will come to an end as A is neutralized.
The amount of SPS vibes that I'm getting in, or Splitgate Pro Series vibes that I'm getting with this comeback right now from Bork Jr. is massive. This is one of those ones, Club Silo has had some pretty crazy comeback wins, and they are fighting their way back in, tooth and nail, just kind of clawing their way back into this one. They brought it down within 100 points.
Yeah, that they have. But Vitter, a big performance. He takes down 2, and now B site will be neutralized. C under the control of God Squad, and they'll soon claim a second one here. About 130 points left for God Squad to be able to close this one on out, and they have the only flag on up. A and B now taken, C reclaimed for Bork Jr., but the fights are good. These are the moments where that stagger is massive, and Vitter and JP, that duo work well together.
AB hold currently for God Squad. They finally get that 3 cap over 600, less than 100 points to go. This is something that needs to be stopped immediately. Right now, Bork Jr. needs a big play.
They need a big one indeed. JP and Fitter, though, ensuring that does not happen. Steve and Snake Queen both down. Who's going to step up? Who's going to find the time? Because that timer is running out. Fitter, another. They just keep going. Fitter with a double kill wants to close this map out for God Squad.
2 fire hoses in his hand. He's got an SMG and the plasma. Both of them will saw through just about anything. Triple cap is the way to get it done. Couple seconds left. They do lose that A site. They have a hold of B, and they do close it out. God Squad gets the first W under their belt. They are down by 1 still, but again, that advantage what did go the other way. So really, in map count of played maps, we're 1-1.
Or even, at least in way of the maps played. Still, for Bork Jr., they showed some good things. They showed some gall. Being able to build back in the way they did, it looked like they were down and out for a moment. They come back, they claim that triple cap. Unfortunately, they don't hold it long enough to stay alive in the map. Still, an impressive performance. This squad is proving that even when they're in trouble, they will come back. They will continue to fight. These guys don't give up.
Yeah, it took them a second to kind of regain their footing, right? They gave up some ground. They did allow them back into it for a moment, but that's one of those things where you can kind of get the windfall. Things can kind of fall apart. Mental game goes sideways, but no, they were able to regain, get their feet back under them, and finish that off strong with that 3 cap for that last 100 points.
Yeah, Vitter, he was a guy that you were talking about, maybe a little bit of an underperformance in towards the first map of this series, but he really had a big game here, working in conjunction with JP, being that second roamer that works really well. A setup like that is perfect in domination, where you have 2 people who are kind of babying each flag, and then once you get towards that point where you're already leading, just work on that stagger. Just work on finding those kills, holding on to control of the power weapons, which was kind of the opposite of map number 1 as well. God Squad doing a lot better job constantly with that rocket launcher, with that sniper in their possession.
Yeah, and JP really at the start of this is kind of what set the tone, right? JP came in, had that big opening, but then in the middle of the game, Steve started actually having a couple plays.
Yeah.
He did that decap in the mid, got out that were just smart plays, understated, undertoned things that maybe you don't normally pick up on, that maybe he's not crushing the kill feed, but in terms of getting on point, decapping, and making all of that work, he's really a big piece of what kind of brought them back into the game.
A big one indeed, but now we head to our first TDM of the match, a game mode that we haven't seen a whole ton of these teams outside of that group play. This one, as I remember, was incredibly close. And looking at our bands, Impact Pantheon hit on Oasis, so Oasis is where we head. This is a pretty safe haven for Bork Jr.
Yeah, this is not going to be one of those situations where JP can, or where what we saw Zach do earlier. He's not going to be able to just like pin people into those spawns. They're not going to be able to just kind of do the fish in the barrel style shooting. This is going to be a shootout between these 2 teams. If this is anything, this is going to. I would say that this is one of those modes that is closer than any other mode that we run in the professional Splitgate series at any time.
Yeah, well, straight back into things here. Bork Jr., God Squad, and Bork Jr. looking to continue their lead, and the start does work out for them. Zach's picking up a kill. They notice that railgun, want to recover it, and Zach in position. Actually, he's just trying to wait. He's trying to hunt for it, wait for someone to pop on through that portal, but I believe they get away with it. Sneak on away for the moment. Habibi actually the one to win instead.
Had the shotgun, wasn't able to make use of it. A couple kills come through. Habibi gets a punch out on Zach's Max. Vitter gets an elim with that shotgun, and we are seeing these kind of the power weapons trade back and forth. Railgun, near miss.
Yeah, a pretty disastrous start there, right? Zach had the play, he had the setup, he wanted to make the smart play. Use that patience, does not work in his favor instead. Now things get awkward, but close quarter switch to shotgun. It's easy as that for Vitter. A killing spree and a 6 as well. Vitter having a big step up in this one. Constantly moving, constantly looking for new weapons, new angles, and new opportunities. Another frag, 7 without any reply.
He continues to find these kind of side shots and these angles and get away and escape and then come in on the flank. And that shotgun, again, we talked about it when we were doing the show match. It's basically a sniper. That shotgun is so strong that he can just kind of take you out from range with it.
Yeah, and you see again, he's waiting for that railgun to come off, realizes that, hey, someone's probably trying to wait for this. Someone's trying to get that weapon, and Vitter, well, he will eventually die. Still, that was 8 kills before he was even tested.
Yeah, he does go down, but he does take somebody as he drops. He also used the majority of that ammo in that shotgun, which in terms of resources is really good, right? He didn't give up a full shotgun. He made sure he made use of it. Didn't just give away a full power weapon.
Well, the lead will be very close here, claimed for a moment by God Squad, but Bork Jr. straight back into it. They're taking control towards the underside of the map, playing these close corners, but replied again, Habibi JP fight back in towards that space together, reclaim their advantage.
Power weapons kind of dispersed at the moment, not a ton in hands. They got the SMG that was in Evie's hands, but does drop those as she gets eliminated. Gonna jump on board with JP for a moment, currently sitting at 8-4, just a little bit behind Zach, who's 10-4. The two pros kind of trying to have as much impact as they possibly can as JP picks himself up another one onto Finian, but Zach on the other side matching him pace for pace, takes down Evie. Zach finds Vitter as well. Steve goes down to Vitter right before. It is just back and forth until we finally just see that kill feed turn all red as Bork Jr. gets a triple.
Well, most of those power weapons should soon be coming off their timers and soon to be recovered. You see that SMG picked up the spawn in towards the middle of the map, and the railgun coming just around the corner. There'll be a fight to contest for this space, but for the moment, both teams just trying to stay alive, keep up, keep together, and reclaim that space in towards mid. Unsuccessful is Habibi as he's taken down by the sniper at range. These power weapons staunchly favoring the side of Bork Jr., bar that railgun, which was up for a bit of but a moment.
Sniper looking for the shot, gonna be just behind on it, tries to catch Habibi, gonna go ahead, go through this, goes through a portal, jumps up top, looking high across. He's a teammate, not gonna take a shot there. No reason to waste that ammo.
Okay.
Fires one blindly through the portal and finds home.
Where was this Steve versus Bitey? He's warmed up now, he's ready to go. A killing spree for Steve as he'll start to look for more and more in this one. Again, a big part of this map is camping for those power weapon spawns. You'll oftentimes see these contestants over towards that railgun, over towards that sniper spawn. Everyone is waiting to try and get one of those critical weapons online, and well, Bork Jr. right now seems to be coming out the better of that. 32-25, and Steve puts an extra on the board.
SMG in Steve's hand here, looking for a little bit of work, but we're going to jump on board with Finian, who again is still stepping up for him as that kind of second man. You're looking for him to have some big plays for Bork Jr. 13-5 as he finds an elim on Vitter. Now he's going to jump through, gets behind Stella, has a couple shots, will get that elim as well, and Habibi finds Steve on the other side before getting taken out by Snake Queen.
And more in close, breaking the nose of JP. Finian will eventually fall. Good work there out of Vitter. Still, Bork Jr. ahead. They've really staunchly held onto this space over towards mid. When they realize that when the power weapons is up, portal goes out, and it's two players working together on that. Never are they taking these fights alone. The team shot has been really good out of Bork.
The power swing here from Bork. They started off a little slow. They were behind. God Squad had that strong start, but ever since about a few minutes in, right around the halfway mark, Bork Jr. just kind of caught fire and has been unstoppable ever since, as they're down to only 5 more points needed, 16 up over God Squad.
Yeah, this one feels like an impossible comeback. God Squad would have to run it near flawlessly, and Snake Queen Good shots with that sniper now, just 3 kills to go. Anyone in the open, she is ready. She is looking for this angle, does not find the connection on that one, but Finian sure will. 2 kills remaining. Snake Queen for 1, and the final frag should soon come. Who will finish it? Who has the honor of claiming the 3rd map for Bork Jr.? Well, at least it's not going to be Snake Queen in this one. A moment longer, they will survive, but down they go. Bork Jr., a 3rd map.
It ends up coming down to Finian with an elim onto Vitter to close that one out. So the 2 number 2s on both squads throw down, and Finian gets the better of them. Bork Jr. pulls ahead 3-1 in the map count now. They need 1 more to take down this best of 7 and win the 10K.
1 more game to go, and we restart our rotation. King of the Hill is all will return to, but before we get too much into that, we have to take one more look back at this team deathmatch map. Felt like that weapon control, especially with the shotgun, that sniper, it was always picked up super early on by the side of God Squad. But Bork Jr., they did good to rally. They had the patience. They fell back, waited till everyone respawned, then played together, established a base of operations in toward the middle of that map, and whenever they were rotating out, vying for one of those power weapons or shutting down its respawn point, they were working together. It was always 2 players in conjunction.
That replay a couple back, it's still just ridiculous. Just that quick flick, they saw a portal open and just throw a blind shot through and finds, it's ridiculous. The reaction time on that, a portal opens up, I don't even know what's going on when I'm playing. These players are just immediate reaction and hitting shots and they can't even see what they're shooting at. It's ridiculous.
There's Bitey.
Hey.
He's looking
Bitey's
at Borker.
locked in. Yeah, walk in on the screen. Bitey, the camera's ours right now, okay? You're in the audience. Cheer him on.
Woo. There you go. The golf clap's coming out again. Respect, if nothing else, for God Squad.
I just want a picture of that. Bitey, that's your job now, Bitey. The next time JP's on the screen doing the clap, I need a picture of that so that I can just start responding to things on Twitter with that. That's going to be my new image for everything.
A new image and not so new map. We go back to Abyss. This is what we were playing throughout all of the group stages. This is known ground for both these teams. When they played in the groups, Abyss was incredibly close.
Yeah, Abyss is basically the map that we've seen the most of. This is going to be ones that every single time they played in groups, and when they played on the second day, we were basically playing this. This is it. This is going to be one that they're most familiar with over the past couple days. We're going into the final game, guys. Let's hear it for everybody up on stage. Give them a little bit of love as we get into what could possibly be the last match of this series.
Zax, who else but him to get things started? JP will trade, so he'll control. It goes towards Odd Squad off the start. However, some of these power weapons are recovered, Eevee with the bat, and, well, that railgun now in the hands of God Squad as well. Steve will try and make a heroic play, but just a bat to the face. It's easy as that for Eevee.
The thump of the bat. It will never not be satisfying. You can kind of feel it through the speakers every time somebody swings it and it finds home. Railgun now in hand from Finian. It's got a bit of a boom too as he tries to throw one through a portal. Couldn't get it off in time. That charge up time, unfortunately, allows that player a little bit of a buffer window to get out of there.
JP, a triple. The bat, massive for him, and you got to take the time. Slow things down. Test out your crouch key a little bit.
I mean, you got to. It's basically the equivalent of his in-game golf clap, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of pace it the exact same.
Yeah, you know, got to keep that consistency on up. Fitter, though, consistent in the performance, too. Grabs another one there on towards Steve, and gets his timer now starting to tick. Is actually neither team in control for just a moment there. Scott Squad will reclaim the space that was there. Zax and Vivian, however, both picking up a kill, so Hill slips away from them. It's going to have to come down to another one of these fights back in, but Vitter has the bat. That BFB can be great in these close range sights, and the first one, that's his. Zac goes down now in the close range, the close quarters. You have to find a way in, but Snake Queen knew that that weapon was out of energy. She takes him on down and keeps that Hill in the favor of Bork.
So close, only 1 point separating these two teams as Bork Jr. does start to pull into the lead as they get control and they take this one down. Finian finds an elim onto Stella, and now we're on board with Finian still looking up, just trying to throw some shots through the portal. Can't find them. It's kind of hard sometimes because you don't know how that player is playing the other side of the portal. He could be standing tall, full body. He might be in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner. It's a bit of a hard thing to figure out, but Finian's not having any trouble finding kills as he pulls off a double.
Looks easy for him. The 50 mark crossed for Bork Jr. as they wait for another Hill to come online here, and will now immediately take control of it. Zax back to his classic, roaming around the map, finding space. Look at the objective time on this team. Both Zach and Steve have never had to worry about the hill. They're just fighting elsewhere. They're just taking these fights, taking these kills wherever they can find them and doing so well at them. But JP on the shutdown, a double kill and Hill back in the control of his team.
That's one of those things that you need to see right now. Right now, JP, Vitter need to come online. They need big plays here out of these two if they want to try and extend this series through, and the double kill comes through once again from JP before he is eliminated. Zach trying to shut him down. He does not want to let the other pro get hot.
Still, Habibi is on this point, and that timer is ticking. God Squad are very close in this endeavor until that hill is stolen away from them. Go to work out of Bork Jr. They group up, they take their time, and they win out on their fights. Now, Railgun, BFB, both under the control of Bork.
Bat under control as well. Wild Finian looking for somebody to hit home with it, and we're going to jump on board with Zach as he starts charging that railgun. He'll find a kill on the Habibi. Looking across, finds another. 3 go down on the side of God Squad as Bork Jr. start making some big plays.
15-5 for Zach thus far. Every time one of these power weapons enters his hands, he will be finding impact on through. Another weapon picked on up, but he's taken out of the server. JP, good to find that kill with the SMG now recovered. These close corners, these lower sights, that's where the BFB can be massive. First kill picked on up. Vitter could be in trouble, but the SMG, the counter, excuse me, just the pistol instead. Still, the automatic weapon, good to contend. And now the bat switches hands. A new hand touches that gauntlet and takes the hill for a moment towards God Squad.
And it does switch hands once again. Zach gets a hold of it. He gets a kill with the bat, then makes the swap over, takes out JP, and then finds another one here as Finian finishes off Stella and gets the double kill.
Just about to cross the 100 border here as Bork Jr. is looking to reclaim space over that hill. And as we switch on over, JP will be alone for a moment, trying to fight for this space. Done good thus far. Nearly 20 kills as an individual, but it seems he's been struggling to consistently hold on towards his point. But with the high ground to support his teammate on the site, that works to perfection. 3 kills taken in the hill in control.
That's what they need. They need to break those up, get a little bit more time on the hills. They start to get a little one off of this. 79, almost 80, just 30 points behind. Closing the gap now is God Squad. If they can go ahead and keep maintaining this as they're trading out evenly at the moment through the kill feed. Again, back and forth, 1 for 1, over and over again as these two teams struggle to take each other out.
But that hill coming back into the control of God Squad. JP with a triple in the SMG. He'll even get away, close the portal behind him, just waits for another player to arrive and does just as well. Eventually will fall at the hands of Steve as the new hill readies itself to come alight. Snake Queen, the first kill, and now that hill is hers. A double and those points ticking.
A double for her and a triple overall for the team as they eliminate 3. Finally coming back online is God Squad as they respawn back in, 4 and 4. Everybody up. Here comes the press. First one in. Gonna be Stella. Vitter gets a kill on Definian though in the trade, so 3 up on each side.
Oh, the bat now out. JP, he's wonderful with this weapon. We'll have to switch on over to that carbine for a moment. Try and close the gap on in. As Vitter with that railgun picks up a double. Now, again, this hill will change hands.
On board with Vitter still, seeing if he's gonna be able to line anything else up. Carbine in hand. JP has a bat. Swap over to him right after he gets an elim. 1 for 1. Trade out. Snake Queen gets Eevee. Habibi gets Snake Queen. And we're continuing to battle this as the score line closer and closer. It's slow going, but God Squad is making up that ground bit by bit.
Bork Jr. will group up in this one. Time to work with and still an advantage held. This next fight. So plenty of time left on that hill, and it will be taken immediately. Bork Jr. within that control. The bat trying to get something done, but JP maybe swings a little too soon there. He was isolated still. Vitter's online. If it's not JP, it has to be that second man on the team down below. It's a BFB instead. Finian trying to trade out for the death of his teammates, but now that hill not within their control, and he does not want to overextend here. His life more important, and he dies at a really tough time. That'll stagger these respawns for a moment.
It's actually a great play from Vitter because he threw out the first portal, which meant that was a closed portal. Vitter started pre-firing it. That's when he opened it to bring that fire online, immediately got shot and taken out.
That punishment is great, but JP even better. That triple picked on up, and now he wants even more. Runs out of ammunition. Finian trying to take him down. JP's got him all.
JP just completely going monster demon mode here. 36-11, just causing complete chaos on the side of Bork Jr. They're now in the lead. They fight their way through, and they're looking to extend this series.
Bork Jr. in control of this one, but for how long? Snake Queen and Zax both taking that hill back under their control. Still, JP wants to be a hero. It's a one-man show, and he's showing up, but only one for the moment. Steve and Snake Queen again. These two are always in control of that hill.
So close, back and forth. You can hear the in-game announcer. He's doing as much work as we are. Hill lost, Hill achieved, Hill taken, whatever other words that he says with Hill, he's pumped it out about 15 times at this point. Real close as these two teams fight it out. Killing Spree comes through now for Snake Queen, 26-15 on her own, doing a great job. Everybody on the teams all coming online and having huge plays.
So even here for Bork Jr. on the other side, though, for God Squad, JP topping the charts, nearly 40 kills for this guy, but the time is starting to become critical. Bat in hand, Snake Queen down, that's the hill. Switching hands yet again. The question is, how long can he hold? Because Steve is here, trying to contest, trying to keep him out of this one in the flank from behind. Steve just had to buy time, wait for Finian to help out, and Finian sure does. Vitter, though, railgun and the bat.
That is definitely one way to shut down a bat. If it's running at you, you put that shot into him, it'll do some work. Vitter, bat in hand, finds Snake Queen now, looking for a shot with the railgun across, gets the double, finds Zach and Steve.
Vitter so good with these power weapons in his control. 180 to 176, and now God Squad back in control of the hill.
Looking for a shot down the long way, trying to find Zach, goes through with the bat, even though he was hit first and a little overzealous on the chase, gets punished for it.
Oh, that he does. Low energy on the bat. They'll still try and get it done. Zach's another. He'll back going towards Bork Jr. 24 seconds left in on this one. Who's here to fight? Vitter will make an attempt, but doesn't get anything done for it. So now JP Bull and Vitter both working on that timer.
Gonna jump on board with Zach, 39-13. The other pro, other than JP, he just gets himself a killing spree to match the 40 elims of his fellow pro. And now Snake Queen will go down to JP. Steve finds the elim back onto JP, and they trade out. Again, though, God Squad falling a little bit behind here as Bork Jr. start to find a few more elims and are trying to close the series.
Just about 50 points left here. Both of these teams still very much in it. Taking this next hill could be massive. Trade 1-1 even needs to hold down the fort here, needs to stay alive, and with Vitter's help, they do so. Now, that timer working in favor, about 20 seconds that they'll have to catch on up from, and these portals just proving a nuisance. Even when Bork Jr. does not commit to a fight, they're still peppering you with bullets.
On board, Habibi trying to make the press, gonna go out, gets the killing spree, finds a piece of Snake Queen and Zach Max. Needs some big plays here. Steve wants to close this one out. 2-0 or 2-10. I was gonna say 209, but it clicks over, and God Squad back in the lead now as we need to get to 250. These are dire moments. These last final seconds, so much pressure. Then these battles just continue to throw. Trade outs again. Double kill from Zach. Vitter and JP find two down on each side.
About one team fight left. Holding on to this hill could be so big. Survival as an individual is everything. And a 1-versus-1 that JP manages to win. He's quickly traded out, though. That's good from Finian. So now the hill in control of Bork Jr. All of their players are up. All of their players are here on the point. And again, it's a stagger. Still Vitter working with that bat.
That's actually huge from him to get away. He gets one. He was the only one up. He was 1 on 4. He gets 2 as he dodges out. This is going to open the door for them to come back in. Bork Jr. in the lead, but they have the body count. They need to make something happen before they all respawn back in, though.
JP, though, Vitter again. It's this duo working together. 2-36, but the hill working for the side of God Squad. The bat again finds a connection. It's Zach to pick that one on up, and now the railgun too. Zach flanks behind and finds more with the help of Finian.
He gets a double. Finian also picks one up on Habibi, and 3 down on the other side. Bork Jr. are looking to close this one out, only moments away from ending the series. 1 to go, and they do it. Bork Jr. take down the series and the championship.
A lion's share of $10,000 going to them. This team kept it perfect, fighting their way all the way through the upper bracket and only losing the one map to God Squad in the grand finals.
I mean, that game, if we're going to end it's going to end in that manner, that was the end of the series that I wanted. Just a complete battle all the way through.
Yeah.
Struggling back and forth as we watched the lead continue to flip-flop, and you started to see the two pros both in the middle of the game just start cranking it to the max as their kill counts just started skyrocketing.
I mean, what, over 40 kills for each of them to be able to finish that one on out. You can see I don't know if it's celebration as much as it was just a sigh of relief there for Bork Jr.
It's one of those ones where it definitely got really, really close, and I am sure that it is a bunch of energy up there. You can kind of see a few of them super excited, and then you kind of see also the relief, the end of the game.
Yeah.
You kind of see that over-the-top energy that you're feeling in the match kind of finally relieve and leave your body.
I mean, let's talk about JP and God Squad. They lose out on one of their players. He has to go off, do some kind of work, go own the game or something along those lines. They pull in JP, and who else but him to come in as a substitute? Massive performance throughout their playoff run, throughout these grand finals. I mean, really, having him and having already that strong core three gave him a fighting chance, made this final so close.
And Steve, finally, he's going to make it up on screen as they close this one out. And for the first time, you can see the emotion kind of overwhelm. He's not sitting there dancing anymore. He's not flexing on screen. He's just relieved. You can see him kind of stretch and just, oh, it's done.
It's done.
We got it done.
Yeah. It's almost that just realization hitting in, that all that becoming real. You fought on this stage for a whole long weekend here, and finally the work has paid off. Your champions in this one are Bork Jr. As we look back at the replays, we can see how we got here. It was performances from players like Zach, Snake Queen, Finney, and Steve. Every single member of this team did so well in those finals.
Super cool also, just from my side, commentating the Splitgate Pro Series and getting to see a couple of these guys and some of the community members and the streamers get to compete in a LAN environment on stage. I know that a lot of these guys have wanted to do that, and getting to see a few of them up there kind of, warms my heart a little bit. I know it warms Bitey's heart too. I can see him walking at me down this main line, throwing his hands up. I know he's excited to be here. I'm sure he had fun getting to play on stage. Actually, based on his cackling, I know he had fun playing on stage and beating up on Steve. But guess what, Bitey? Steve took the lion's share of the win. At the end of the day, you're not getting paid. Steve is.
There you go. Yeah, Steve taking home the lion's share of that one. I mean, especially for players that, besides the two pros and the silver, who aren't really competing all that often, aren't playing in the SPS, being able to take home that much money, have the opportunity to play on stage. I mean, Splitgate is a game that has come out during COVID. We have been in this era where LANs are lacking, and finally, it's an event for the community to be able to come together to show what they can do. And honestly, I'm just impressed by the level of gameplay we came out here, especially considering how few of these players actually are competing at that highest level.
It's super cool to get to see it played at this level. This is much more indicative. We kind of saw right at the beginning, we saw when teams run into these guys, it was like, oh, okay, well, they're just kind of running through. But once they run into each other, this is kind of what Splitgate is. You get to see this just completely quick, fast-paced battle, constant rotations, struggles for power weapons, control of the point, and there's so much that goes on, and it's such a great game that I'm just glad that we got to show it off in a LAN environment with the crowd.
It's really exciting to get to watch. And I imagine the stress for the players being up there has got to be high because, I mean, it's such a quick turnaround. You could be playing up to 6 matches on stage, and it's not like the breaks are long. Few minutes out, you're straight back in. You have to reset yourself. You have to fight back in. So all the crazy comebacks, all the close games we had just kind of have all that more merit because it was here, because it was in a real physical environment. It's a task for the players mentally, physically, in way of just being able to have their mechanics on point, their communication on point. There's so much to consider, and all these guys did excellent at it.
In some of these highlight plays that we're watching, yeah, we're going to probably see a lot of Zach, we're probably going to see a lot of JP, but there's a ton of plays from every single person all the way through. Everybody that was up there throughout this series had their moment. They had their play, double kills, triples. We saw guys like Vitter go off. We saw players like Steve come through and have some really smart heads-up plays where they decap and get back out, make some big plays in 1v4s with the bat and escape from a almost certain death situation and somehow come out ahead. So great plays from everybody involved. Every single player up there, whether you won or lost, should be able to hold their head high.
Yeah, and I think that most players can be able to find their way to shoot pretty well. But what's impressive is the players that have been improving in way of that portaling, in way of that gameplay, in way of really that kind of game knowledge that you can't get anywhere else but here in Splitgate. So it's really exciting to be able to see all that action. But let's give it up one more time for your champions, Bork Jr. And to hear one last word from our winners, we got Alex over on the stage.
All right, everyone. We had 3 days, 8 teams, a lot of heartbreak, hundreds of frags, and in one player's case, 0 sleeves. That's Steve, if you don't know. Yeah, give it up for Steve. Yeah! And they're all fighting for the lion's share of $10,000. And all it took was a PAX badge. Everyone came in, normal people. They registered at our tables, duked it out, and now they are on this stage. So let's go ahead and give out some awards and some money. Everyone loves that. That's what esports is all about. And I guess friendship and other stuff that doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and give out some awards to our third place team. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Washed Goons! A lot of beards on that team. Good beards, guys. All right, everyone. That's third place. In second place, it was a hard-fought battle. Honestly, anyone's game. They are competitors through and through. I'm super impressed by every single person on their team, and you should be too. Put your hands together for our second place team here at the Splitgate Almost Pro 10K Open. We have God Squad! Congratulations, guys. But unfortunately, against Steve, nobody stood a chance. And speaking of our first place team, let's go ahead and give out the big trophies. The things that everyone came here for, other than the memories and the cash, I guess. And also the thing they will have to figure out how to get in their check bag. Ladies and gentlemen, your first place team, put your hands together for the winners of your Splitgate Almost Pro 10K Open. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Bork Jr. Lift those trophies up, guys. You deserve it. They fought hard. They fragged hard. They won. They're not great at distributing trophies, but they are an amazing team. They're amazing Splitgate players. Give a round of applause to everyone here who competed, everyone at the Splitgate 10K Almost Pro Open. Everyone was awesome. You guys were amazing. Thank you, PAX, for having us. Thank you, PAX Arena, for having me. Thank you to all our sponsors, MSI, Excedrin, Razer. You guys are awesome. Thank you, everyone at home who watched. You guys are amazing over the past 4 days. Thank you, everyone who sat here and enjoyed our copious shares. We love you here at the PAX Arena. We'll see you at the next PAX. Everyone, have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.